Hello, hello, my lovelies. Welcome, welcome in. Happy time zones. Happy Saturday. It's been a long while since there's been a Saturday stream. This was very last minute planned. But here we are. And as you can hear, we have a working game in the background. Hi, Green. Hi, Jody. Hi, Dallas. Hi, Diva. Welcome, welcome in. Hello, anyone who's lurking. Boy, oh boy, did we have a day yesterday. To catch anyone up, because I'm not publishing the VOD from yesterday. The test stream from yesterday will go up, but not the main stream from yesterday, because I got a little too upset. So I tried to stream this game yesterday, and it kept crashing every time I opened it. And I have to give a big thank you to Cyrus and Marty, the developer, creator of, it's a solo dev of Vampire Therapist, for being so sweet and patient with me yesterday. Because, yeah, the game just crashed every time I tried to launch it on my PC, and I'd seen that he seemed pretty responsive to bug reports and whatnot, so I was gonna comment on the Steam discussion board, but then saw that they had a Discord, and thought I'd go in there. I was scared. I'm scared of entering Discord servers. But, no, I said it was crashing, and he offered me to reach out to him via email, and talked a bit, and he was very sweet and very patient, and he did not have to try and, like, fix my computer, and find, like, the exact link I needed to upgrade my graphics card. He didn't, graphics driver, he didn't need to do that. But ultimately, no, nothing worked. Ultimately my computer is just too old, which my PC's like 13 years old. It's still, the fact that he was, like, surprised, he was, because my PC is below, the specs needed, really, to run Vampire Therapist, but it turns out it's also below the specs needed to run Hades. So, I don't know how to explain how it runs Hades decently. It's because it tries its darn best, is why. Big up to my old PC. But no, there was, it's because my PC needs to see Ares. Obviously, I mean, more than just my PC. So all that to say, obviously, if you are all interested in the game, please do consider checking it out, and consider joining Little Bat Games' Discord. Everyone in there seems very sweet. Someone in there drew Reinhardt as Herbert from Tanz de Vampire, and then Cyrus was saying, because Cyrus is based in Germany, though not German. He was like, oh, I keep seeing that advertised everywhere, I don't know whether to check it out, and I'm here screaming. Please. That's my favorite thing. I know, Green, all I needed to say is there's a drawing of Herbert in there, and I knew that would get you. And bless him, then the person who recommended it shared the 2011 Berlin bootleg with Drew Sarich, Graph on Krolok, with the, you know, the English subtitle video that I've shown you guys like 10 times. It's like, I found my people. Whenever I see someone else trying to spread the word of German musical theatre, especially if it's Elizabeth or Tanz, I'm always like, oh my god, I can't can you believe someone shared Tanz de Vampire in that Discord and it wasn't me? It wasn't me this time, someone beat me to it. But also if you do play the game yourself, and, you have any bugs, like, that's the best place to report it. The team are pretty responsive. And everyone in there seems really, really sweet. I saw that Proxy was in there. proxies are, or dark mode proxy on Twitter. I've shared that out a lot. Oh no, stuff, hang on. Stuff's falling over on my floor. Yeah, it's because it shouldn't be on my floor, but like, that's the only place the cable reaches to charge up. My toothbrush is charging right now. But yes, so thank you to Cyrus for being very, very patient with me yesterday. Ultimately, no, it does not work on the PC. I will show you guys the setup we have going on in a second. It's not how the game was intended to be played, but it's how I am playing it. So because I'm not keeping the VOD from yesterday, there's some stuff I'm gonna go over that I know we went over yesterday, so you're gonna have to deal with me talking about it again, because I want me talking about it to actually be able to be preserved somewhere, so people can, like, know that I've mentioned it. And also for anyone who missed yesterday's stream. Oh, you didn't lose the page, did you? Oh. Hang on. Because before we get into playing any video games, I do want to mention... Let me get the page up. Okay, cool. So... SAG-AFTRA members who work on video games, so that would be voice actors who are members of SAG-AFTRA, are currently on strike. They've been striking since July 26th. I can't say that. They've been striking since, Friday, July 26th. I'm gonna read a bit of the page out, but I just want to state my full support with everyone striking. The general consensus on what does and doesn't cross a picket line, they've said streamers, let's players, streaming and playing and monetizing them playing video games doesn't cross the picket line. That it's absolutely fine to still be streaming video games. The least they are asking is at least to mention the strike on stream, which I would have done anyway. I'm gonna read a little bit from their website and from the FAQ. I would put the link in chat for anyone interested, but I don't have anything open right now. Oh, hang on. Let me see if I can get it off. I can post it into chat via my phone, hang on. I just can't do it. What do you mean our new mobile app is here? Twitch. Oh no. Oh, I hate... No, I hate this. Oh, I actually hate... Oh no, Twitch has updated their app. You know how the homepage on the app just used to show a list of everyone who was live? And then you could tap on the stream. Yeah, no, now it automatically starts playing a stream from someone you follow. And then I have to scroll down. Oh, it's not even in any order. I was like, is it by... Wait, are these people that I Wait, these aren't people I follow. Oh no! These aren't even people that I follow. Okay, the homepage is just random live streams from people that it's recommending. And then I have to separately tap on follow. And then it shows me people who I follow who are live. But it's not even in the right order of, like, highest view count to lowest view count. So that kind of sucks. I don't want Twitch to recommend me live streams, because you know what I get every time I open the Twitch homepage? Is I'm getting this weird fucking AI deepfake bullshit of, like, fake political debates with, like, AI deepfakes of different politicians with AI voices, and then you can ask them questions in chat, and they will generate a response. That's what I keep getting on the Twitch homepage. So I don't trust them to recommend me anything. I got recommended a live stream yesterday when I opened YouTube on my YouTube homepage. Remember, do you guys remember, like, what, a couple months ago when Twitch, changed their rules on, like, not safe for work content or whatever it was, and all of a sudden there was all those live streams in the art category of just the compilations of people twerking? Remember that fucking weird thing? I don't know what's going on with YouTube. I opened YouTube yesterday, and I got a live stream recommendation, and it was called something like Transparent Lingerie Try-On Woman MILF 40s something. And if I rolled over the stream, you know, if you roll over a video on YouTube, like, over the thumbnail, it'll start playing. Yeah, it wasn't. It was literally just a live stream of some actual, like, fucking river with people fishing. But the thumbnail was a picture of a woman wearing just a shirt with it pulled up, and you could see all of her pubic area where she was naked. And I'm like, YouTube. Is something happening over there right now that I don't know about? I've never had something like that recommended before. Reported it and was like, don't show me that again. What is that? Because again, if that is a trend that's now happening on YouTube as well, you know, it's just gonna be like when it happened on Twitch, which again is the women's whose photos and videos were used in those Twitch live streams did not consent. People were stealing clips and photos from people's OnlyFans, and similar websites in order to then make compilations out of them. Like, it's not the fault of the women in those videos. Their content was being stolen. So I don't know if that's going off on YouTube right now. I don't know what that was. That weirded me out. Anyway. How do I find my own stream on this new stupid app? Okay. I got it. I'm gonna put the link to the SAG-AFTRA thing in chat. There you go. Right. If you guys want to do your own reading, please do. But I want to mention the strike before we get into playing the game. You found Reinhardt of Uncorluck, yeah. Because I wouldn't feel right if I didn't mention, given, that I do stream video games, though I stick to mostly streaming indie games, not on purpose, just that they're the only games that tend to interest me. SAG-AFTRA members who work on video games go on strike. I can't talk. AI protections remain the sticking point. SAG-AFTRA members who perform in video games are going on strike against all video game companies who are signed to the Interactive Media Agreement. So they're not, so again, companies that aren't signed to that agreement aren't considered struck. And that's a lot of indie games, like what we're playing today, doesn't count as a struck game. But if it did, the only thing that counts as crossing the picket line if you're a streamer is if you were to stream a struck game that you acted in. For example, Activision is one of the struck companies. So the only way, if I were to stream Modern Warfare 2, that wouldn't be crossing the picket line. But if I streamed Modern Warfare 2 and I had voice acted in Modern Warfare 2, it would count as crossing the picket line. The vote to strike comes after more than a year and a half of negotiations without a deal. Although agreements have been reached on many issues important to SAG-AFTRA members, the employers refuse to plainly affirm in clear enforceable language that they will protect performers covered by this contract in their AI language. Let me pop up onto the FAQ so I can read it properly. There is a section for streamers and creators. How can I show my support for striking video game performers? The performance that you see and hear in video games help make the games you love really come to life. Unfortunately, compensation to performers has stagnated in real value due to inflation. The unregulated use of artificial intelligence threatens the careers of professional actors in the video game industry, and members' physical safety has lacked necessary protective provisions for too long. If you love video games and the performers in them, please take a look at our list of ways you can show your support below. Share what's going on, whether you're on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Threads, etc. Please consider let your audience know why the strike is important to the performers who bring the games you love to life. They've got a digital toolkit, they've got some hashtags you can share. Creators and streamers have been asked to stop playing certain games. The only situation in which streaming a struck video game is in violation of our strike order is if you had rendered services as a performer in that struck game. For example, the voice actor who plays Soap wouldn't be able to stream playing Modern Warfare. Otherwise, we are not asking you to stop playing or streaming video games. In fact, the opposite. Please continue doing what you love, and any support or solidarity would be appreciated. Again, but if you are a voice actor in a game that isn't from a struck company, then you would still be allowed to stream that. So, like, for example, I'm pretty sure Larian isn't a struck company, so for example, if Neil Newbon was to continue playing Baldur's Gate and Larian isn't a struck company, then that would be fine. I don't know if it's a struck company, I've been assuming not. Let me go to the list. There is a way that you can search what games are struck, but I couldn't figure out how to make it work, because you have to put, like, certain codes in, and I don't know where to find those codes. But let me find the thing, yeah. The convenience bargaining, so basically who SAG-AFTRA is negotiating against and what the strunk companies are, include Activision Productions, Blindlight LLC, Disney Character Voices, Electronic Arts, aka EA, bane of my existence, Full Summer Interactive LLC, Insomniac Games, Llama Productions, Take-Two Productions, VoiceWorks, and Warner Brother Games. The main sticking point, I mean, there's a few different reasons why the main thing is AI. Very understandably so. God, a blog interacted with me on Tumblr this morning and I clicked on it and was, not happy with what I saw. Well, they'd reblogged some posts. I know I talked yesterday about, like, the first time I saw AI voices, which, it's disgusting. Do not use AI voices. Do not make AI voice replicas of characters that you like. The first time I saw any was a year or two ago. Someone had made one of the narrator from the Stanley Parable. And loads of people on TikTok were using it to make him say very explicit sexual things. Which, one, isn't allowed on TikTok, and two, is so disgusting to take a real person's voice, to take Kevin Brightoning's voice, and, use it to have him say sexual content that he hasn't consented to say. Like, we all understand visual deepfakes are fucked up. I think AI voices, which I consider to be audio deepfakes, are just as gross. Don't make it sound like people said things that they didn't say. I mean, that could absolutely be used to, I mean, obviously it can be, you know, some people are using that instead of actually employing voice actors, but it could also totally be used to, like, in the way that deepfakes are sometimes used in order to spread misinformation. Yeah, I saw on Tumblr, I feel like maybe I'd seen these before and I just forgot. The posts are like a year old. Someone made a Victor from Arcane AI voice and made posts on Tumblr with safe for work audio clips they generated and not safe for work ones. Again, Victor's voice actor, I can't think of his surname, I know his first name's Harry, I don't know if it's Harry Clark, has not consented to have his voice made into an AI and had his voice manipulated to say sexual things. And for them to say the reason they did it is because there's such a lack of Victor content. I'm like, is there? There's a lot of Victor, like, reader insert fanfics, and, you know, if you wanted to hear his voice that badly, this sounds like a shitty way to plug myself. I am not the only person who has made audio roleplays or, like, podfics, essentially reader insert podfics, voice acting as Victor. I'm not the only one. There's other people on YouTube who've done it as well. I might be the only one who's done not safe for work ones, but again, they're out there. Like, at the time that they posted those, I think I still had my commissions open as well. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying, like, people have to, like, but it's like, I don't get it. Like, just write a fanfic. Like, you wrote the dialogue for the AI voice to say, why couldn't you just write that as fanfic? Why did you have to plug it into an AI and have them read it out? Can't you just imagine his voice in your head? I don't get why you would need to do that. And also, there are Victor audio roleplays out there, including not safe for work ones made by yours truly. Like, I don't understand the need for that. And I wasn't even the only person at the time taking it. There was another person, like, myself and a couple other people on Tumblr. There was someone years ago, 1 or 2 years ago, doing, taking commissions on, Fiverr, I think, to do Victor voices, including, suggestive and not safe for work stuff. myself and someone else teamed up to commission him. I wrote the dialogue. They contacted him. So, like, there were ways. I don't... Yeah, if you're like, well, there's just no Victor stuff out there. There is, and if you specifically wanted Victor voice stuff, there's plenty. There's no reason to make an AI of someone's voice. You're using... Unless for some bizarre reason that person has consented to have their voice used for AI, don't do that. You're deep faking someone's voice. That's not okay. Even if what you're doing, even if you're just using it to make audios that you're putting up for free online and not you're using it in, like, instead of hiring someone for your video game, that's still fucked up because the actors whose voice you're cloning didn't consent to that. So, I wanted to get that out there. What that means is, any voice actors who have done work in any of those struck games won't be able to promote those games. Just like with the last SAG-AFTRA strike for like TV stuff, right? So anyone, for example, I'm just using Modern Warfare as an example because I know Activision is Call of Duty, so I'm just using that. So, for example, any voice actors who are in the Call of Duty games cannot go to Comic-Con or cannot do interviews promoting those games. They can still go to con and still do signings and stuff, but cannot be doing a panel where they are actively promoting that. I mean, if they're asked a question, it's up to them how they want to answer it if they are asked a question about those games, but they can't actively be, like, someone in Call of Duty can't actively be promoting Call of Duty or streaming themselves playing it. So any games that are coming out from those companies, you might not see much, like, many interviews or, like, press packet stuff coming out about them, at least not from the voice actors. Because if they are a member of SAG-AFTRA, they can't promote those games without crossing the picket line. But yeah, wanted to mention the strike. I know I talked about it yesterday, but yesterday's VOD isn't being saved, so wanted to get that out there. The link is in chat if you guys want to check out any of the resources, their FAQ for the video game strike. Hi Alex, welcome in, and hi Virgil, sorry I forgot to say hi. Okay, want to get that out. I'm trying to think what other updates and stuff I gave yesterday that I need to restate today. I don't think a lot. Watch party tomorrow in the Discord. First one of the month, it's August. Every even-numbered month, I do watch parties every Sunday in our Discord server. This month's theme is even more European musicals. We'll be watching 1 Dutch musical, 2 German musicals, and a Russian musical. This Sunday we'll be watching Three Musketeers, which is a Dutch musical. All of them will have English subtitles. If you want to check the day, the times, and any trigger warnings, you can check out the post in the stream schedule and watch party schedule channel in Discord. I'd work tomorrow. Oh, green. Have to go find a version. I don't know that you will be able to. We'll be streaming it from... I personally have the DVD, which has official English subtitles. This is like the only musical that has official English subtitles. There used to be, maybe still, is a copy of it on YouTube, however, it's incomplete. There is a version on YouTube, and this version goes around a lot. I've seen it on the same version on Bilibili and VK. The most commonly shared copy of the DVD is missing like 10 minutes from near the end of the video. It's like split into like 18 different parts, and it's missing part like 15. And that whole part, a pretty significant thing in the plot happens. A character dies during that scene, and so without that part, it is kind of like doesn't make as much sense. I've never been able to find that part online with the subtitles. Obviously, I have it because I have the DVD. I don't know that you'll be able to find it in full with English subtitles anywhere. But if you really are interested in in being able to see the full version, you can shoot me a DM on Discord, we'll sort something out. But yeah, okay, while the ad breaks go in, let me... The ad break thing has changed how it looks. It used to be like a purple bar at the bottom, and now it's like a green bar at the top. It also did not notify me ahead of time. All the parts are missing, that's it. Yeah, I don't know why. That's the same copy that's been shared around for years and years. But it is a pretty significant part, hi Karen, that is missing. Yeah. I'm glad I managed to get my hands on the DVD, otherwise I don't think I would have noticed. Because I'm not super familiar with the book. Oh, that's the other thing. There is something else to mention. Where's the stream watch party schedule? Yeah. And you can mark yourself as interested in the events on Discord if you want. So yeah, tomorrow, 8 PM UK time, that's 12 noon Pacific, USA time, we'll be watching Three Musketeers, and then on the 11th we'll be watching The Count of Monte Cristo, which is in German. On the 18th we'll be watching Demon on Aegean, which is in Russian, and on the 25th we'll be watching Artus Excalibur, which is in German. My standard's very low, I can live with having to Google Translate 5 to 10 minutes. How are you gonna Google Translate? I don't understand. Oh, do you mean like you're gonna try and like Google Lens? Because I'm like, you don't know Dutch, no offense. So you wouldn't know what to type in? But also, how would you even get the Dutch? I've never found that full part without the English subtitles online. So, it's not just that there's no clip of it with the English subtitles, I've also never been able to find those 10 minutes anywhere. I think maybe once on Billy, because I remember trying to show it to someone once, before I had the DVD, and, maybe we found it on Billy, but, I don't know if you're hoping that you will be able to, like, hold up your phone microphone and it's gonna translate it. I don't know how well that would work out. And, I don't know how easy it would be to find on Bilibili. It took a lot of searching. Also, Bilibili is a Chinese website. It is all in Chinese. So, that's the only place that I can think of that you might find it. You would have to navigate a Chinese website. And that video might not be up anymore. So, if you really want to watch it, just DM me. But yes, the other thing to mention, in, 5 hours, Art Fight will be over. Isn't that strange? For those not aware, for one final time, let's do the Art Fight command. Art Fight is a monthly art event and competition that happens every July, on artfight.net. Each artist uploads their own original characters to the website, and the way that you compete is by, quote-unquote, attacking other artists by drawing their own characters. So you get to practice drawing and draw other people's characters, and you get free art in return of other people drawing your characters. I got one final attack done this morning, because I didn't want to leave it at 31. The odd number was bothering me. So, but that's it for me. I'm done. I'm not rushing to get another attack out. It ends, as I say, in 5 hours. The points for each team are no longer public. Artfight always makes those private for the last week or so that you can't see who is in the lead, so it's like a surprise when they say which team has won. Thank you so much to everyone who's been participating and attacking me this year. Way more people got me this year. I have done a final count on my profile, although again, I'll update it if anyone does end up attacking me in the next 5 hours. My goal for this year was 10 attacks because the last 2 years I've taken part, I only got 9 done each year. But I've got 32 done this year. My goal was 10, so I think I can rest now. But yeah, thank you so much to any of you guys who sent me a little drawing over on Artfight. I hope you guys had fun if you took part. I might see you again for Artfight next year. I'll be taking part next year. But again, it's a whole year away. Team winners usually get announced maybe like a week after it ends. They'll do Artfight staff will do a news post saying what team has won, and then they'll also showcase like the 3 attacks that earned the most points, and then they'll like shout out staff picks, essentially like some of the staff's favorite attacks from each different category, like 2D art, 3D art, animation, games, etc. Though that always annoys me a bit. They tend to always pick attacks from people with bigger followings, and I've also seen I saw one attack that got shouted out last year as a featured, look at this cool attack, and people had commented like, whoa, congrats on getting featured, and the artist replied like, thanks, I have friends on the mod team. And sure enough, yeah, they are mutuals with a lot of them. I'm like, come on guys. But anyway. That'll all be up maybe like a week after. Again, it's not about who won, because no, you don't get any prize for winning. The fun of Artfight, to me anyway, is just taking part. I got so many beautiful art pieces that will be going in the fan art showcase after Artfight is over. I've been waiting on updating it so I don't have to update it a bunch of times. I was just waiting till Artfight is over, and then we'll just do everything all at once. And also it made me draw a lot more frequently. Some days I was getting 6 attacks done per day, and that felt really good. It really allowed me to see how many drawings I can get done in a day if I really can focus and concentrate. And it's made me a lot more confident. There was a few drawings I did this year where I didn't have any references for the poses. I've always been too scared of doing that, of just trying to make it up myself. Normally because I just don't have any ideas. But, yeah, I think it's been really good for me to take part this year. I think that's everything that I needed to say, so let's go over here. And before I launch the game, I'm gonna give trigger warnings and stuff. We do have trigger warnings pinned to the top of chat. So we're gonna be playing Vampire Therapist. I've been waiting for this game. I've had it wishlisted for months and months and months. I've been so excited. It is a solo dev effort, as in this was all made by one person. Obviously there was other people who came in for music and art and voice acting, but the majority of it made by Sari Stomati. Of Little Bat Games. This is the studio's first game. You may already be familiar with Cyrus as a voice actor. In this game, he's voicing Sam, the character that we're going to play as well as Andromachus and I think Dr. Drain. And you've all heard his voice before because in Hades, he voices Theseus and Dionysus. And don't know the fucking Goober emote in chat. I was gonna zoom in on him, and I literally can't for PNG Dicko. and my husband, who is always watching over us. He also voices Aries. So we'll see how well I cope with the voices that are going to be in this game. We did play a little bit of it yesterday. We did a test stream, because the way that we're doing this game, as I say, it didn't work on my PC, so you might be like, Prince, but we're able to see it right now, so what do you mean it doesn't work on your PC? I'll show you in a minute. Essentially... Oh my god, sorry, my brain went and just completely lost track of what I was saying. Yeah, we played a bit of it yesterday. I played about 30 minutes of the game, just to make sure the stream was working. But we will be starting a new game. Everything that we played yesterday, we're gonna redo it, because that was just a test stream, and I know not everyone could be there. So we're gonna start new game today. The test stream will go up as a VOD on YouTube, because it had I had a bit too much of an honest reaction to certain voice lines. Oopsie. But let me show you guys the setup we have going on. So, you know, over here we've got my PC, like usual. There it is. And then in front of that we have my laptop. So this is the current setup. We've got my PC keyboard, and then my laptop, and then my PC, and then you guys. There you are. In an infinite loop. So essentially, the game does not work on my PC. So, what the current setup is, surely how the devs intended for the game to be played is, so my PC is 13 years old, but my laptop is 7 years old, and the game does work on my laptops, even though my laptop doesn't really work too well. It's been on sleep mode all night because I didn't turn it off. I got my laptop to bring to university with me, and then since I've been back home since uni, I don't really use it anymore. But it's got slower and slower the longer that it's been off, but what really killed it is the Windows update of 87, is what I'm referring to it. Last year, it did a mandatory Windows update that I couldn't stop. And I really didn't want it to do that Windows update, because as any Windows users are aware, sometimes Windows updates break your PC. Sometimes very rarely Windows will put out an update and then been like, don't download it, we fucked up! So it did this Windows update, even though I knew I didn't want it to do the update, because people had reported crashes during that particular update, and sure enough, it was on the little blue screen with the text saying that it was doing the update, and then it froze on that screen. For 72 hours. I left it on. I was like, maybe eventually it'll just do it. It'll just finish it. It wouldn't. It was just frozen on the 100% screen and wouldn't do anything. So I had to switch it off. And as anyone knows, you're not supposed to turn off a computer during a Windows update. And so it broke my laptop. I had to reboot it in safe mode a lot of times before I could get inside it, and ever since then certain programs haven't worked. Discord being one of them. It's a miracle that I managed to get Discord to open. One of the weird things is none of my internet browsers will work other than Microsoft Edge. I can't get Firefox or Google Chrome to work on it anymore. That feels personal. That feels like, I mean, because who uses Microsoft Edge by choice? So, when I was trying to get it to start yesterday, God, I opened Steam and it was barely working, and then it was forcibly doing an update for Power Wash Simulator, and it wouldn't let me stop it. So I had to wait for that to do to finish before it would let me download Vampire Therapist. Vampire Therapist, the download time on my PC that's too old to run it was like 2 minutes. The download time on my laptop that is young enough to run it, it took 40 minutes. to download a 2 gig game, and then, it runs fine. It crashes when I close it. Every time I click exit, it does the Unity crash that it does when I open it on my PC. But I'm gonna hope it's gonna save any data, regardless of it crashing on exit. Let's cross his fingers. But the problem was, for this to work, with the Discord call to work, I needed Discord to work on my laptop and it just wouldn't open, so I was gonna uninstall it and reinstall it. So I go to where you uninstall programs and it wouldn't uninstall it. I would click uninstall and it would say uninstalled. It would be like uninstalling, and then the window would close, and then Discord was still there, but it wouldn't recognize it as like a program. So I just thought, okay, well, I'll just download the new installer. I'll just get the newest version of Discord. I'll just re-download it and just try and install it. Downloaded the Discord setup application, clicked on it to download, nothing happened. Waited. Clicked on it to download, nothing happened. Waited. Like 10 minutes later, 2 windows popped up saying application failed to install. So I closed both of those down and gave up. And then Discord just opened. It just opened. I don't know. It had been like 20-30 minutes since I'd tried to open the application, and I just had 2 windows saying it wouldn't install, and all of a sudden it was opening. So my computer's been on sleep mode all night because I daren't close Discord. Not my computer, sorry, my laptop's been on sleep mode all night because I daren't close Discord because it might not ever reopen. None of this is the fault of the game. That Windows update really, and then having to switch it off mid-Windows update really fucked up my laptop. It is so loud. The fans are whirring so loud on the laptop. I'm a bit worried about it. It never used to be this loud. It was a good laptop. I hate what has become of it because of either just not turning it on for a few years, plus that Windows update, and me having to force shutdown during the update. So I don't know what all that was about. Anyway, the game's here. So what you guys are seeing is actually a Discord call screen share. I am in a Discord call with myself. Which you can see if I pan up. So what we noticed when we did the test stream yesterday, on some of the frames where the camera moves around a bit, like when it pans over Sam's desk, it's a little jittery, but it's watchable. It's watchable. You guys can watch it. I've just got to keep remembering not to click on the wrong keyboard, not to use my PC keyboard for my laptop. I don't have a second mouse. I don't have a spare mouse. So sadly that means I will be using the trackpad on the laptop. Because I can't unplug the mouse from the PC. Because then I won't be able to use my PC. So, that's the setup we're working with. So I hope you guys enjoy. We're gonna get into the game, but I'm gonna read out the trigger warnings and stuff first. I have the content description from the Steam page saved. I know it's gonna pop up with a thing in game, but I want to read out the Steam page bit anyway. So, Vampire Therapist explores sensitive and potentially triggering topics in a historical context, such as war, abuse, sexual oppression, suicidal ideation, religion, and addiction. Discussion of these events may be uncomfortable or upsetting for some readers. Vampire Therapist does not take a dismissive or trivializing approach to these topics, but rather seeks to comment on them in a way that is engaging, thought-provoking, and often humorous as a way to process trauma. However, due to the sensitive nature of the topics covered, some readers may find the content difficult to process. If you have a history of trauma related to any of these topics, please approach Vampire Therapist with caution and take care of yourself. Naturally, a game about vampires will also involve blood and sexual themes, though nothing explicit is shown. Strong language is also present. If you have any personal concerns about the content of Vampire Therapist, we encourage you to seek the advice of a mental health professional or support group before playing. I don't know why I said that like I expected more. That's it. The only thing I'm concerned about for myself is the suicidal ideation. We'll see how this goes. The premise of the game is that we are going to be giving other people therapy. This game is not a replacement for therapy, though made in consultation with therapists, so please don't use it as therapy. I am watching out for myself. We're gonna see. I will say there is a chance that whatever suicidal ideation topic is covered, that it may be triggering for me personally, and depending on how triggering, either we'll just take a little pause from the game, as there does seem to be a way to take a little nap in Sam's coffin, and we can watch hopefully some Betty Boop. Basically, there's a little rest stop in the game where you can take a little nap or whatever, and inside Sam's coffin there's a TV, and it plays public domain comedies. And I saw a clip that includes Betty Boop, and I'm like, if I get in there and there's Betty Boop playing, I'm gonna feel a lot better. So either we'll take a little break in there, or if it's really bad, I might have to just end the stream. But I'm proceeding with caution. But I've been really excited about this game, because obviously, look at me. You guys know I like vampires, and, you know, I care a lot about mental health, and it being taken more seriously and stuff. And, I like the character designs. The voice acting seems really nice. What we discovered yesterday, I don't play dating sims because I'm demisexual and demi-romantic. And so, dating sims... this isn't a dating sim, by the way. But dating sims, to me, you know, it's like, oh, here's 6 boys or girls or whatever. Here's 6 people. You've known them for like 10 minutes, 20 minutes of gameplay. Which one are you gonna pick today? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know any of these people. I would need to know them for a long while and become friends with them before I could ever feel romantic attraction or interest in any of them. I'm demi-romantic. But yeah, what we noticed yesterday is I was immediately having reactions, and I think what helped me instantly like some of the characters is that this game is fully voice acted. The only couple of visual novels I've ever played in the past have had no voice acting, and whilst demisexuality for me means I'm never attracted to anyone's physical appearance straight away. I only become attracted to someone physically once I already have gotten to know them and their personality and whatnot. So physical looks don't do anything to me when they're on a stranger. They only do anything for me once I already know the person and have already become attached to them. But, yeah, it turns out voices are a bit of an exception. So we'll see how I get... The noise I made when Andromachus came on screen, even though I've already watched the trailers. The trailers is all that I've watched, and I saw one screenshot. Other than that, I'm going in blind. So that was interesting. That was a reaction. I'm gonna put the keyboard down on the floor. I'm gonna just lean it up against my desk because it's getting in the way. And I don't see why I'll need the keyboard unless I, for some reason, need to type in chat, so... Yeah, we're gonna click new game. I'm using the wrong mouse. The only thing that's the thing. The only thing that you guys can't see in the screen share is, the in-game cursor here. If I put it right underneath the title, you can see, it doesn't show up on the Discord call. I don't think that'll cause any problems. We'll see. There is one bit that I saw in the trailer where we'll see if it causes any, I mean, it won't cause any problems. You guys might just miss out on potentially a little bit of gameplay with the fangs, but we'll see. I don't know if that's specifically the cursor or more that I'm moving an object in screen. We'll see. But yeah, there's nothing I can really do to make that. I mean, I could share my monitor instead of the application, but I don't want to do that in case anything decides to pop open on my laptop. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. I've got to stop reaching over for my mouse. I can't risk just unplugging it and replugging it in every time, because if I need to quickly respond to something that's happening in stream, or if like a bot comes in, you know, and sorry bot doesn't catch it, then there's not much of a delay. There was a bit, the only kind of bit of lag that happened where it freaked out was when it was like ending the pan over Sam's desk, and after that it was responding fine. So that might happen again. But it should be fine. Oh, that went a lot smoother. We got curtains straight away. Okay, yeah. Vampire Therapist explores or touches on sensitive topics. We already covered all of this. Vampire Therapist was developed in consultation with licensed therapists, but should not be considered a substitute for therapy. This is unless you're a vampire. No. I can't consider this a substitution for therapy.
My name is Sam Walls.
Hi again,
and
Sam.
I'm a dead man.
I'm sorry,
Well,
those who don't know about the
kinda dead, at
game.
least.
Did you not know
See,
we're playing
I'm
as a
vampire.
cowboy?
Now, if you think that means all that Dracula hooey, like hissing, wearing skin-tight leather, and hunting mortals for sport, I wouldn't blame you one bit. That's exactly the sort of thing I did in my younger years with my former gang. And let me tell you, a vampire who's good with a gun can be a real terror.
I'm sorry if cowboy vampire wasn't what you expected.
I got lucky, though. I met some kind mortals who saw beyond my fangs. They taught me my letters and showed me how my thinking was keeping me from finding any kind of peace. After they passed on, I roamed America's majestic wilderness for nigh on 90 years, figuring out myself and what it means to be a vampire. And I found revelation. What I realized was, it ain't fangs that make us monsters. It's the self-defeating ways we think. Anywho, as the world started getting smaller, my old vampire gang tracked me down. Them being my kin, I wanted to help them see the world like I did, but they still have the same monster mindset I used to have. Good thing I'm a quick draw. But I got hooked up with this newfangled internet thing and found a vampire who's helping my kin find their way. A fella named Andromachos,
so cute.
supposed to be 3,000 years old. He invited me to come out to Europe to learn from him. I figure someone older than time has got to have the answers. I'm going on a trip, I guess. This feels like my opportunity to do some good in the world. I've been looking, and now it's time to give back. Vampires ain't monsters. Or at least, they don't have to be. And come hell or high water, I'm gonna prove it to them.
Hi, Golden. Queen, you know who we're gonna meet first?
Well, I think this is the
We're
address.
in Leipzig.
Number 27, Clean Flitter
Klein.
Mouse Strebe?
Clean Fledermausstraße. Fledermaus means bat. I know that. Fledermaus means bat in German. This is a flying mouse. Do you know who we're gonna meet first, Green?
Sure is a hell of a lot of ruckus for this time of night. People stay up late here. Wait a minute. These folk are vampires. Better watch myself.
Little Bat Street, yeah.
Guten Abend, folks. Sprechen Sie English?
Oh, he's adorable.
Ja, hello, Alta. Are you here to party with us at the hottest club?
They're German, Green. So, again, for those who weren't here yesterday, I don't remember every voice actor. I know one of the other vampires in the game is voiced by the actor who's voicing Celine in Hades 2. But this particular man, who's reminding you of Herbert von Krolok, Green, is voiced by a little-known voice actor that, like, I don't know if you've heard of. His name is Matthew Mercer. So I'm just gonna ask in the same order that I did last night, because that ended up actually working out well for me, because we got to hear all of the answers. We're gonna go through them all again. Hi, Felix. Do you wanna hear more of Matt's German?
Well, what's so special about this club?
God, so I'm not gonna be ready for the response. never into the thinking stock from the Nobody's Man from memes. Oh, well. That's okay.
Nacht is the greatest club aller Zeiten. The owner makes sure everyone has a good time.
If anyone acts without respect, they are banned from the club forever. You are free to do and be whatever you like, as long as you are harming no one.
Was to live by. That's my feelings on life as a whole. You know, well, actually, Green, you'll know him for more than just Reinhardt because he voices a second character in the game, who's a vampire and also a priest.
Und daher that they are now attracting sexy old cowboys.
Sam, you only just got here and you've already been flirted with.
Shh, Maxie, he is old enough to be your grandfather.
Oh, come on now. You're just flattering me. I'm only a couple 100 years old.
I was like, are they being mean to Sam already? No. It's flattering for them to say that they think he's an older for a vampire.
Oh mein Gott, he is so cute, Reinhardt. Can I keep him?
We'll see right before the advert.
I don't think what I'm wearing will fit the dress code.
Oh, I should have mentioned, do I still have my thingy up? I never actually did the intro of this stream. Oops. I'm supposed to start doing it at the beginning of every stream, and then I don't.
The cowboy look is total sexy, but you will get a bit sweaty.
I hope we will all get a bit sweaty.
Good thing we run a little on the cold side, huh?
Alright, ad break's over. I forgot to do the intro. I'm supposed to start doing this at the beginning of each stream. So for anyone new in chat or who is lurking, welcome, and you can call me Prince. I'm a neurodivergent trans vampire man. You're welcome to become one of my children of the night. I use he, him pronouns. I'm an 18+ content creator, voice actor, and illustrator, as well as a VTuber and variety streamer. I post tri-weekly ASMR audio roleplays as various characters on YouTube, both fandom characters from things such as Baldur's Gate, Marvel, Arcane, Call of Duty, and more, as well as lots of original characters and scenarios. I post 2 exclusive Not Safe for Work audios every month over on my Patreon. All my socials are listed on my card if you type !socials in chat. And I also have an Etsy shop where I sell original art and fan art under the name Empty Masks. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and sometimes Fridays. Today we're playing Vampire Therapist. If you want to not have the ads anymore, I do have ads on stream. We have it's like 1.5 minutes of ads every 30 minutes. The only reason it's at that is because if you have it lower than that, you only get 30% of the ad revenue. If you have at least 3 minutes of ads every hour, you get 55% of the ad revenue. If I did it any less, I'd only get 30%. And I got rent to pay. So if you don't want the ads, you can always subscribe on Twitch, whether that be regular subscription or with Amazon Prime. That'll get you ad-free viewing and access to the emotes on my channel.
Don't worry, my Liebling. We make each other warm.
Oh, that's fine. Sorry, that's where he says that. Look, I like pet names. I happen to like Liebling. It's like saying darling. I'm not gonna get attracted to any of these characters. It's gonna take ages. Like, even with fictional characters, it's gonna take a while. Like, if this was a dating sim, I wouldn't know who to pick. Oh, he said the word Liebling out loud in that kind of tone of voice. Uh-oh. Which, again, I want to mention, the developer's been so, supportive and welcoming of, like, fan art, which is very sweet to see. Not everyone always is, and also is fine with, like, he put out a tweet saying that, like, you know, he was happy and all when people were thirsting over Dionysus in Hades, but seeing his own characters that he's made, seeing Sam and Andromachus getting very explicit comments about them is he's welcoming. He's fine with it. Sorry if you heard that scream. There's children outside. They've been... I don't know why their thing is like... it's summer holidays. Their thing this summer is screaming. Herbert saying the word Liebling. I don't think he ever calls... Alfred Liebling, as far as I can remember. He tells Alfred that he has a cute bum. He tells him he has a Susan Popo. But I don't remember any pet names. Does he? I didn't remember that. I don't remember that he called him Liebling. Or you just agreeing with me on the telling him that he has a cute butt. I swear there's like a pet name in there. Oh, you meant the cute butt, okay. No, he just says that he wants him to be friends, quote unquote. He thinks they should become friends.
Reinhard, stop. Don't scare the American. I want to do that.
Which, I don't know, is there a stereotype that Americans are prudes about sex?
Maxi Liebchen, you're so naughty tonight.
No, you are the naughty one.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I definitely ain't an American no more.
Oh, Sam, sweet innocent little boy.
I'm looking for Andrew Makos.
Oh, okay, I didn't know about that stereotype.
You mean the club owner? Ja, that is why we are here.
If you're lucky, he will invite us to the private party at the end of the night.
Well, what happens there?
So I'm gonna put my drink down. I would recommend people putting their drinks down for the next line.
I think maybe it is too kinky for Americans to hear.
Okay, it's not quite yet.
I can cut loose. What kind of party is this?
The kind where we dance all night and get sexy.
I'm mentally preparing.
Oh, here are them kind of vampires.
Ach so, there are better things to suck than blood, oder?
Mm-hmm. Sure, Reinhardt. Sure. If that, I mean, that's what's happening in the private party, is it? Sam.
Although we have to get past the bouncer first. If we do not, I'm thinking our night is ruined.
Anyways, therapy time.
Oh, wait a sec. There's something about what she just said. I can feel it. It reminds me of one of my revelations about the funny patterns in the way we vampires think. Well, let's see. One type of thinking I noticed I called hot branding. That's when we brand ourselves with names we can't get rid of.
Thank you for the hydrate. Bold of you to assume that I haven't had my drink in my hand the whole time.
There's high noon mind. That's when we treat a situation like it's a do or die showdown. And there's saloon thinking. That's when we act either helpless or invincible, like we've just drunk a pint of moonshine. I can always check my journal if I need examples. I kept all my notes about the funny ways we vampires think in there.
Okay, we didn't read the journal in its entirety last time, so we will, because it was just the test stream, so we will actually read it. What do I remember? The way that I was remembering each of them, hot branding is when you're mean to yourself, because I think of it as like, if you were to brand yourself, that would hurt. High noon mind is like the all or nothing black and white thinking, because it's the one that's not the other two. Saloon thinking is thinking you're either the best or the worst, and for some reason my brain thought of like Superman syndrome. I don't know if that's what we call it, but that's what we were taught, like if you get so drunk that you think that you can you're like invincible. So it made me think of that, and Superman begins with an S, and Saloon begins with an S, and that was my way of remembering things. So I'll actually go through Sam's journal in its entirety this time. I'm not gonna do the voice. I can barely do an American accent, and it's not regional. I can't do cowboy. So the collected notes of Samuel's private property do not read, reward if found. Cowboybloodsucker@vmail.com. Oh, can I not go in there yet? Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. It didn't. I found this old notebook and figured I'd take it with me to Europe. I figure it'll help me organize my thoughts. I'll separate it into sections so I can jump to them right quick. That way, when I need to get to a particular section of my notes, all I gotta do is hop over to that section. Easy as falling off a horse, and falling off a horse is real easy. And then we have cognitive distortions, my clients, and my ramblings. So, the funny ways we think. I realize we vampires think in funny ways sometimes, like reality's right in front of us and we just can't see it. Heck, pretty sure it's all humans who do that. Yeah, it's all humans who do that, not just vampires. We do think funny thinking in particular. What? We do think funny thinking in particular ways. That broke my brain. So I figured I'd write them down so I don't forget them. I'll include examples so I remember how they work. High noon mind. Sometimes things can seem black and white. Win or lose, famine or feast, live or die, like everything's a big showdown. It can feel like we've only got two options. Win in the day or ending up with a stake in the heart. That's high noon mind. It's thinking in extremes and ignoring all the in-between. We stress ourselves out when stakes are high. Examples. If I can't get the best saddle, my butt's gonna break. Ain't no doubt. Either I show up ready to win the rodeo, or I'd better just not show up. The fate of the Wild West is hanging on this gunfight. Oh, no, I need to click over here for the next page. Saloon thinking. A lot of us bloodsuckers have a habit of either feeling responsibility or soul control, or feeling completely helpless. The thing is, usually neither is true. Feeling hopeless don't mean we're powerless, and feeling untouchable don't mean we're invincible. That's saloon thinking either way. Our real capabilities are somewhere in between. Examples. My dark powers, vampires shall dominate the mortal world. If a mortal discovers our secret, it's entirely my responsibility to deal with it. If I can't deal with the bureaucracy of international travel with my coffin, I'm stuck in the USA forever. And hot branding. We vampires sometimes call ourselves awful names. I'm a failure, I'm unlikable. It's like burning ourselves with a big old branding iron. Every time we look at ourselves, we keep seeing all those names. Hot branding is just calling ourselves names that do no good. Examples. I missed that shot, I'm such a butterfingers. Crying over a horse, you're sappy as hell. That fella doesn't like wearing leather, he's only a vampire wannabe. Hey. Some of us overheat very easily, and so can't wear leathers all of the times. A client notes. When I start getting therapy clients, I'll put my notes about them here. I'll update after every session. I figure I can see how they're doing over time. That is, if Andromachus decides I'm ready for this whole therapist business. Crossing my fingers. My journal. Just for writing my ramblings when I'm off on this big trip, not my official notes. Do we have? We do have journal entries! Oh my god, okay. March 14th, 2024. It's been about a week since I boarded the Monster of the Seas cruise ship, and I gotta say, I feel finer than frog hair. People here are eating and screwing like there's no tomorrow on account of the fact that we're in the middle of the ocean. I've drank from more necks in the last week than I can count. And since the ship's open all night, I rode a water slide for the first time in my— He got to go on a water slide? Shut up. For the first time in my own life, people were laughing at me for saying yeehaw, but what else do you say to an experience like that? Sounds adorable. March 22nd, 2024. Landed in Rotterdam the other day. In Amsterdam now, arranging transportation for my coffin. Did some vampire sightseeing. Apparently this place has been accepting of heathens like us for a long time. I went to a vampire coffee shop. They funnel in, what? That does say stoners, right? They funnel in stoners from upstairs to a secret club and everyone has themselves a grand old time. Oh, coffee shop was in, right, he's in Amsterdam. Coffee shop was in, right, quotations, right. I don't pick up on things too good. Give me the munchies at something fierce. I could go for some blood chips, extra sodium if you please. We'll see how well I am at picking up stuff in the— if it's like really obvious, yay. If it's not super obvious and the rules aren't obvious, my own neurodivergencies are gonna have problems understanding some stuff. So we'll see how that goes. April 9th, 2024. Writing from Berlin today. I head to Leipzig tomorrow. Leipzig tomorrow night, but figured I should check things out here. They got a club where people are up all night doing all kinds of kinky stuff. I'm pushing a quarter of a millennium in years, but these folk could give me some lessons. And did! Sam! Met some fine folk too. Apparently they got a nice art scene here. There's even local funding for video game development. There is! That's— this game was made with funding in Berlin. Ain't this some kind of world? Can't believe people are still playing Star Invaders and whatnot. I like it here. I don't even have to speak German. Ain't nothing more to read.
I think I know which one of them funny ways they're thinking in, though. Hold on, compadres. You seem like the kind who can make their own fun.
Oh no, he's cute.
I don't want to have my own fun. Immernacht is the only place to be on Friday night.
That's high noon minding.
Amigos, you're putting too much weight on this thing. It's a nightclub, not a high noon showdown. The night's full of possibilities.
Reinhardt, I don't know what this means, but I like the way the sexy American talks.
You make us think that maybe it is better we haven't gotten into the club, because we are now meeting you.
Don't purr like that. I told you last night not to talk to me like that.
Hey, if meeting me makes your night better, I'm glad we met. I really gotta find Andromachos, though.
You have to get past the bouncer. He decides who gets in and who doesn't. And he hasn't looked our way all night.
Have you tried just asking him nicely?
Maybe I'll have a little word with him. Excuse me, friend. I hear you're the man to talk to around these parts. I'm here to see Andromachos.
Have fun, mate.
Hey, thanks, amigo. You have yourself a fine night, you hear?
Cowboy, what about us?
Why would I ever want to dash their hopes? I did read, in the Development Studios Discord, they were saying that the game does have replayability. That I guess you can. I don't know how they phrase it. I don't know if there's like straight up different endings, but I guess there's different conversations maybe you can have with them. I don't know. I guess obviously. It said something about like if you pick up on different distortions, but it's like, well, like if I get the answer wrong, or like there's just different I don't know. And now I'm like, oh no, because I don't know that I want to play it more than once, because I'll not want to do the same things again just to get one tiny different scene. I don't know if there's full on different endings though. But
Yeah,
enjoy.
sure, they're friends of mine.
Have fun, mate.
Well, come on, you two. We ain't got all night. Yeah. Dang, awful loud in here.
I mean, as much as it's like, wow, private party with Andromachus sounds fun. I don't drink, I get uncomfortable around alcohol, and I don't do well with super loud noises. I'd have to be in here with noise-cancelling headphones, just in a corner on my own, not looking at anyone drinking. Club, I don't go to clubs. It doesn't work for my not liking alcohol and sensory issues.
Come on, my liver, dance with us!
But I mean, if they asked.
Well, you kids have fun. I'll catch up with you later. Tarnation, I'd rather hear a gopher giving birth than this.
I wouldn't. I don't want to hear that. That's gross.
Slinging drinks in this here saloon. They ought to know where Andromachos is. Pardon me, ma'am.
Well, look at you. We get a lot of 80s fashion in here, but not usually the 1880s.
Better not be an insult. I love historical fashion.
What can I get you, cowboy? The special's Red Bull and vodka. You down?
I never drink
Red Bull. I don't drink wine.
I'm actually looking for the owner. He around tonight?
Might be. What do you say your name was?
Sam Walls, begging your pardon.
Sam Walls, huh? I don't think I know anything about a Sam Walls. After all, I'm just a know-nothing bartender.
Don't brand yourself,
From
Crimson.
where I'm standing, I see someone with style and confidence, not just a drink machine. Don't go branding yourself like that's all you are.
Don't you go worrying about me, cowboy. The man upstairs warned me you were coming. I was just testing to see if you are who you say you are. Tell you
Everyone in
what,
this game's so pretty.
let me give you something from our special reserve. I don't think you're looking for booze.
Well, thank you kindly, ma'am. I was wondering where the blood was. I met some vampires outside, so I figured this was a vampire club.
You met some gods, honey. They're here to dance and have fun.
They weren't vampires.
So all these people are mortals?
Can, like, you not smell it? I mean, well, one, that kind of implies, though, that Sam was considering it, that vampires in this world can consume human food and drink. Well, I'm like, Sam, could you not tell? Can they not sense it?
How do you think the head vampire gets his blood? They can't wait to share it with him. It's a special experience.
So yeah, the private party, Reinhardt wasn't kidding about the sucking, so, he owns this club. People know it's owned by a vampire, and they want to come in the hopes that they get picked to, be drunk from.
He's the only real vampire here. Well, him and Bert.
Bert?
But
You met him already. Bert, shuffle on over here. This one's here to see the big guy. Show him upstairs, okay?
Have fun, mate.
Good luck up there, cowboy. Hope you find what you're looking for.
oh, I will. That's okay. It did the switch last time. I just clicked and then it went away. We're just not doing right now. Okay, no, this takes a second. Hey, Green. Someone's up there.
Howdy. It's Sam Walls to see you, sir. The guy who's been sending you all them V-mails.
I've seen one piece of ship art for Sam and Andromachus, and it was drawn by the game's UI designer. I might have looked on AO3, and when I went on AO3 the other day, there was only one fic, and it wasn't a slash fic. Like, so like, how sad. No, turn my volume up, you can't prove anything. Green. Well, we can't prove anything, but like, no one was suspecting you of turning your volume up until you said that. The thing is, like, I was prepared, I've seen the trailers, and yet... Do I have a type? No, I have many. But, you know, I like Krolok, I like Graf von Krolok, and I like Dracula from Castlevania. Hello?
Yes, I know who you are, Samuel Walls. You have come here because you believe you can help our kin.
It's just like, it's right in my ears. Okay, I got headphones on, and it's right, it's deep, and it's right in my ears. His voice is deep. Green, you okay? Hello, Mr. Mr. Andromachus.
The question is, are you first able to help yourself?
I messed up on this last time because I got insecure. Well, it's not insecure. I was like, is this a test? I got to say the right answer. I mean, if he wants to employ, I want to make a good impression, and if he wants to employ us, then I've got to make it sound like I can help myself, right? Because if I can't help myself, he's not going to let me help other people. Turns out that was the wrong answer. We're supposed to say I can't help myself because no one can fully help themselves. Which is true. I mean, I prefer trying to do everything myself. But I mean, I don't know. I've used a lot of online resources to help better my mental health. I guess does that count as like other people wrote those resources and stuff? I'll do the correct answer this time. Last time I picked I can't help myself because I get too scared of picking the wrong answer in video games. I'm worrying that it's gonna like ruin the game, and there is no bad ending. Although I didn't know that yesterday. But there isn't like there isn't a way to like fuck up your clients. But I was worried if I said I can't help myself, he was gonna be like, well then what use are you, and like call me an idiot and kick me out. But he didn't. He didn't do that, because he's actually nice. You know what it is for me being like, well I have to say I can't help myself. It's gifted and talented children syndrome. I got labeled as gifted and talented by my school when I was 4 because I was like equally good in maths and English and science. and then they forced me into Gifted and Talented Club in primary school and in secondary school until they cancelled the club. And what that meant was, literally, if I tried to ask for help from my teachers, they would tell me no. It was always, oh, Prince, you're smart, you can figure it out. Any other kid and they'd help. But with me and a couple of the others who were perceived as the smart ones, teachers wouldn't help us. They'd be like, oh, no, you can figure it out on your own. And so it makes you feel like you're a horrible idiot if you have to ask for help. Didn't realize UK had those? Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's one thing to be put in Gifted and Talented Club, it's another thing that because of that, teachers refuse to help you. Because there's other kids who need help more, or just, oh, you're smart, you can figure it out. I've already tried figuring it out for myself. If I come across any problem ever, I will try and figure it out for myself first before I ask for help. Please assume if I'm asking for help that I've already tried it myself. But even in high school, after Gifted and Talented Club was like disbanded, it only lasted 2 years before the school stopped doing it. Still, because I was in like top set for I don't know if other schools do. I've heard that schools in America don't do that. In the UK, you get sorted into classes based on your like grades, your intelligence in each subject. At least for English, maths, and science, you have top set, which is like the kids who are getting A's and B's, and then middle set, which is like kids who are getting like maybe low B's and C's, and then bottom set, which are people who like are getting like D's or below. And then within that, for maths, they put all of the top kids on one table. Like within the top set, there was a table that had those of us who were getting the best grades, and we weren't allowed like help. So I guess vampire therapy. I guess it's okay to know how I can't.
I don't know that I can help myself, but I'm trying my best.
Yeah! We're all trying his best, chat.
Then you have already learned the most important thing I can teach. We all need help, Samuel. I am pleased that you have come to receive mine.
Please come out of the shadows. I would receive anything from you. I mean, help
you scared
from
the heck
you.
out of me.
Help from you. That's what I meant.
You must allow an ancient vampire his games. He will play them regardless. Please, sit down. What an absolute pleasure it is to meet you at last. I found your messages most intriguing.
Did everyone glitch out and move? I was half looking because I've been transformed into a goober now. Thank you, Jen. I suppose that is fitting for me to look at Andromaca's with my big goober eyes. It's Silas Briarwood, but not evil. No, like, okay. I'm in the grey streak, but I was watching, so when I was on Little Bat Games' Twitter, I also saw some stuff about a game called Tavern Talk, which is made by a different group of people. It's like Coffee Talk. If you're familiar with the game Coffee Talk, it's Coffee Talk, but in like a D&D setting. And I watched the trailer, and literally, oh god, I'm gonna get it off my phone, I can't get it off my PC, but like, I feel like I was going insane. I'm like, is that Silas Briarwood? Is that Lord Briarwood? And no one was talking about it, no one was mentioning it in the comments, and so then I was googling the name of the game with the word Briarwood. Nothing. And I'm like, am I going crazy? Like, I don't want to be someone who's being like, oh my god, your character looks exactly like this other character, so you're copying. It's not that. I'm not saying that they're copying. I thought it was like a genuine cameo. For those who don't know who Silas Briarwood is. He's from, Critical Role Campaign 1. And if you don't want to watch all of Critical Role Campaign 1, you can watch the animated cartoon adaptation of it called Legend of Vox Machina. You might like it, especially if you like vampires. Silas is a evil vampire man, and he's voiced by Matt Mercer, and he sure is something. But I mean, he's bad. But I mean, Do you know how much I was looking forward to the scene where Vax breaks into Silas and Delilah's bedroom to be animated, and then it was animated, and it didn't disappoint. That's all I'm saying. It didn't disappoint. I'm trying to see, can I rotate this? Oh, I can't rotate Twitter video. Okay, well, you guys are gonna get my webcam pointed at my phone. Because I need an opinion of- I need opinions. I know my webcam's not great. I know that. But there's a scene in this trailer. It's like you mix in potions while also talking to people. If you're not familiar with coffee talk, essentially you are a bartender. People are gonna come with their problems and quests and you can help solve them. I can't get the Twitter video to rotate. There's a bunch of characters. Don't they look cool? Who's that? I know you can't see too well, but I mean he's got the coat, he's got the fur on one shoulder with the cape, he's got the little pointy Wolverine hair. Hello? I can't find anyone talking about this shot in the trailer. And I feel like I'm going the only reason I'm like, well, maybe it's just a character that looks like him. Okay, the only reason I was like wondering if it was an actual cameo from Matt is because Matt has like retweeted stuff about the game, and I've seen it talked to these, and I'm like, who is? Who's that? Anyway, Green, you said you didn't know anything about, like, you've never, like, seen much stuff with Martin because you haven't watched Critical Role. So have you not watched Vox Machina? Because, again, I would not force recommendations on anyone. I'm just saying, there's a man in it. There he is. That's the man who looks suspiciously like the silhouette in the Tavern Talk trailer. I'm just saying. This can't- I haven't played this scene. I've done a Silas audio. I've done one Percy, one Vax, one Silas. It was really- Silas is one of the most nerve-wracking voices I've ever done. Because, how to sound like Matt. Evil vampire and his evil wife, who's not a vampire. Because he kind of died and he got brought back. I showed this clip too many times on Twitch a long time ago. He is evil, but he loves his wife. I wasn't turning the volume up on my phone.
We're not originally from Whitestone. Of course you're not.
Tell me, have you heard how we became caretakers of Whitestone?
You don't need to see all of that. All you need to know is Vax goes to try and break into their room. Now again, this is based on the actual Critical Role campaign, so these are based on actual improv. I almost want to show the improvised scene is so good though as well, because genuinely, obviously what's happening is Vax accidentally gets caught and he has to improvise. The actor playing him has to like improvise. How's he gonna, the player I should say playing him has to improvise how to get out. Vax is very pretty too. I didn't know it had vampires. It has one vampire.
Beg your pardon. Just turning down your bed. Forgot those little pillow mitts. Gosh, you're a handsome couple.
Oh gosh, you're a handsome couple. Because that's what happened. Like Liam, who plays Vax, was like, "How do I get out of this?" And so his way of improvising how to get out of this is he started flirting with.
What?
I'm so good.
Back.
I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he's fine.
You are a curious one.
Hey, Green. Listen to it. He's got a nice voice, right?
And you look delicious.
Silas told him that he looks delicious. Man, if a vampire came up and said that to me, you have work in half an hour, this isn't helpful. Look, people don't understand how you're supposed to recommend things to people. You don't go, you have to watch this. You just go, hey, look at this. Look at this vampire and listen to his voice. And, you know, that... Just show them the blowbo that you have from the show. That's all you need to do. You don't need to tell someone or pressure them into watching it. Just be like, oh, look at this man. Anyway, bye. And then whatever they do with that information's up to them. Anyway.
Afraid there ain't much here in the way of intrigue.
We're playing a game.
I'm just a lonesome cowboy looking for answers.
Yes, Lauren Travis did dress up for Halloween.
You know, I receive emails every day from vampires seeking my help. You are the very first to seek my aid in helping others. This alone makes you intriguing.
Well, dang. I think you're gonna be sorely disappointed when you get to talking to me. I'm just honored you're giving me the time of night.
Sam! Don't hot brand yourself!
I have unlimited time, Samuel. I am pleased to share some of it with you. Our kind can be rather set in their ways. It is inspiring to see someone so young and eager to learn.
Yeah, well, I wasn't much for learning when I was alive. Just making up for lost time, I guess.
I've been trying to get into Critical Role for ages and loving Dimension 20. This has made me want to watch it. For me personally, so what I would say with watching Critical Role, I like Campaign 1 the most. I also like Campaign 2. I couldn't get into Campaign 3, but that's just me personally. Some people skip the first so many episodes of Campaign 1. I would check how many episodes that, I fucking forgot his name. There was an extra member of Critical Role that was in Campaign 1 for like the first 20 episodes or so. I can't remember exactly how many episodes. It's up to you if you want to watch the episodes with him in. He left the show. Thankfully, he was incredibly inappropriate with the female players. And made them very uncomfortable with making sexual comments about their characters. And just got annoyed when the game wasn't all about him. But I just always think of the scene where he, like, is just will not stop making sexual comments about Vex, and I'm just, and Travis, you can see him getting so upset, rightfully so, because his wife is who's playing Vex. So, some people skip the first few episodes where he's in it. It doesn't, I don't think it matters too much whether you skip them or not in terms of plot. But I just want to give that warning if you do look at Campaign 1. Those moments are not fun to watch. And I'm sure uncomfortable to be in for, yeah, skip to about episode 25, yeah. A lot of people just skip to episode 25. You won't really lose much content. Because again, even in episode 1, they'd been playing those characters in that campaign for like a year or two before they started filming it. So it's not as if you're missing like the first ever introduction to these characters. These players already have known these characters and already interacted with each other's characters for long before episode 1. I don't remember his name. It's something stupid. I shouldn't say that. It's not a usual name, so I can't fucking remember what his name is. Orion, that's it. I knew it wasn't a common name. Good morning, Julia. Welcome in. We haven't got any further in the game than we did yesterday. So if you wanted to look at the game, you haven't missed anything. I was gonna try and find the clip. Maybe, no, we're meant to be playing the game. But the Vax Briarwood's clip is, in the actual campaign's pretty good, because it's just like, gosh, right, like, he doesn't say gosh, you're a handsome couple, I forget what exactly it is he says, it's something really similar. But he was very much like, oh fuck, I could die here. Uh-oh, I'm alone with the big bads, but Vax is very like, mark me down as scared and horny. Although that, sadly, I mean, that scene does happen in an episode that had Orion in it, so you will be missing that scene. But you could always just go and watch the clips. I was trying to find the- I think I found the bit where he says it. Hang on. Good morning, Julia. This is the best I can do right now because I can't risk opening anything else on my laptop or my PC.
The infect has left you unaffected by whatever he was attempting to try. There's a brief moment as he kind of looks you over.
So this is... He's pretending to be like housekeeping. Because he can't let them know I'm a thief who's trying to steal your shit.
Lord Briarwood's kind of just walking back and forth, keeping a very keen eye. He kind of walks between you and the door as you stand there. Almost like he's waiting for a reaction of some kind, for you to initiate something.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What can I do to help? I'm pretty meager a servant, but anything you need. Whatever you need. Gosh, you guys are good looking.
It isn't that, is it? Do you need help with that?
A throaty chuckle from Lady Briarwood across the... No, but... What do you think?
It isn't that, is it?
Lord Briarwood comes up from behind, his hands on the back of your shoulder, and says,
Like we said, you haven't the gift of the silver tongue, but I applaud your effort.
Well, my mom and dad said I'm a real good speaker. They paid for like a tutor to teach me how to talk, and it's worked out really well for me in my life. So if you need like an ambassador or like a butler who talks, I could do that for you.
so,
What does that
what do
even
you
mean?
think?
What does that even mean?
Can we trust you? And Lord Briarwood kind of leans forward. You can feel like his chin kind of peeking into your peripheral vision.
I'm afraid not. It seems.
Well, here's the thing you need to know about Uriel. And I take a step back.
As you go to move away, his arms that are on your shoulder just kind of tighten, flex, and hold you in place.
Oh, you don't want to know? Okay, I'll just save that for later.
They both kind of chuckle at you. So.
Shall we?
She gives a nod and goes, I think we shall.
Now roll for initiative.
We're now rolling for initiative.
But yeah, that is one of the episodes you will skip if you do skip Orion's parts. But you could always just go and watch that clip, because if you do have any like triggers or trauma around sexual harassment, it's I can't even remember the details of the scene, but he's just like constantly making sexual comments at Laura, well, Vex in particular. Even though no one wants that. No one wants it. But yeah, I've never watched all of Campaign 1 all the way through. I'm familiar with at least... I've watched all of Season 1 of Vox Machina. I still haven't ever gotten around to Season 2, I know. And I've watched... I haven't watched all of Campaign 1 all the way through. I've watched a good chunk of it, and a lot of clips, and did watch all of, like, the special, the wedding one. I'm not gonna say whose wedding. I don't want to spoil anything. Clips I like from the first campaign. I can't think. That's always the one I think of first. Yeah, when Taliesin, because obviously, again, like Taliesin had mentioned Briarwood and stuff, but it's up to Matt what he does with the what he wants to bring in from the players' backstories. It's been so long. It's not been so long. It's been like 2 years since I was actively into Critical Role, and well, since I was hyperfixated on it. And I'll be honest, I don't remember much. It was a strong hyperfixation, but I just haven't looked at anything to do with it for like 1.5 to 2 years, and I don't remember anymore. It's not even been that long, and I don't remember anymore. I mean, any sweet moment between, Campaign 2, Jester, and, oh my god. My brain's gone. Ford, thank you, Ford. Oh no, I think one of the first clips I ever saw, and actually one of my favorite clips, which is from Campaign 2, the Dust of Deliciousness, how Jester outsmarts one of the big bads, because she manages to convince them to eat this cupcake, and like Matt hadn't really remembered what I guess about the cupcake, but the cupcake had this thing sprinkled on it that just meant that she could convince them. She's like, I'm gonna convince them that she had such a nice talk with me and enjoyed the cupcake so much that she's gonna undo the curse. That's one of the first... Yeah, that was one of the first clips that I ever saw. You could just watch a bunch of like Critical Role like funny clip compilations and see if you vibe with those to get like an idea. I just couldn't get into Campaign 3 just for the characters. I like Dorian. He's very gender, but I don't really like any of the characters. I don't think they're particularly bad. I'm not like a fan of any of them. I just didn't get into any of them. The only moments from Campaign 3 that I would watch was whenever they'd bring back characters from Campaign 1, because they are all in the same world. I can't remember, I think in Campaign 2 there's many moments, but Campaign 3 especially, there's a lot of ties to Campaign 1, and characters from Campaign 1 come back as NPCs. Like player characters from Campaign 1 come back in Campaign 3 as NPCs that have been played by the DM. And I liked watching those bits because I was like, whoa, it's the character that I know and I like. But other than that, like, I tried. Like, when Campaign 3 started, I was watching every VOD all the way through. Because it started while I was into Critical, and I was like, cool, I can start a campaign from scratch, but I just don't care about, like, Laudna, makes me a bit uncomfortable. I know point of her is that she's creepy, but I don't find her creepy in a fun way. Imogen I find boring. Taliesin's character I don't like. I know part of the thing is he's meant to be abrasive, but he just makes me uncomfortable. Liam's character was it's fine. I think I'm blanking on his name, but I think Liam's character is nice is fine. Dorian I really like, and then all of the others feel nothing for. So I couldn't get into and continue it. But some people really love Campaign 3. This isn't me saying don't watch Campaign 3. Just for me personally, I couldn't get into it, but there's loads of people who love Campaign 3. And especially if you want all of the references back to Campaign 1 and all of the characters coming back. Like if you want to see Percy again. And Laudna's whole thing is she is so intrinsically tied into Campaign 1. But I don't really want to spoil. I'll say that she appeared as an NPC in Campaign 1. In a way. I didn't know. I think that for me, I was like, finding out who Laudna is, I was like, oh fuck. But didn't really make me care about her as a character. I don't like, I'm sorry. Loads of people love Laudna, I just don't like her. It's not, I don't think she's a bad character. But, she doesn't do anything for me. Anyway, that was a ramble. Sorry. We're playing a game.
It sounds as though you have been handling your own life better than most. I was particularly intrigued by these revelations you had.
We haven't even got... In 2 hours, we haven't got further than I got yesterday on a 1-hour stream.
Oh yeah, them. Well, I give Walken the credit. Nothing sorts my thoughts out better. After a few decades, I started seeing patterns in the way we vampires think.
Can you explain some of these patterns?
I've tried to explain them to other vampires, but it ain't never gone well. I can try, though. See, we tend to assume certain things just because we've been believing them since we were alive. Or we decide the world's against us just because we're hungry or tired or something. And when we start tackling problems that ain't real, we ain't fixing our real problems.
Just texting Julia.
That make any kind of sense?
Fascinating, Samuel. These revelations that you had in the woods.
Just focus on the game.
Mortal psychologists have a term for them. They are called cognitive distortions.
I think we're gonna have to start doing regular Friday streams to keep playing this, because I was like, maybe we'll just try and power through a good chunk of it today, and I got distracted. But also, I saw somewhere it said the game is about like 20 to 25 hours of gameplay, so I don't know if that includes like the different options, or I guess just that if that's how long it takes to complete the game, in which case, yeah, this is gonna take a few weeks.
Cognitive whoozy what now?
Cognitive distortions. They are exactly as you described them. I will explain in a moment.
Don't you triple at me.
Tell me about these specific revelations you had.
Oh, I'm noticing what someone else mentioned now. So if you guys have headphones on, I don't know if it's coming across in stream, but the way that the game's mixed is it sounds, they've mixed it as if I am sat in front of these two characters. Andromachous's voice is coming through my right earbud, and Sam's voice is coming through my left. I'm just gonna go through them in the order that they appear.
Well, I noticed how we stress ourselves out by making everything a battle of do-or-die absolutes. High noon mind, I call it. Like that feeling you get right before a big shootout.
I must confess I have no experience with this feeling. I engaged in mortal combat long before the age of gunpowder. But the sentiment you describe mirrors the words of my old friend Marcus Aurelius. He used to say that the magnitude of life's challenges often turn us into our worst selves.
Oh, good old Marcus Aurelius.
You mean Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor?
Of course, his name was Marcus. Marcus was a bedroom name.
A bedroom name?
You mean you and the emperor were...
Well, what, Sam? Don't be shy.
It was ancient Rome. Penetration was similar to a handshake.
That's the one screenshot of the game I'd seen beforehand. I was on the Steam page in my Steam library, and I scrolled down and I just clicked on the one most recent screenshot. And it was of this. It was of this. So, canonical queer Andromachus. Sam! No, I mean, it's okay if you don't want to talk about sex. If you are uncomfortable talking about sex, that's absolutely okay. It doesn't make you a prude. I hope Sam's not getting genuinely uncomfortable.
My apologies. I somehow forgot you were American. But let us discuss this high noon mine. I believe we can broaden your definition. Mortal psychologists call this phenomenon of binary thought polarized thinking, but I like to call it Nosferatu thinking.
What have we added? Oh, okay, we've changed it to being called Nosferatu thinking instead of high noon. Yeah, okay, it's replaced. I'll read it in a second.
Nosferatu thinking?
Yesterday I was like, why is it called Nosferatu thinking, Andromachus?
It means you are thinking in black and white.
I get it. That's pretty funny.
Nosferatu thinking. Sometimes things can seem black and white. Win or lose, famine or feast, live or die. Like everything's a big show. Oh. It's the same thing. They just replaced... Okay, it is literally the same text. They just replaced High Noon Mine with Nosferatu thinking. Okay.
I believe it encompasses the breadth of the distortion. One is not flatly weak or strong, good or evil, smart or stupid, a success or a failure. The truth is far more complex and colorful. Not every high noon gunfight ends in oblivion, correct?
Yeah, that's true. Getting shot still ain't fun, but it ain't the end neither.
A perfect example, Samuel. Now, try to
Wasn't
catch
Samuel
me using
instead of
Nosferatu
Sam.
thinking. I will give you a series of statements, and one of them will contain Nosferatu thinking. I will repeat them if you miss it. If I do not drink blood, I will surely die.
I mean, that's... No, that's just true. Like, you do need a drink.
Death eventually comes for us all.
I mean, maybe. I know the answer. We did it yesterday.
Mortals will always fear our kind.
You're thinking in Nosferatu, Andy.
That's Nosferatu thinking right there. I've met mortals who knew who I was and weren't scared.
Very good, Samuel.
Like those guys
and even
outside.
If you hadn't, to say mortals will always fear us ends any hope that they might not. Always is such a terminal word, is it not? Would you like to discuss more of your revelations with me?
And this is as far as we got yesterday on the test stream. So now everything from here on out, I'm going into blind. I mean, I've seen what the different clients look like. I know what they look like. I know that I might want to kiss Dr. Drain. But other than that... we'll just go through in order.
I realize that as vampires,
We're new
we
territory
get the
now.
feeling of the power that comes with immortality and strength, but then we get hopeless and aimless over time. It's kind of like the fella you see in the saloon at the bottom of a bottle of whiskey. Either he thinks he can fight everyone, or he's crying into them last drops because he thinks life's hopeless. It's saloon thinking. Two extremes that probably ain't true.
A fascinating observation, Samuel. Your saloon thinking was described in my time as the battle between hubris and nemesis, the twin excesses of arrogance and self-pity.
I go in blind too. I take off glasses. Oh, Julia. Let me check my DMs. Well, if you want to chill here, Julia might be a little sick. She might have caught something. I'm sorry. If you wanna stay in bed with us, you stay right here with us. Oh shit, my glasses! My contacts! Oh goodness. Exactly how I said it, you know it so well. I already forgot what I said, or what particular thing you were playing, but I would hope so. Let me give shout out. I didn't do clip shout out. We'll do this shout out. I would hope I know you so well, Julia. Oh my god, I'm trying to type on my laptop. I'm like, why isn't anything working? I hope I know you so well. You silly. I know Julia so well because Julia is my partner and also a streamer, artist, and does ASMR voice acting over on YouTube. Her art and audio commissions are both currently open. Her Twitch is at the top of chat right now, and if you want to follow her ASMR channel on YouTube, the link is in chat. She's also got a gaming channel where she's uploading her gaming VODs at the moment. She's been playing a lot of Sims. She's also got Ko-fi memberships and Patreon memberships. She's got Not Safe for Work audios on her Patreon, same way that I do. If you want to give her a follow anywhere, please do. Supporting her also helps support me. And we're trying to get Julia monetized on YouTube. She's got enough subscribers for it, but she doesn't have enough watch hours. Essentially, like, the amount of hours that people have been watching her videos for isn't high enough. I don't know how far off you are at the moment. Hopefully we can get Julia monetized by the end of the year.
Oh man, it makes me wish I'd gotten some schooling. Maybe I would have figured this stuff out earlier.
Oh, Sam, no. It's not your fault that you couldn't go to school.
You live forever, my friend. There is no rush. What you have identified is a phenomenon where individuals perceive either an illusion of control or a lack of control. Mortal psychologists call this phenomenon you have described a control fallacy.
Oh, something I wanted to mention and I forgot. Because I saw it in the FAQ earlier, in the games FAQ in the Discord. So, the therapy in this game is gonna mostly be cognitive behavioral therapy, aka CBT, and it's not for everyone. It's personally not. I don't love it. My biggest problem with it is just because in the UK it's like almost the only therapy you'll get offered. If you try and get therapy on the NHS, 99.99% of the time they'll offer you CBT, and if you are like, hey, that doesn't work for me, can I have something else, they'll just be mean to you and say you can't have anything. So that's not great because it doesn't work for everyone. There's loads of different types of therapy. CBT sadly is the most common offered, and a lot of people will not offer you anything else regardless of whether or not it works for you. I've heard from a number of autistic people that CBT doesn't work well for them. So we'll see how it goes in the game. I don't know, like, I'm like, hopefully I don't get uncomfy with it or anything. But then the thing in the FAQ, it was talking about like what therapy was used, and it was like, and it acknowledges that like cognitive behavioral therapy is not the only kind of therapy, and it may not be the best one for you, but that's just the one that they're using in this game, which is probably the easiest to be able to put into the game. And then the question underneath was like, hey, did you know that CBT also stands for yes? If you don't know what CBT also stands for, then you're a bit too innocent to be in my chat. No, no. It's fine. I'm not gonna say what else it stands for. Google is free. Maybe don't Google it if you're in a room with anyone else.
Rarely do we have complete power over our situations or no power at all. But we create this illusion that stops us from attempting to change our perceived situations.
Yeah, you're right about that. I used to think I'd never get away from my gang, and maybe that's what made me stick with them for so long.
Yes, you see how cognitive distortions keep us facing reality, whatever that reality
You've got
may be.
Uncrustables? I don't know what that is, but enjoy! I
Of
presume
course,
it's a food.
I am so old and powerful that I am always in control.
You sure about that? I mean, like, if you ever didn't want to be in control, like, I'm just saying, if you didn't always want to be in control, that, like, am I
You're testing me, ain't you? That's a control fallacy right there.
I mean, it doesn't mean...
Well done, Samuel. I am indeed very powerful, but the cosmos holds no awareness of Andromachos.
Oh, that's how he pronounces it? Andromachos? Oh, I should pronounce it how he pronounces it, not how Sam pronounces it. No offense, Sam isn't the best at pronouncing things that aren't in English. The best kind of PB&J. Some strawberry flavor. I still don't fully understand. It's like a whole sandwich. Hope you enjoy though. Said Andromachos.
Of course, as you expertly pointed out with your analogy about the man at the bottom of a whiskey bottle, a control fallacy can be positive or negative.
Oh, it's like a pre-made sandwich? Okay.
Listen to my next few statements and try to find a control fallacy. Simply let me continue if you do not detect one.
There might not be one there. Oh, cool, what a trick. Oh no, eventually there'll be one.
The sun will eventually burn out. I will roam a cold, dead earth, and there is little I can do about it.
I mean... I don't know enough about science to know if it's a fact that sun will eventually burn out. I think maybe it will, but it will take millions of years. I feel like, is there anything you can do about it? I mean, it might, I don't know if it lasts longer if we do better about global warming. I'm gonna skip
My
it.
kitty cat died. I shall be lonely forever.
You don't have to be lonely forever. I mean, it's okay to grieve. Why did you phrase it like kitty cat? That feels... But that feels like Nosferatu thinking. To me, am I being silly? I'm meant to be spotting control fallacy. My brain is now struggling to tell the difference between... Hey, you skipped a page. Nosferatu is when you're thinking black and white. Control fallacy is when you're either saying that, like, you're the absolute best in the world, or you're the absolute worst, which is... My brain is like, but isn't that the same as thinking black or white? It's similar, and that's... My brain is gonna struggle to tell the difference between the two. I guess the difference with the control fallacy is it's always about yourself. Why do they have to be so similar? Oh no, I can tell my brain's already gonna have a problem with this. I can't go back though if I fuck up. See, this is the problem. I'm like, but I don't want to fail! I've got it. It's gonna be fine if I miss one, but I'm like, but I'll feel like a dum-dum, and I'm in front of everyone. I guess this is what...
I'm sorry about your sweet kitty, but you can always pick up a new one. Or there's lots of them just waiting for a loving home, so you don't need to be lonely.
I got a Steve achievement. I got 5 distortions correct in a row. Is it... Have we done 5 already?
It was just an example, Samuel. Well spotted. But I do speak from experience. I felt this way once when a pharaoh I was dating had our cat mummified.
So... He's LGBT, and... He's a cat dad. He's meeting all of my standards.
I went into a murderous depression that nearly decimated the continent. But I had the power to help myself all along by adopting a new friend in need of a home.
Oh, that, when you, so sad that your cat dies, do you actually mean that you murdered people?
Oh dang, don't let me get on your bad side.
I doubt you shall see it, Samuel. Did you have more revelations to tell me about?
Oh, why not? Is it because you already like us so much?
See, I used to be in a gang. They were my whole existence. If you asked me who I was, I would have said, I'm a murdering bastard.
Bye, Green. I hope it goes okay. I feel like I'm gonna struggle with Nosferatu thinking and control fallacy. I guess the difference is Nosferatu thinking you'll be saying, like, this has got to happen or this will happen, whereas control fallacy is just, like, saying, like, you're the worst or you're the best. It's just like, but that is black and white. It is black and white. They are both forms of black and white thinking. But I just gotta learn to tell the subtleties between the two.
Once I got away,
They
I
feel too
realized
similar
how
to my brain.
small-minded that was. I was Sam before I was a murdering bastard, but that's how I was choosing to brand myself.
Oh, Sam.
My old gang's still around, and they're still branding themselves like that. They can't see themselves as anything but killers.
Very astute, Samuel. I favor the clinical term, however, which is labeling. You correctly discovered that labeling is a reductive act. When we call ourselves names, even if we find them accurate, we create prophecies we are doomed
I'm
to
confused
fulfill.
with the... Okay. Isn't... Okay, Felix is confused the difference as well. It's not just me. I know. It feels so similar. But I guess Nosferatu thinking, like, you could be like... I don't know. What's the examples again? Why'd you keep skipping to that page? I don't know, I don't know. I just gotta try and, I don't know. I just gotta go with my gut on it, I guess. Yes, I mean, I always hear people say that, like, people go like, oh, if you say, you shouldn't call yourself, you shouldn't say mean things about yourself, and it's like, why? Like, I've heard people be like, if you say mean things about yourself, even if you don't believe them or you're doing it as a joke, if you're even just making jokes about yourself, your, like, subconscious somehow internalizes that. I'm like, does it really? Because I've heard people say that a lot. I'm not saying they're wrong, I'm just like, if you make jokes at your expense, but you, like, if you make mean jokes about yourself, but you don't actually believe them, does it really internalize even if you don't consciously believe it? That's, because I'm like, but maybe that's, again, I'm like, I don't get how that works, but if I know that I don't mean it, I don't do that. I'm just saying, like, if I say mean things about myself, sadly, it's not normally a joke. But I'm just like, but if someone knows they don't mean it, then they would know that they don't mean it. But there's some things that is just hard for my brain to understand because of my own, neurodivergencies. And that's the thing I gotta get better at, is if I can't understand something, do not call myself an idiot. It's because my brain has its limitations. But I just get frustrated when I can't understand stuff, which is why I'm like, if I can't get work out the proper difference between the Nosferatu thinking and the control fallacy, it's gonna bug me. But they're both, because they're both like black and white. The Nosferatu is just like saying, oh, something's gonna be this or it's gonna be that. Like, it's something, like, this party's either gonna be the best party in the world or the worst party in the world. That's Nosferatu thinking. But saying, like, yeah, like, your friend left so you're never gonna find another friend, that's control fallacy. Or saying, I'm the best vampire in the whole world, everyone should bow down to me, that's also a control fallacy. I get those examples, but I'm still like, my brain. Autism.
For millennia, I thought of myself as a killer. It was not untrue that killing was how I made my way in the world. I was an unstoppable warrior and assassin. But with this label, I limited myself for ages. I did not only kill people, I also killed potential aspirations I might have had. See whether you can catch me doing some labeling in my next few statements.
I feel like that's going to be the easiest to notice.
I am so old, I am ancient.
I mean, that's true. And that's not a bad thing.
Call me whatever you like, but don't call me late for dinner.
Yeah, it's not.
How shall I describe myself? Yes, I am a mass murderer.
Well, that felt quite obvious.
Well, that's about as clear a labeling as it gets. Yeah, we vampires tend to do a lot of killing, but reducing ourselves to killers ain't doing us any favors.
Excellent, Samuel. You are correct. Labels can be cages that we lock ourselves in. I was a mere murderer for most of my existence because that is how I labeled myself.
Yeah, I did the same thing. Sam Walls, the murderer, reprobate, and good for nothing.
Oh, Sam.
Those are not how
You're
I
good
would
for a lot of
describe the
things.
Sam Walls I see before me.
Oh, and Twill's hair on fingers. How would you describe the Sam Walls that you see before you?
Did you have more revelations to tell me about?
Or don't tell me. Fine, play coy.
I think that's all of them. Or at least the ones that were the most obvious to me.
That you recognize the concept of cognitive distortions at all is most impressive, Samuel. What took me nearly 3 millennia to understand took you merely 2 centuries.
Oh, come on, you're just flattering me. I'm just a dope stumbling his way through one life.
Samuel, labeling yourself!
Are you now? Tell me, Samuel, what kind of cognitive distortion are you exhibiting when you call yourself a dope?
Yeah, I'm doing
We
some
all
labeling.
do it, Sam.
I gotta watch
It's
myself,
okay.
huh?
It's okay. Sometimes when I get things wrong, I say that I'm stupid, then Julia is like, no, you're not! And I'm like, I'm sure I shouldn't call myself stupid.
As long as we retain any humanity, we will have cognitive distortions. What we are aiming for is not to become perfect beings, but to understand and accept ourselves.
It's meant to be cool today. I haven't actually put the fan on yet, so that's quite nice. But what's not nice is it's still going to be warm. It's not, next week isn't going to be as warm as this week, but it's still going to, so Monday's going to be 25, and then every other day is going to be like 22. 22 for me is still too warm. I might not need the fan on, but I will still feel kind of ill. And 25, definitely, I will feel very...
As long as we can recognize cognitive distortions, we can address our real challenges. One cannot drink blood from a straw man, after all.
Huh. I ain't never heard that one before, but I like it.
If it helps solidify the concept in your mind, then I am well satisfied.
I didn't understand. I presumed it was... I've heard the term straw man before. I don't really understand what it
I know you
means,
came to learn
so-
from me, so I will do my best to honor your good intentions. Let us ensure that you understand the concepts of labeling, control fallacies, and Nosferatu thinking. I will give you a series of statements, and each one will contain a cognitive distortion for you to identify. I will begin.
Looking forward to autumn when there's no more big heat. Honestly, September and October feel like just extra summer that's slightly less hot than these last few years.
If I invite over my vampire friends, I know I'm going to have to deal with guano all over the place when they turn into bats at the end of the night.
That's gross. I'm guessing that's not- well, he's not saying anything mean about himself, so it's not labeling, and it's not about his own control, so I'm guessing that's not- Just because you're inviting over your vampire friends doesn't mean they're gonna shit on your floor. Why is that what the question is? They might not. If they still have a full vampire level of consciousness when they're bats, they can just fly over to the toilet. That doesn't- just because they're turning into bats doesn't mean they're gonna shit on the floor.
Well, that ain't right. He's acting powerless, like a man clinging to the whiskey bottle. What'd Andromaco say that distortion was?
Never mind, it was the control one. Fucking god dang it! What do you mean that was the control one? I don't understand that, like... I knew it wasn't- I'm like, oh, that's one of the black- like, but why are they so similar? Oh, am I not gonna be able to tell the difference between them? I didn't think he was acting powerless. He wasn't saying anything about himself. He wasn't saying that, oh, if I transform into a bat, I'm gonna shit on the floor. He was just saying, like, I thought that was the Nosferatu, because he was saying, like, oh, if I invite them over, if I invite my friends over for a party, it's probably gonna go bad anyway. Like, no, you don't know that. That's Nosferatu. No, apparently not. Apparently it was the control one. So that's no more Steam achievements for getting a bunch right in a row for me.
If I invite over my vampire friends,
How?
I know I'm going to have to deal with guano all over the place when they turn into bats at the end of the night.
How is that the control one and not the Nosferatu? Is it because he's like, oh, if I invite them over, I'm gonna have to deal with this shit, and that sucks. Whereas if it was Nosferatu, I don't understand. They're both examples of black and white thinking, though. One of them is just... reading it again is not gonna help me. Control fallacy, so if he's speaking about his own responsibility or control, also... I guess cleaning up is a responsibility that he will have. But So is it control fallacy because he's saying, if my friends shit all over the floor, I'm sorry that that's what it is. If my friends shit all over the floor, I'm gonna have to clean it up, is control fallacy because, hey, your friends will help clean up their own shit. That's why it's the control one? Because he's assuming that he'll have to clean everything up himself? Because I'm like, but isn't that Nosferatu thinking? Because just because they're bats doesn't mean they'll have to go to the bathroom or forget how to use the bathroom.
Well, that there's a control fallacy, sir. You're acting like you've got no control, but you could lay down some ground rules for guests, or some newspaper.
So it's a control fallacy because he's acting as if there's nothing he can do to stop them shitting on the floor, when in fact, he could just tell them not to shit on the floor. That didn't occur to me, because I just assumed that why would anyone need to be told not to shit on the floor? You would just not do that. I'm gonna take these examples too literally, aren't I? I just realized that might, depending on the example, I might struggle if I take it too literally. Like, I was just like, yeah, but like, if they've still got vampire level consciousness, then they wouldn't shit on the floor. You wouldn't, that doesn't make sense as a control thing, because I was thinking there's no way that they're gonna shit on the floor. But that wasn't what I was meant to be thinking about. It was just an example. I was meant to be thinking about how he felt powerless to stop them, and you could stop them. I'm like, I just assumed they already wouldn't do it. Because why the hell would you do that? Why would you not use the toilet? Oh, if I take some of these examples too literally, this is not gonna work out. I don't want this to be like Ace Attorney all over again, where I end up really not having fun and get frustrated at the game and then have to stop playing. It's not the game's fault. I haven't seen other people really struggle with the questions. It's my own problems. It's my own issue. If I take the things too literally, I can't help but do it. Wait, I've got to make sure I'm not practicing labeling. I'm not stupid if I take them too literally, because I can't help but take things too literally. Because I have autism. It's not something, it doesn't make me stupid because I'm exhibiting symptoms of autism.
Or express concern to my friends that they have not been toilet trained. Very good, Samuel. Let me try another.
Okay.
I am Andromachus, the ancient darkness, the scourge of the Mediterranean, the mortal's bane.
I mean, I know that's meant to be labeling, but like, that all sounded really fucking cool. I don't know that I'd say that that was like bad labeling. Someone came up and said that to me.
Well, that's definitely some intense labeling. Those are some hard names to get over.
I don't know. Oh, I know, it's okay, Julia.
You are not wrong. Those names followed me for millennia. It was most stifling. Let me try another then.
Let me try and just, not get... Sorry if you can hear the kids screaming outside. Let me try and not get too bogged down on the specifics of the example. Because if I start being like, oh, well, let's lay out the scene, it's like, no, it's just an example.
If my club's revenues do not significantly increase, I will end up living on the street.
Okay. I'm gonna guess that that's Nosferatu thinking and not control fallacy. Well, but I don't know. If they don't increase, I'll end up living on the street. Oh, fucking god dang it. Well, okay, it could be Nosferatu thinking, because that's very black and white. He's saying, if this doesn't happen, then this will happen. And they're two very polarized opposites. To immediately go from revenue going down to being homeless. However, one not also argue that it's a control fallacy, because he has the ability to try and market his club more, to try and do things to help the revenue increase. No. Well, oh no, they both have if. I was like, maybe if statements are always Nosferatu, and I'm like, no, they both have if statements. Nosferatu thinking is, if I can't get the best saddle, my butt's gonna break. But control fallacy is, if a mortal discovers a secret, it's my responsibility to deal with it. Would it, so if my club revenues do not increase, I'll end up living on the street? If that's Nosferatu, then it would be, then what would be control? Control would be, if they don't increase, I will be a failure or something. That would be control. No, because that would be labeling. I don't understand. Oh, and I haven't seen anyone else playing the game saying they're struggling to understand. Because I'm like, well, it is black and white. If they don't increase, you might not end up living on the streets. You can come live with Sam. But is it not? But then is it not control fallacy? Because, well, he has control over whether the revenues increase. Somewhat. Like, you could try and, like, I don't know, like, market the club more, or do some, like, advertising, or, like... I'm going black and white because it's the one we haven't had yet.
That there's gotta be Nosferatu thinking. There's a huge space between making a ton of profit and living on the street.
Okay, so Nosferatu thinking is more if the two things are complete opposite extremes. And control fallacy can be any comparison, I guess. Whereas Nosferatu thinking has to be the absolute polar opposites.
Indeed, you are correct. I run my club at a considerable loss. But 3,000 years of banking interest means that money is not really an object to me anyway.
He does want it at a loss. How come? I guess if it takes a lot to run and not that many people want to get bit by vampires in this world, I don't know.
Samuel, now I am not only intrigued by you, but also impressed.
Oh, I'm a dark
I would very
pupil,
much like
so
to
says
teach you my
Steam.
ways, but I must demand something of you first.
Anything.
Anything. I'm here to learn.
Said anything.
You must receive therapy yourself. I will not have you seeing clients without a commitment to your own mental health.
Yeah, this is where the problem comes in. No. Before anyone gets on anything of like, you can't ship Sam and Andromachus if Andromachus is his therapist, because therapists, they're not real. Obviously in real life, do not flirt with your therapist, and if your therapist flirts with you, get a new therapist. Run away from them. They should not be doing that. But these guys aren't real.
Oh, now, hold on just a minute. I don't know that I need therapy. I'm feeling pretty good about myself these days.
I am of the opinion that everyone should have therapy, even if you feel fine, even if you're neurotypical. Which is like, oh! And which maybe sound hypocritical because I myself have not had therapy. But that's not for want of looking. I was trying a couple years ago. The reason why it didn't work out, I got all the way to get in contact with some therapists, and then it didn't work out. I can't risk getting someone who's transphobic. And so I was trying to just find therapists who are very clearly openly, because I don't want to get a therapist who then tries to do conversion therapy on me, okay? So, like, I can't risk getting someone that when I don't know their stance on trans people. I don't want them trying to tell me that, like, me being trans is an issue. So I was trying to find therapists who were, like, openly trans or openly trans allies. And, there's, like, a website, I forget the name of it, that actually lists, like, LGBT therapists in the UK, and I was going through it, and, like, 99% of them were fully booked and were not taking any clients. A couple of them put me on a waitlist and never got back to me. One of the many, many, many that I reached out to said that we could do it. It was so much money, and they wanted to see me every week. They had a lower payment plan, but they didn't have any spots left for that, so I would have to do the higher payment plan. And then they said, depending on after the first appointment, they could move me to every 2 weeks, like every other week, just to help me afford it. But they would need to speak to me first, so I was like, okay, God, this is so much money. frankly, me spending this much money on therapy, I feel like is gonna make me mentally worse because I can't afford this. And then they cancelled the appointment the day before and rescheduled me. And then our second appointment they cancelled on me like an hour before and then rescheduled me. And then they cancelled the third one because they were going on holiday. And by the time that I just told them not to reschedule me because they were stressing me out with all of that. And also they had an Instagram where they like openly talked about like their therapy practice and stuff, and I didn't really like their vibes. The certain stuff I don't know how to put this. I just didn't think it was gonna work well with me. They were very big into like meditation, spirituality stuff as a therapy, and I'm like, I don't really. I was like, oh, that's not. I don't think that's gonna work out for me. I know that meditation doesn't work for me. It makes me more anxious, and yeah. And then none of the others ever got back to me, so it wasn't for lack of trying. I do think, if able, people should get therapy. But then it makes me feel like a hypocrite because I'm not actively looking anymore. It's like, look, I've got enough stress on with just trying to move out, mate. It's so expensive. So, like... I don't know, not everyone can afford it, mate. And I don't know what form of therapy would work for me. I've seen so many people that are similar to me who try and get put through CBT being, like, just turned away because they're told that they're too emotionally aware. Because I'm like, too many people getting turned down, told that, like, well, therapy, there's no point in you having therapy because you already understand everything about why you act the way you do. So, and it's like, but that's not meant to be there for the end of the road now. But I've heard too many shitty stories about therapists here.
Samuel, we all need therapy to live in this world. You have been speaking in cognitive distortions since the moment you walked into my office.
Maybe one day, once I'm settled in a new place and maybe have some money. But oh my god, you know what pisses me off? A lot of things. I know most of you guys watch YouTube, so I'm gonna mention this here because I get this ad a lot. I get this ad 99% of the time when I'm on YouTube on mobile, and I need to, since we're talking about therapy, BetterHelp. Don't. BetterHelp is an online therapy website that will give you, like, online therapy, like, you can join a website and they'll put you with a therapist online. A lot of, some YouTubers take sponsorships from them and they have a lot of ads that will pop up on YouTube. You can have like a free trial of it and then it costs something, but you could get affiliate codes from YouTubers to lower it. BetterHelp, for those who don't know, used to advertise on YouTube about 7 years ago, and they had to stop because it was found that they did not vet their therapist properly on their website, and a lot of the people on their website that were claiming to be therapists that people were getting therapy from were not licensed therapists, which obviously causes a danger for you getting bad advice, but also means they have no privacy oath, like, because the point with a licensed therapist or doctor is they're not allowed to legally share what you tell them and your medical records, but if they're not a licensed therapist, they can. And also that they were selling a lot of data. They were selling, like, people's private, like, the data in the conversations people were having with their quote-unquote therapists to Facebook and other places. And it was a big old scandal, and they stopped doing YouTube sponsorships, and YouTubers were like, I'm so sorry for partnering with them. And then no one heard from them for a few years, and for the last year or so they've been back. As if nothing happened, and I've seen YouTubers taking sponsorships from them, as if nothing happened. And if BetterHelp are claiming they've cleaned up the right now, all their therapists are properly licensed, I don't trust them after what happened. And for YouTubers, right, fellow YouTubers, since I'm apparently one of you, what are you doing taking sponsorships and BetterHelp? or any similar therapy, promote therapy, promote mental health awareness. But to be in a paid sponsorship deal where you have an affiliate link, so for people that don't know what an affiliate link, like if someone has an affiliate link for a shop that sells clothes, let's say someone has an affiliate link for a clothes shop, every time you go to that, if you click on like clotheshop.com/thevampirePrince, you go to that website, the website knows you've gone through my link, and it might give you a discount, but also whatever purchase you make, I would get commission on, because the website knows that you went there via my link. I'm getting a commission for promoting it, for getting people to that site via my link, right? I don't have any of these, like, this is an example. I do not have any affiliate links or sponsorships. So when a YouTuber has a sponsorship with BetterHelp, that YouTuber makes money the more of their followers sign up for therapy. That feels morally wrong to me. I would not be able to live with myself if I knew, like, if a YouTuber has a BetterHelp affiliate link, they are making money the more of their followers are mentally ill. It's like, oh, but they're encouraging therapy. Yeah, okay, but if they have a big chunk of their audience that are mentally ill, they will make loads of money off of that by getting them to click on this link for therapy that's actually not good therapy from a not good organization. That just sits wrong with me. It's always sat wrong with me since people started doing BetterHelp sponsorships the first time around. I'm like, but don't you feel weird about making money for an affiliate link for therapy? Like, isn't part of you now wanting more of your followers to be mentally ill because you'll make more money that way? Because more of them will need therapy and click on the link? Or want more of your followers to not be aware of BetterHelp, or more of your followers to not have the money for decent therapy? It just feels a bit predatory to me. I don't know, it sits with me wrong. Having an affiliate link for therapy and making money off of... Like, if you're a therapist, you should make money, you should get paid. I don't have a problem with people making money off therapy. Like, therapists and psychologists and counselors deserve to be paid. These are difficult, mentally taxing jobs. They deserve money. What I'm saying is it just feels like sleazy to me that a YouTuber would have an affiliate code and they would make commission on advertising to their followers, especially if it's like a young child audience. Like, advertise the therapy. Why do you need to make commission on it? If you cared a lot about making people mentally aware of a good cause, just tell them about it. Why do you need... I don't know. It feels weird. That the affiliate link for BetterHelp already feels... It just feels gross to me, but especially more so given the fact that BetterHelp are an extremely shady organization. I don't get why YouTubers don't type name of company and then the word, like, controversy. Like, so many people taking sponsorships from Scentbird, including YouTubers, like, that speak out about abuse and cults and stuff, taking sponsorship from Scentbird. I'm like, have you just not Googled Scentbird? Scentbird is a, like, perfume subscription company. You get, it's like a subscription box, you get, like, little jars of perfume every month. The CEO is a cult leader, and she's, like, pro-Hitler, and it's, I don't look into her stuff unless you, she's very, like, far right-wing and either delusional or purposely lying. It's not good, and I'm like, wouldn't you just Google before taking a sponsorship? Especially one particular YouTuber who, like, talks about abuse, talks about the dangers of cults. I'm like, you're taking a sponsorship from BetterHelp on a video, not BetterHelp, sorry, from Scentbird on a video where you're talking about the dangers of what? Do you not just Google name a brand and then the word controversy? That would be the first thing I would do if someone wanted to sponsor me. I've got to a point where if I see something sponsoring a YouTuber, I will just assume it's a shitty brand. It just... oh my god, there's an ASMR artist I like, and I do like her videos, but some of the brands she's dealt with. She took a sponsorship from one of those companies that, let you buy land in Scotland. That you buy it, you get like, oh fucking, they'll be like, hey, did you know that if you own land in Scotland, you're legally a lord or lady? With our website, you can like buy a piece of land and we'll send you the certificate and now you're legally a lord. And this one particular company also said for every time you buy land, they will like plant a tree. Yeah, all of those sites, that's bullshit. You don't, it's like, you know those websites where you can like, get a certificate to like name a star? Yeah, all you actually got was the certificate. You didn't actually name a real star. You just printed off a certificate. NASA is not now legally required to call that star your name. And these websites that there's a few of these companies that'll be like, we can give you a lordship in Scotland. No. No. You bought a certificate. You didn't buy land. You can't, you know, build on that. You didn't. And also, this one company in particular, people have never been able to find proof that they do plant trees. They've never provided any proof of where they plant the trees or that they have ever planted the trees. And I'm just like, like, the moment that sponsorship ad came up at the beginning of the video, I'm like, oh, one of these scams, okay. And I googled the name of the company, and literally, just Google the name of the company, and it just has a plethora of, like, 1-star Google reviews. Immediately. Right at the top of Google, calling it out as a scam. And I'm like, wouldn't you check this before you take the sponsorship? Wouldn't you feel bad if your followers bought a certificate? You could just print out a fake certificate yourself. You don't need to pay for one. Sorry, that was a ramble. I haven't gone on the BetterHelp rant on stream. I've been holding that in for a long time. Because I get BetterHelp ads every time I'm watching a video on YouTube. Almost every time. I have ad blocker on PC, so not then, but if I open any videos on my phone, the majority of the time it's BetterHelp. And or like some sort of crypto shit, to be honest. And it just, it's, I've been holding that in for a while. Sorry, guys. Anyway, we're playing a game. Sorry, let me catch up on chat. There's lack of awareness, and some YouTubers honestly live in a very small world, which is odd because you'd think they'd have wider eyes when it comes to the world around them, but sadly, they live in a smaller world and interact with a small group of people. Yeah. Definitely since the good sides of YouTubers that won't interact with small YouTubers, so if that's not an indication to see how some YouTube communities are, yeah. It just... Sorry. I guess eventually, while playing a game about therapy, I was gonna go on the BetterHelp rant. They piss me off so much. Because they're preying on people that can't afford therapy by being like, hey, you can get like a free trial on our online therapy website, for like, you can have it like free for a few months, or your favorite YouTuber told you that you can have like 75% off and it'll cost you like $5 for the whole year. These aren't, I'm making up the prices, I don't know what the prices are. Like, it's purposely targeting people who either can't leave their house, you know, people who are chronically ill or disabled, and so can't go out to get in-person therapy, or people who cannot afford, people who have lower incomes, poorer people who cannot afford any other form of therapy. It's just preying on more vulnerable and poorer peoples to get their therapy that might pair them with a therapist that's not a real therapist. I've seen many cases of LGBT people being paired with bigoted therapists via BetterHelp, and even if you get a therapist who's nice to you, the website might be taking all of your data, all of that conversation you had with the therapist, and selling it to data brokers and Facebook and whatever. Whoever you're chatting to and the website itself might not have the confidentiality agreement that you legally should have with the therapist. Yeah, and then the therapist, yeah, that's another good point, Golden. The genuine real therapists who are signed up with BetterHelp and trying their best do not get treated right by BetterHelp either. Remember therapists saying the BetterHelp model is bad because it requires them to be available 24/7 with next to no compensation. Yeah. So there's not that most real good therapists will not work with BetterHelp because they know it's fucking like scams, and I shouldn't call it a scam. I'm not saying it's a scam. I'm not saying you wouldn't get therapy. I just don't like their business model. Don't come at me, BetterHelp. This is all my own personal opinion and alleged and blah blah blah. I just am uncomfortable personally with your company. Yeah, requires therapists to be basically available 24/7 with no extra compensation, which is like, no one can work 24/7 in any job. But yeah, I don't know if anyone is like me and gets BetterHelp sponsorships every time they open. I get the same one British guy. He's like, I get this ad all the time. It's the same like British guy, and he's in his bedroom and he's like, if you're like me, you tend to bottle things up. And I'm just like, oh, it's this guy. Lately I've started getting a blonde lady who's like, I couldn't do therapy because, like, oh, talking to people in real life is scary, but did you know you can talk to them online and it's way less intimidating? Maybe it's people in the UK are getting a shit ton of those. Or maybe my phone just knows I'm mentally ill. But yeah. Yeah, therapists are people too and need time to themselves, not just interacting with clients. Exactly. And you know, Andromachus here, I already forgot how he pronounced his name. Yeah, Felix, you get both of the ads. Maybe it's us mentally ill Brits who are getting them. I so much of the time I get the guy who's like, I bottle things up. Sorry, I was gonna say I'll punish that man. It's not the actor's fault. I presume he's an actor and not an actual real person who uses BetterHelp. I don't know for a fact, so I'm not accusing him of being an actor. I'm like, surely. I just got that ad so much it pisses me off. But like, how did he pronounce it? Andromachos. Like Andy said, it's also good for therapists to also have their own therapist. Sorry for that ramble. BetterHelp pisses me off. And I just was suddenly like, hey, since we're on the topic of therapy, I just needed to make people aware, because there might be some people who use YouTube now or just weren't around for the first wave of BetterHelp ads all those years ago, or were and didn't know why they stopped. But there might be some people who are getting BetterHelp ads now who... Because also, BetterHelp, sometimes you won't realize the ads from BetterHelp because sometimes they call themselves Real Therapy. If you look at the actual ad sponsorship tag thing, it'll say Real Therapy, but if you click on it, it'll take you to the BetterHelp website. Or if you look at the URL below, it's actually betterhelp.com. But sometimes they're calling themselves Real Therapy now, but it just takes you to BetterHelp. So if you get a BetterHelp or a Real Therapy ad, I just felt like putting that out there as a PSA of like, I don't think that's safe, in my personal opinion, to do that. Or maybe if there's any other similar website offering the same thing. I know people can be desperate for therapy. Please don't fall prey to potential scams or potential dangerous therapy websites that won't treat the clients and or the therapists with decency or care. I was suddenly like, hey, wait a minute. I've wanted to mention this for a while, and this is kind of the perfect fit too, since we're playing the therapy game. Just in case there's anyone who's getting those ads who heard of BetterHelp, doesn't realize Real Therapy is BetterHelp, or didn't know about the previous BetterHelp scandal. I was like, I should mention that. Sorry I've talked about it for so long. But yeah, I didn't realize they were... I just thought, like, when I started seeing them calling themselves Real Therapy, which, how ironic. it took me a moment before I looked underneath, and then it said the URL was BetterHelp, and I'm like, oh, you. Only super legit companies have to hide who they are. Back to the game.
I didn't even notice.
They are most insidious, but I am here to help you identify and challenge them. You have walked alone for too long, Samuel. Allow me to share my experience with you.
Jesus, if somebody said that to me, I'd consider that a proposal.
Well, alright, if you say so. I appreciate your taking the time to work on this, old cowpoke.
We have all the time in the world, Samuel. But for
Oh,
now,
we do?
you must be eager for something fresh. Please, dance. Drink your fill. We will begin tomorrow.
Are the goths still there?
Okay then. Well, sir, it's been an honor.
Sam! Join them for a
You
dance!
don't have to call me sir, you know.
Sorry? I actually, like... The response in my head was so quick that I didn't even say it out loud and just started laughing. Because my brain just so fast was like, yeah, but like, what if I want to?
Alright then, Andromachos.
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 Hey, Andromachos.
Sam! Andromachos.
Just call me Andy.
We can call him Andy!
Alright, Andy. I'll see you tomorrow then.
Sam, go get your dancing shoes on. Go dance with them. Yeah, this is just the game bugging out. It's got some bugs in it. It'll be fine. It'll just take it a minute. Hopefully, I haven't made it this far into the game before. I guess we just wait here for a second. I saw that there was a bug earlier. Oh, there, it's fine. We're all fine. Again, this is a solo dev team. He's still updating the game, and he says he's gonna be
Dang, look at all them mortals sweating, blood
actively
pumping.
updating it until the end of the
I
year.
am thirsty. There ain't no power on this earth that'll get me on the dance floor.
Are you sure about that? Okay, cognitive distortion reminders, that's new. We all make cognitive distortions. Cognitive distortion types, cognitive distortion types, 8 weapons to beat ourselves up with. They're just ways to categorize our thoughts. We can exhibit more than one distortion at the same time. Oh, that's gonna be fun if it's the Nosferatu and the Control. Ah, poor brain. Some distortions are even subcategories of others. Important, identifying cognitive distortions is just one tool in a therapist's toolbox. Empathy and compassion are some of the best tools we've got. We got a new dietary entry? Diary entry! No.
Maybe I'll see if the bartender's got anything for me.
If it isn't Clint Eastwood again. How'd it go, cowboy?
Seems I'll be sticking around. Guess I'd better get used to things around here.
Good to hear.
I mean,
About time someone helped Andy with his work. Seems you vampires have a lot of problems to fix. Name's Crimson, by the way.
okay, other people call him Andy. It's not just for Sam, because Sam can't pronounce his name. What was I thinking? Oh, no, I was gonna say, like, I don't blame Sam for, like, I wouldn't be able to get on the dance floor either. In fantasy, maybe I could be like, maybe I could join them, but in reality, I'd be like, no. Not with other people looking, I can't.
Fine meeting you, Crimson. How
But
do you know so much about what Andy's doing?
part of that stage fright, and part of that is, maybe I'd get over it one day, because I used to not be able to sing in front of anyone, and now I sing in front of you guys on stream. That's still easier than doing it in person. The stage fright thing is a scopophobia thing. It's people looking at me is a irrational fear / anxiety problem that I got, and mine wasn't. Which is why the singing was hard for me to do at first, and I still get nervous doing it because I've always been picked on by her for dancing and singing as a child, and told that I'm not any good at it. Not that I've ever tried to be good at dancing, was like, I was a kid. Clubs are not my scene. True, but maybe if we were vampires in the club, we wouldn't. Maybe they don't feel warm. I don't know. But yeah, no, clubs are not my scene at all. But I can imagine that I could dance with them in an imaginary world. But no, I would instantly get sensory overload.
Pillow talk. I'm his blood partner.
What does that mean? Like a kind of queer platonic partner situation where he also drinks off you if there's no one else around? Or you're like romantically involved?
No shit. How's a mortal get hooked up with an ancient vampire?
Is that like a romantic thing? Or is that like a... she's his go-to blood source? But they're just like friends, or like platonic?
I'm a rock climber. I stumbled into one of his lairs in Madagascar, found a cave while climbing a mountain, and there he was, naked in a hot tub.
He got a hot tub in the middle of a cave?
Dang. Must have been a sight.
Are you imagining it, Sam?
You ain't kidding, cowboy. Didn't expect a luxury apartment with a gorgeous naked vampire inside of a mountain. We hit it off, and he asked me to come back here with him. I like an adventure, so I said, what the hell? I'll date the gorgeous Dracula.
Oh, they are. No, they are dating. Damn it, so he's not available?
But what are you doing talking to me, cowboy?
Unless he's
the blood's
polyamorous.
running hot on the dance floor, and these kids don't mind a little biting.
I mean, who's to say he's monogamous?
Ain't no way I'm dancing. There's gotta be a better way to get something fresh to drink.
Reinhard, look. It's the sexy old guy again.
You should buy us a drink, old guy. You'll probably get lucky. Actually, you will definitely get lucky.
Fucking hell, Reinhard.
Pleasures of the
I mean,
flesh ain't exactly what I'm after tonight.
I mean, you know, we've already met one poly couple. There could be a second one. Poly is in polyamorous, not polysexual. There's a lot of polys in words. Oh, okay, Sam. Then that's fair. You shouldn't feel pressured into pleasures of the flesh.
That's because you haven't experienced these pleasures with us yet. Buy us a drink and you will discover great satisfaction by uns.
Oh, there's no yes option. That's fine if Sam's not into it. Tell them they're not your type. I don't want to tell them that. Tell them alcohol's bad for them. Okay, tell them you don't have the money. Oh, to buy them a drink. I'm not gonna tell them they're not my type because I don't want them to feel like. One, I personally am like, don't have a very strict type. I don't know if Sam does. I don't want to assume that Sam does. But also, I don't want to make them think that they're not good enough, because they is. I mean, I do hate alcohol, but like, I feel like going into a club and being like, alcohol's bad for you is a bad move. I don't know if we don't have that. See, I don't like lying, but I don't know if Sam doesn't. I don't know if Sam does have the money or not. Oh, I don't know. I'm bad with visual I guess I'm bad with visual novels. I'm like, I don't drink, but I don't lecture other people on drinking. I just don't want them to do it around me. I say I don't have the money.
I ain't buying you a drink. All I got are good old-fashioned dollars.
I also did wonder if he'd converted currency.
I like American money. All we have on our money are buildings. You have housed the sexy old men.
Maxie. Girl, I don't want to like... I don't want to judge, right? I don't want to judge your taste in guys. But I don't think anyone on any currency... counts as sexy.
All right, I'll bite. Which of them old men are sexy?
I like Hamilton. His
Jesus
posture
Christ.
is just so powerful.
What the fuck is happening? I didn't know this is the conversation I'd be in today. Oh, UK currency isn't sexy either. What is, that's why I just said currency in general. What? I didn't know we were going to be talking about Hamilton today. What's happening?
There is a dollar coin that has Eisenhower's face on it.
What?
Oh, you are right. Eisenhower is, how do you Americans say, a snack?
That is a word you could use. I'm not sure it's one that you should in this case.
I get it. You like older men.
I mean, look. Older men are pretty. But what the fuck, guys? Hamilton was done pretty handsome? Okay, I haven't seen what Hamilton looks like on the currency. My kind of feeling is, I'm like, I don't know that any politician I'm ever gonna think is attractive. Maybe that's just because most of our politicians are pieces of shit. And I have no love for the royal family. But I'm like... But maybe that's just, again, maybe that's me with my being demisexual and being like... I can't look at someone and find them attractive if I think they act like... Some people can be like, hey, this person's an asshole, but they're physically pretty. For me, if I think someone's an asshole or if I don't like someone, I can't also find them physically attractive. My sense of attraction doesn't work like that. I don't want to tell them they're not my type. First thought seen apples was nose. Fine, I'll tell them alcohol's bad for them.
I ain't buying you a drink. This stuff's terrible for you.
Are you making a joke? We are at a bar.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought how it was gonna go.
It's okay. He's just trying to be protective. Aren't you, Opa?
Opa!
You know, I think the drinks here ain't strong enough for you two.
I'm not telling them they're not my type. They seem cool.
I ain't buying you a drink. I think I'd be insulting your economic status.
Mein Lieber, don't worry about us. We just like to feel special. We have lucrative jobs in IT.
I mean, frankly, that makes them more. I mean, they're this cool and they've got lucrative IT jobs. So, like, they could take care of you, like, financially as well.
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe you can help me. See, my printer died again. I'm getting real tired of these things.
Oh, Sam.
Oh, please, we are here to party. But get a laser printer.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the tip. That ink seems to be more valuable than blood.
No, I have to tell them they're not my type. I don't want to. If this was a dating sim, I normally wouldn't immediately be like, I just met you, but here you go. But like, maybe it's just because their voices are really nice and they've complimented us a bunch of times. I'm like, you know, I never would pick up, I would never pick up on like want a character to like hook up with so soon into a game. But they made them hot, flirty German goths who can't stop calling us Liebling and complimenting us. It's not my fault. Why are you making me lie, game?
I ain't buying you a drink. You ain't exactly my type.
Oh, we don't want to marry you. We just want to have fun with you.
Well, now, see, that is a deal breaker. No, I don't do casual.
You kids are too much. Well, these kids just ain't gonna leave me alone.
I guess you have to get through all the options. Oh, let's buy him a drink.
Stop teasing the cowboy, Kinder. They're just messing with you. Drinks are free here.
Oh.
Dang, really? I ain't never been to a saloon with free hooch.
That would explain why he makes such a loss. Because I was like, how the hell does he make a loss? If it's a popular club and they're saying that this, like, they're saying Imanox is the place to be, how would they possibly be making a loss? Like, he sells, like, obviously, if people don't pay the entry, they're still buying a lot of drinks. And then also he gets to the, like, well, I think I found out why he's making a loss. All the drinks are free. I guess because maybe in Andy's mind, it's like a trade. They get to drink for free and he gets to drink for free. If he gives them free alcohol and then he doesn't pay them for sucking their blood, I guess.
Call it a drink exchange.
Yep, okay, yeah.
Huh. So, everyone here knows they might be sharing blood?
Only as long as there's consent. We like to create a safe environment here.
I appreciate this game.
Why don't you take Reinhard and Maxie here back to the kink room?
The what? Now that's not a space that I think I would necessarily want to go in. If that is a literal kink room. If it's like an actual dungeon. Because I'm personally not into BDSM.
Wait, kink room?
Mm-hmm. You're not in Kansas anymore, cowboy. We are not afraid of sex here.
I'm from Missouri,
but I mean,
point taken.
But I guess also it's like, well, if it would be like a private space, does Andy ever
Nobody
go
has to do
in
anything they don't want to do in there. Just have fun and drink your fill, handsome. I'm sure I'll be seeing plenty of you.
Yeah, no one has to do anything they don't want to do, Sam. So you could just walk in there, and if you don't like what you see, you can immediately leave. You don't have to smooch the cute
Maxie,
vampire couple. I mean,
Reinhard,
human.
This is one of our special customers.
I mean, what the human couple.
Ach so, ein Vampir. I'm thinking we are all getting lucky then.
Okay, yeah. So, I guess they thought someone was joking outside.
My neck throbs with anticipation.
So they weren't flirting with. I thought the reason they were flirting is because this whole time they knew Sam was a vampire. No, they just genuinely think he's cute. That's really sweet. The vampire's just a bonus to them.
Guess I'm going to a kink room then. Thanks, Crimson.
Oh, he's going. He's gonna fill his belly.
I knew a man who wore this much leather couldn't be boring.
Yeah, well, you got me pegged.
Sam, I don't think you should be using that word in the kink room.
Is that what we are doing now? Give me the document and I will sign myself up for it.
Me and Maxie, we're like on the same wavelength.
I really ain't in Missouri no more. Look, I'm more into biting.
Yeah?
Oh,
so are they.
your teeth look perfect. Are you going to bite me with those?
Matt, please. I can't.
That's the plan. Who's going first?
Oh, me.
Well, step right on up.
Is this what I think it... Oh, I don't have any control. I just have to click when I want to hit the vein. So I don't bite him in his cheek, I guess. Okay.
Oh, das hat sich gut angefühlt.
I didn't know there would be a biting minigame. Did he have to moan? Do we have to do that? I just realized I don't actually, hang on. I just realized, because for a second I was like, I know what some of those words mean, but I can't do the whole sentence, and I was gonna translate it, and then I didn't want to type it, and then I was like, wait, but what about the thing? And then I realized I've never installed Google Lens. Oh, did he have to moan, Julia? Natural response. Okay. Hey! I think it just means, oh, that felt good. Yeah, it does. I knew das is that and gut is good. I was like, I'm guessing so. I've never seen, no, maybe I have seen angefühlt before. I've just used Google Lens. Well, see, but now I have Google Lens. I didn't. I just thought it came on the phone and I didn't realize. And now I've done that for the first time. So we'll look. I'm getting tech help from the IT guys.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Is it my turn yet?
Yeah.
Sure thing. Come on over.
We're gonna get to do it again. I just don't. Let's not. I don't know if it will like if I were to click on her cheek or on the choker. I don't know if it would actually, like, fuck things up.
Oh, I don't like that very much.
Oh, did I click wrong?
Dang, what's wrong with me?
Oh, no. I guess I clicked a bit too slow. I guess I accidentally kind of clicked at her jaw. I was trying not to click the fucking choker. Oh, no. Maxie, I'm so sorry.
Where'd your neck go?
It's right here, waiting for you.
Okay, do I need to click below the choker? I swear I've clicked it twice when it was just above the choker.
Oh shucks, I missed. It's a little dark in here.
Oh my god!
Is this... Need me to guide you, Honigmörchen?
Please. I feel like I'm going crazy. If I click when it's like on the choker, maybe there's a delay.
Oh, Reinhardt.
Okay.
The hot old vampire wore me out.
Yeah, because I bit you like 5 times. I'm so sorry. I think there's like a bit of a delay, again, because my laptop's shit. I don't think that's the game's fault. So I clicked while it was like on the choker, and then it still moved a little bit, so.
Me too, Maxie. I feel as though I have set up a mail server.
Reinhard, mein Sucke Fledermaus. Ich bin so müde, sexy zu sein.
She's really tired, guys.
I will get us a taxi cab, Liebchen. Und du, cowboy? Next time we will talk about that thing you mentioned earlier.
The pegging?
Oh yeah, sure thing, fella.
I mean, yeah, her taking the choke off would have helped. Yeah, sure, the laser printer, that's what they meant, Sam. Coffin time!
Samuel, wait a moment. I see you got your fill. Are you heading out?
I mean, unless you wanted me to stay.
Yeah, I figure I could use some shut-eye. I locked up my coffin over at the storage center.
Storage center? Please, you can use my guest coffin. I insist. You must be well rested for the challenges ahead.
Guess I got a big night tomorrow, huh? I should get a good day's sleep.
Wonderful. Please, follow me.
It's obviously being here. Yay!
Well, dang. This is mighty plush. Guess it's one of them smart coffins.
Betty Boop. Betty Boop.
Let's see what's on TV.
So it has public domain comedies. I think exclusively comedies because obviously the idea is that it's gonna help you and Sam, but the player as well, kind of cheer up a bit if any of the therapy sessions is like too much.
Hey, I remember this movie. We were so proud to finally get some representation.
Is it meant to be showing something?
Not sure I should stay up watching movies though.
Oh no. Does the TV not work for me? Oh no.
Well, ain't much else to do in here. I think it's about time I hit the
No, does the TV not
I'm
work
cut
for
out
me?
all this.
Or is it just not meant to be working yet? I'm gonna be real sad if it's glitched out for me. Yeah, I know I could just go watch public domain comedies myself, that's why they're public domain. But that's not the point! Oh, I can't. Uh-oh. Oh, the game might be crashing.
Samuel, good evening.
Oh, it thought about
I hope
it.
You slept well.
I got a checkpoint and it freaked out. Okay, we have a diary entry. April 11th, 2024. It worked in that scene when I played. Great! So my copy's just glitched out even still. I had a feeling maybe it was meant to be Nosferatu that was playing or something. Great. I mean, I shouldn't complain because at least I managed to get the game to work. Even in this silly roundabout way of using a different device and then Discord broadcasting it to my PC, but... I'll treat the settings in a second. I don't know if I can access the settings without leaving the game. Anyway. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just a little sad about it. Ugh, what a day. I made it to Andy's club in Leipzig. Folks are real nice here, a couple of goths are real friendly. They've got a darn tootin' bartender and even a friendly greeter. He don't talk much, but I can tell he's an introspective sort. Now Andy, that's one hell of a vampire. He's just got this presence. You can tell he's 3000, that's freaky as heck. But he makes you feel at home. But naked? I don't know how else to describe it. He makes you feel naked, does he, Samuel? Oh, and I went to a kink room. Yeah, Samuel's. Kink room. My big brother would have got a kick out of that one. I ain't gonna write about it here. I should get some sleep in this fancy coffin Andy lent me anyway. No, there's no settings that say don't have the TV on.
Like the dead, as they say.
I was hoping to save you some breakfast, but I've already sent them on their way.
Oh, that's all right. I'm still pretty full from last night. Them goth types were practically throwing themselves at me.
I am not surprised. Perhaps I should be concerned that some of my guests will follow you home.
Well, gosh, if I still had mortal circulation, I'd be blushing.
The audio's chopping off weird at the end of each of their sentences. Like it's cutting off a second too soon.
Why are you so embarrassed, Samuel?
Okay, that one was fine.
Hell. Guess we should just save it for therapy, huh? We gonna get started now?
Okay, it's okay now.
If you like.
Well, I mean, he's allowed to feel kind of embarrassed. You just shouldn't feel ashamed. There's nothing wrong with feeling embarrassed,
Why
though.
not? I'm eager to get going.
Or feeling
Let loose,
shy.
Doc.
It's okay with feeling shy, but you shouldn't feel ashamed, Samuel.
Very well. Let's start with the first question any therapist asks then. What brought you to me? Why is becoming a therapist so important to you?
Well, gosh, I remember what it was like. Being all angry, hungry, and scared all the time. It ain't no way to live. When I see vampires acting the way I used to, I just need to show them there's more to unlife.
And why is that up to you?
You, of all people, know how lost our kind can be. Preying on the weak, dating mortal high schoolers.
Hey, Julia, you still watching? I think that's a call out for a certain someone. I mean, it might be a call out for multiple people. I'm not saying that's a personal target at a certain Edward Cullen, but,
I've got to make them see their potential. That's what I'm here for. I know it.
I guess in Edward's slight defense, the Julia has it's a call out for a lot of media. The way that Julia has explained it to me in Twilight, because I haven't seen Twilight, is Edward was 17 when he was turned into a vampire, and in the Twilight world, whatever mental age you were when you were turned, you're stuck at that way. So it's not just that he's perpetually mentally forever 17, which that's not great. That's kind of like a Claudia situation. Well, no, because Claudia mentally could age, but was stuck in a child body. Whereas Edward's perpetually mentally like 17, 18. Which also feels like fucked. It's like, oh, so he can't mentally age at all? I guess that means he shouldn't really be hanging around with, like, trying to date an adult either, but I don't know who he can have then.
That is a lot of responsibility to place on yourself.
You got a funny look in your eye. Am I doing one of them distortion things?
You are most perceptive. Yes. Perhaps you can tell me what it is.
It's the control one, because that's the one
When you
that's
say
about
you are here to make
responsibility.
vampires see the world differently, in what way are you distorting reality?
because he thinks it's all up to him. That's a control.
Well, I guess that's a control fallacy, right? I can't assume I'll be able to help other vampires the way I was helped.
Very good, Samuel. Control fallacies are hard to avoid when one feels strongly about something. Your fate is not to transform every vampire you ever meet, even those who are your clients.
Yeah, no one can help everyone
You
anyway.
will do what you can do, and that is enough.
Yeah.
But I am eager to learn how you developed this desire to help our kin find a different way of thinking.
Well, like I told you when I first emailed you, I was a real nasty son of a bitch when I first became a vampire. When I look back and see what a no-account piece of shit I was, I ain't nothing but embarrassed. It all seems pretty stupid to me now. Here we are living forever and all we can do is kill? That's the dumbest thing I ever did here.
I am going to stop you for a moment. Stupid, no-account piece of shit, nasty son of a bitch, dumbest thing. Do you hear the way you are talking about yourself?
Yeah, and just because Sam's saying, oh, well, I used to be stupid, I didn't say I am stupid. I said past me was stupid. That's probably not mentally good to do, I guess.
With respect, sir, I earned all them names. I killed women and children. Half the ghost towns out west are my doing. I didn't think of nobody but myself.
Pretend you are my therapist. If I sat here and called myself a no-account piece of shit, what would you tell me?
I'd say you were doing some labeling. And I guess I'd tell you to look at yourself a little more kindly.
Extend the same compassion to yourself then, Samuel. How are you to move on from being a nasty son of a bitch if you are labeling yourself? If you wish to be a guide to other vampires, you must start with compassion for them and for yourself. So, now that you've gotten all that horrible name-calling out of the way, please,
I feel
tell
called
me,
out.
how did you find your sense of purpose?
Well, I was on the run, you see. The Wild West was ending and the Pinkertons were starting to get the better of my gang. I went into hiding and found a strange group of folks out in the country. They knew I was an outlaw right away, but they didn't judge me for it. They didn't even care that I was a vampire. They welcomed me like a friend, even shared their blood with me. They taught me how to appreciate the beauty of the night, and I started seeing things I'd never noticed before. They taught me my letters, philosophy, and how to question things instead of being scared of them. I think about them every day of my own life. They somehow freed themselves of all the judgments of the time and were better off for it.
These must have been the 19th century American transcendentalists, yes?
Yes, sir. I'm glad I died when I did, because their like just don't exist no more. Once my community died out, I started walking. That was something else they taught me how to do. There ain't nothing like having a walk and a think. I walked in nature for about 90 years and just took in all the grace and beauty of my country. I guess I was kind of selfish, though. I should have been helping other vampires the way the Transcendentalists helped me.
Oh, Sam, no, that's a distortion, which I'm guilty of being like... Especially this week, because I haven't really done... I've done the work that I need to do this week, but then, you know, I like to always be working. And because I've taken time off just to, like, do nothing, because the heat has been so hot that I haven't been able to do anything because it's hurt my brain too much, you know, or, like, spending all yesterday trying to stream and it not working out because the game wouldn't work, and now knowing that all I'm doing today is streaming. I'm like, but why should I get to do time off and just play games when other people are, like... I should be working more hard. Other people work hard all the time. I shouldn't have a day off. And it's like, I know that's stupid. I know that's a stupid way of thinking. Everyone deserves a time off.
Why?
Why waste 90 years walking when I should have been helping others? Seems pretty obvious to me. I could have done a lot of good in that time.
But your should turns that which you could find fulfilling into a duty. You create an extrinsic motivator. Truth statements are another cognitive distortion, something created by your own mind. Nature asks almost nothing of you.
Oh, I thought that was gonna go in control fallacy. Great. Now I've got a thing that sounds like control fallacy, but is... not. Oh no. Oh no, this is another similar... Okay. Should statements. Sometimes we judge others and ourselves with arbitrary rules on how things should be, and then we get hopping mad when our expectations ain't met. Should statements can put a lot of pressure on us, But there ain't too many universal rules. Heck, we should probably be dead, but our hearts ain't beating. Because our hearts ain't beating, but it seems like that ain't true. Examples. I'm a vampire. I should live in a castle. When you're in a gang, the gang needs to be your family, no one else. A cowboy must never show fear.
Even if your should comes from a place of good,
I didn't know I
it
could talk with the
creates
book open.
undue pressure. And what do we do once we are pressured? We resent the shoulds. We procrastinate. And as you know, we have a lot of time to procrastinate.
You got that right. Why do today what you could do next century?
I might turn the fan on now, it's getting really warm.
Exactly. Should statements remove the intrinsic joy from that which you find fulfilling?
Hold on though. Ain't there some things we really should do?
I mean, you should, like, eat and drink and sleep.
Of course, there are things we must do, but nature herself tells us what they are. We invent the rest. Here, let me give you an exercise.
Yeah.
Listen closely. See whether you can find the should statement that is a distortion. I should go to the vampire dentist. You know what they say. If you have bad fangs, you get bad blood.
No, it's fine. You should go to the dentist.
I should drink blood today.
You should. You'll die if you don't.
I should take my blood partner Crimson out on a date.
I mean, that would be... Oh, no. Because I'm like, well, that would be nice of you two, but you technically don't have to. I mean, you technically don't have to. I feel like... I mean, it depends on what she wants. Oh no, is this a trick question? Oh, this feels like a trick. I feel like, what if Crimson thinks that he should?
Saying you should take Crimson out on a date is a should statement. You've turned something you want to do into something you have to do.
That's right, Samuel.
Okay.
You know, I couldn't be more pleased with you. Your time in nature was clearly well spent.
Well, thanks, I suppose. But if you don't mind my saying so, I hope you're treating that mortal lady right.
Thank you. Please, ask her yourself.
Oh, I'm scared to. Don't
I
laugh at
imagine
like
she
that.
would share her blood with you. You look like her type.
Oh, what's her type?
Hold on. I've only been in Europe for a couple of days. I ain't gonna go after my teacher's girlfriend.
She does what she wishes, and that is why I chose her as my blood partner.
Okay, so she at the very least, Crimson is polyamorous, I guess. I'm just curious about what technically blood partner means. Is it just their way of saying partner, or is it specifically like kind of like a life partner that you share your blood with, but it doesn't have to be romantic or sexual? But I guess I don't know. I'm like, is it like not necessarily? I guess it. I don't know. I want to understand what it means. Is it like it can be platonic or it can be romantic or sexual? It depends up to them specifically, but it is just someone that, like, I guess you are close to in your life and you also share blood with more than anyone else.
Samuel,
I guess. I don't know.
Even if it beats no longer, you have a good heart. I think you will be an excellent therapist.
I want to know what blood partner means.
Good heart of mine hasn't amounted
I know
to
it's
much,
not a dating
but
sim.
I'm willing to give it my best shot.
But every time they say it, I just get confused. I'm like, so are you like in an open like romantic relationship, or are you like, is this like queer platonic partners? I guess it's none of my business.
Praise, aren't you, Samuel? Every time I say something positive, you find a way to negate it.
Stop calling me out.
I just don't think I should be doing any bragging. I spent my first 50 years killing. I spent the next 90 walking in the woods. I've tried to walk a better path since then, but I ain't no saint, Auntie.
I did not say you were. Having met several so-called saints, I can attest that none of them were either.
When you'd invite
Thank you
me
for the
back for a
hydrate.
I
bite.
understand your discomfort, Samuel. I, too, have done terrible things that I cannot erase. But is erasing the good I have done worthwhile?
No. I'm just bad at receiving
Well,
praise.
I guess when you put it like that, it sounds kind of silly.
It's another cognitive distortion, one that mortal psychologists call disqualifying the positive. I understand that the actions of your past are difficult to bear, but what we are here to do is accept reality, with both its positive and negative aspects.
Oops, gone too far. Disqualifying the positive. On account of the nasty stuff I've done, I can feel like a real good-for-nothing sometimes, but that's disqualifying the positive, cancelling out the good and leaving the bad. It ain't a distortion to see the positive in yourself, or in a situation. It's just being honest. I think it's more from the way I'm raised. I don't think it's like a distortion to see positive in myself. I'm used to being around people, I guess, growing up that would see you as a terrible person if they thought you were big-headed or egotistical in any way. And saying even the tiniest little nicest thing about yourself would cause them to say that, well, if you think good things about yourself, you're a horrible egomaniac. And it's like, no, everyone should think good things about themselves. There's a difference between, like, there is a difference between just, like, not hating yourself and actually being, like, an evil, egotistical megalomaniac. Like, there's a difference between, I think I'm cool, and so is everyone else. That's good. And I think I'm cool and everyone else is shit. That's bad. But I'm not really good at doing the first one either.
I am not saying that you should disqualify your negative actions, but merely note when you disqualify the positive ones. Let us try an exercise. See whether you can challenge me when I disqualify my positive deeds. I am Andromachos, one of the most powerful vampires alive. Before I became the vampire I am now, I did exceptionally terrible things.
But is that the disqualify because he's not saying I do terrible things. He's just saying, well, before I did good, I did bad. And that's not disqualifying it. But I guess he didn't say, because he'd say before I was the vampire I am now, I did terrible things, which means he's acknowledging that right now he's not terrible anymore. He's saying, I'm not terrible now, but I used to be. Is that disqualifying? Because he technically mentioned that he's not anymore.
Well, that's the one. Of course you done plenty of good stuff too.
But I wasn't talking about the positive things I have done, Samuel. Let us continue.
Yeah, I was wrong. Fuck.
I have
thought
defied
so.
the innocent. I have killed countless people.
I don't... Fuck. So I don't understand. Hang on. So... I'm having deja vu. I think I remember seeing like these bits in the trailer or the demo and being like, wait a minute, I'm confused. So, does disqualifying the where's the examples for disqualifying the positive? Is it only count? If they say something bad, it doesn't count. They have to say something good and then say but. Disqualifying the positive. The Three Stooges just... Examples. The Three Stooges just smack each other in the heads a bunch, though I still like them. Yeah, I guess I can turn to a bat, but any vampire with a fangs can do that. She rescued a kitten, but she drinks mortal blood every night, so on good news. So if they just say a bad thing, it doesn't count?
The good I now do pales in comparison to the evil I have done.
Okay, there it is.
That's the one. You're literally disqualifying the positive by comparing it to the evil stuff you done.
Well done, Samuel. I believe the recognition of this distortion will serve you well when you start to see clients tomorrow.
Whoa, tomorrow? I only just started learning these here cognitive distortion things.
I will, of course, be with you. You needn't worry. I can sense your instincts and will help you.
But tomorrow, I just don't feel ready yet.
My friend, we are never truly ready. But if it would ease your concerns, we can practice with further examples. Would that be helpful to you?
Okay.
Yeah, I think I could use the help.
Very well, Samuel. Let's try some examples. I will give you a statement, and you find the cognitive distortion
because
in it.
I'm not feeling the most confident.
I am far sexier than movie vampires. Therefore, I should be a movie star.
I don't want to call him out. Oh, it's a should statement, because he said should. Okay. But I just want you to know, it is true that you are far sexier than most movie vampires.
Oh yeah, that's an easy one. That's a should statement right there. But you're not insecure enough to be an actor anyway.
Excellent, Samuel. Would you like another exercise?
Yes, please. Give me
If
a
I
harder
cannot
one.
consume high-quality blood, I might as well drink blood from Florida.
Oh my god! Holy shit, Andy! I don't think we have anyone from Florida in chat, but Andy! Is that Control or is that Nosferatu? I guess... Well... It's Nosferatu thinking if blood from Florida is considered the worst blood. I don't know if it is. Let's find out.
That's Nosferatu.
Uh-oh!
Just
It is!
when you'd invite me back for a bite.
Correct, Samuel. That being said, I am sure there is still decent blood to drink in Florida, but I will bring a test kit anyway.
Oh my god!
Would you like another exercise?
We'll do one more. 3, and then I'll BRB.
I am an antediluvian old fart.
Well, that sounds like labeling to me. You ain't just an old fart. Are you actually older than the flood, though?
Do I look that old?
Well, I don't know, you're a vampire, so, like, it's hard to tell.
Oh, not at all. I was just...
I am joking, Samuel. Don't worry. The myth of the flood was at least 1,000 years before I was born.
Okay, but again, I wouldn't have been able to tell you were joking. You didn't. I'm not good with tone.
Would you like another exercise?
No, that's okay.
I think I'm good.
All right, Samuel. You must be hungry now. I suggest you get the liter inside you. We have a big night tomorrow.
How much is a liter?
What do you mean, how much it... Oh, Americans not use liters.
Just get enough to drink, Samuel. We will not be able to work if you are hungry or tired. Now, please excuse me. I do have a date with Crimson tonight. I suspect I shall not return until nearly morning.
Oh, yeah, of course. I hope you have a nice night out, Mr. Andy.
You as well, Samuel. Rest in peace.
Hope your date goes well. I guess it just takes a while to transition. I don't know if that's my laptop or the game. Just have to sit and wait, and eventually, there we go. Oh, I thought we'd be in the coffin. Oh.
Ah, Samuel, glad to see you are awake. Your first client is on his way.
Oh, okay, never mind, I'll BRB now. I thought maybe I'd get to go in the coffin. April 12th, 2024. I learned some more therapy stuff today. Figure I've been doing a lot of this, disqualifying the positive thing. I feel like I've got to be humble after the... What? Oh shit, I pulled back when I was a bastard. Why is bastard capitalized? Okay, but maybe that's just a shame talking. Andy says I'm ready to start seeing clients now that I've got my head wrapped around this whole cognitive distortion thing. Can't believe it's all happening so fast. Went for a nice walk exploring Leipzig. I keep saying whatever. There's a music school here and the kids are always performing stuff. I tried asking for Oh Susanna, but the kids don't appreciate good music. Damn kids with their CD-ROM music. The wax cylinder was fine. Well, I can't leave you in the coffin. It appears. I thought maybe I was gonna be able to, like, I could go and hide in the coffin whenever. But, turns out no. So I will actually just switch to the BRB screen. Before it's time for client number 1, I wonder who it'll be. I wonder if it's gonna be Dr. Drain. I'm just gonna go get more water and run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Have water. Oh, I didn't realize I'd left the goober on this entire time after it got redeemed. Let me switch back for a bit. There we go. I don't have the reactive PNG on, so I'm not like blinking and opening my mouth, because I daren't open it while also being on a Discord video share call. This is the first time I've ever had like video share up while streaming. So, where were we? Oh, therapy session number 1. Who's it gonna be?
What, already? Look, Mr. Andy, sir, are you sure I'm ready for this? These are people's brains I'm messing with.
Fear not, my friend. You are a powerful vampire in your own right. To be so young and have so much empathy is quite a gift.
Though, to struggle with empathy, it also doesn't mean that you're bad.
All you need to do is listen, and I know the truth will reveal itself to you.
Shucks, I wish I had your confidence.
That's something I definitely struggled with. I mean, things made way more sense once I realized I'm like, oh, I struggle with feeling and understanding empathy. And, some people mistakenly think that that makes you a horrible person. It does not. If someone struggles with empathy, it doesn't mean that they don't like other people and can't comfort other people. Like, if, for example, my girlfriend, like, okay, let's speak, like, if someone else is sad and crying, I won't actually feel what they are feeling. And I didn't think that anyone ever felt that way. I thought no one experienced that. I thought that was like some magic, like when people talk about being empaths, like made up stuff. But I still want to comfort them because I know that it sucks to feel sad. I know it sucks to feel to be crying. So like I want to comfort you because I know that how you feel right now is shit, because I felt like that and it's shit when I feel like that. But I don't genuinely feel sad. But I still want to help. You don't have to feel sad in order to want to help and comfort other people. And I feel like that's what some people don't understand when they, for example, like, a very common symptom of autism, and a very common autistic trait, I should say, is struggling with empathy. Or not feeling empathy. Or feeling empathy less than non-autistic people. And I don't like when people look at that and go, oh, so you're heartless? It's like, no. Hyper-empathy, it can flick the other way as well. It can be, like, lower empathy than most people, or it can also swing the other direction and be hyper-empathy. I get moments of, like, low empathy with real, like, people and situations, and hyper-empathy when it comes to fictional stuff, which is not fun when I just want to read, like, I'll just read this book. That's why I don't read much anymore, because if I'm, for some reason, when it's reading, that's when hyper-empathy comes for me, and I'll read something, and if something happens to a character that I would find uncomfortable, but it's not happening to me, and that character didn't even find it that uncomfy, but I'll read, and let's say, whether it's a book, whether it's a fanfic or whatever, something happens to a character, or like the main character, that I would find uncomfortable. I can start having a breakdown as if that thing just actually happened to me. That isn't fun. Fuck it, I'm being more, open about my own neurodivergence. I don't really share specifically, I just say I'm neurodivergent, I don't really share the specifics, because people are scary. You guys aren't, but I just always get scared because in the past with other people when I have shared, whether it be, you know, when I have shared my own, what I suspect I have, what I think I have, or what I do have, whatever, in the past there's been people who've not responded well, and been mean, and don't talk to me anymore, so, it's scary, and also, like, it's frankly also no one's business. I don't think anyone should ever feel like, I feel like saying I'm neurodivergent should be enough, and it's always been enough for you guys. I'm not, this isn't at you, but I'm saying, like, no one should ever feel pressured to, it's weird, because, like, I see people who are like, okay, yeah, but, like, do you have this mental disorder? Do you have that mental disorder? And it's like, you wouldn't ask about someone's physical health diagnosis because you understand that that's private medical information. So, and I just think there's too much, people seem to think knowing about other people's mental health is fair game, but physical health is private. It's like, no, they're both private. Mental health is also private personal medical information, and no one owes you that any more than they owe you their physical health information. But I'm sure most people can guess what I suspect I have, given a lot of the rules that I have about things like tone tags and stuff. I just never say the word because it's scary. But I get that too. I wonder if part of it is knowing the character's inner thoughts in a book. But even that, they can be so dang strong. It's specifically like when I'm reading. I don't get it when I'm like watching a movie or something, but when I'm reading, my brain gets so sucked in, even if it's like a 500 word fanfic. And then something happens in it that would make me personally uncomfortable. Or like something happens, and especially if it wasn't tagged. It can really just like, it can fuck me up for the rest of the day if I read a story where something in it happens that would make me uncomfortable IRL. And then that happens to like a main character. It can genuinely like mess me up mentally for the rest of the day. It's like, why? It wasn't even real! And it didn't happen to me! Fucking... So I don't read a lot anymore. Cause, yeah, hyperempathy be draining if that's what that is. Whatever it is, it's draining. And I don't want to feel like I can't get any work done today because I'm still, like, shaking about a thing that I read about that was a fictional thing. I'll be honest, I don't remember... This is what's stupid. I don't remember if I've actually said it on stream before. I feel like I might have even said it on stream before, like a month ago. And I just don't remember. I genuinely am like, hang on, actually, maybe I already said it out loud on stream a while ago. Frankly, saying it out loud on stream would be a big weight off my chest. Because I hate tiptoeing around it. Bunnies! I just saw the art you did for Julia! They're so pretty. You're so good with those dang... What are they classed as? Crystals? I don't know what technically what it's called. I guess I've seen some people call it diamond art. Okay, but it's not actual diamonds though. That's why I was confused. I'm like, they're definitely not real diamonds. I used to have kits like that as a kid, but instead of diamonds, it was sequins, and you got these tiny little pins, and so you would like pin the sequin in place in the same way that you do with diamond art. I had 2D ones, and I also had like a 3D one that was like a foam dolphin, and then you would pin the sequins into it. I guess rhinestones, yeah, that's the word I was looking for, not crystals. I'm genuine, like, have I said this on stream? Jesus, is vampire therapy gonna be what's gonna cause me to get over my fear of saying this thing out loud? It would just so much be easier if I did say it, because then you guys would understand a lot of the rules I have in stream and stuff and a lot better. I mean, I say in the Discord, you know, there's certain things in the Discord, in my Discord rules, that are rules for my community in general in terms of, like, what I stand by and support, whatever the fuck that is. Yeah, that were, you know, my social medias and my communities are always safe spaces for, like, LGBTQIA plus two-spirit people, xenogenders and neopronouns. I don't stand for people making fun of those. BIPOC and QT-POC, neurodivergence and mental illness, DID and OSDD systems, disabilities, chronic illness, chronic pain, kinning, other linking, self-shipping, fursonas, like anything that people might label as like cringe, but it's like you're not harming anyone by kinning anyone. So like, if it's not, what did Reinhardt say earlier? Is if you're just being yourself and it's not harming anyone. And like age regression, but then also, I mean, I've literally talked about this, I know I've talked about this topic on stream multiple times. I don't know why I'm scared of talking about it again. The first time we talked about it was literally almost like a year ago when I was playing Alice, but we support self-diagnosis here. There we go. Just say it again, just to be clear. There's a really good TikTok that I really like about it, by a creator who is someone's aware, like, professionally diagnosed. He's called Jeremy Andrew Davis. I like his videos a lot. He is autistic and he makes a lot of videos about different things, about autism in particular. But ultimately, no one's really doing any harm by self-diagnosing. At the end of the day, if you are incorrectly self-diagnosing, all you've done is learn a lot about yourself and try to, like, learn about how your own brain works and try to understand it better and try to, understand yourself. And, like, even if you don't have a certain, mental illness, neurodivergency, if you have a lot of stuff in common with it, those resources could still be helpful. Like, I don't know where this conversation was going. I guess we're just putting that out there as a reminder since we're playing the therapy game. There's a bunch of research you can do into it, but no one's actually really harming anyone by doing it, and a lot of people can't get a medical diagnosis because it's incredibly expensive, or the amount of times that for certain diagnosis, anyone who is AFAB or anyone who's POC goes very statistically underdiagnosed or misdiagnosed because there's a lot of stigma. Like until, what, like the 80s, it was very, or maybe the 70s, it was very commonly believed that girls couldn't have autism. That was a thing that the medical field has claimed. And because of that, even though, of course, we know that's not true, it's still, even this day, a lot of AFAB people get incorrectly, like, not diagnosed with, like, BPD or something instead of autism, or not diagnosed at all, even though they're autistic, because there's still so much misogyny in the medical field for certain diagnoses and stuff. Like, that's so fucking stupid. Waiting list, especially, if you're an adult as well, the wait list if you're an adult in the UK who wants an autism or ADHD diagnosis is like 5 years if you're doing it through the NHS, and if you're not doing it through the NHS, then it's gonna be thousands of pounds. And if you do get diagnosed in certain places with certain things, it can stop you from having basic human rights that other people have. Like, some places won't let you access gender-affirming care if you are diagnosed with, like, autism. We'll just use autism as an example, because it's what I'm the most know the most about. There are certain states in America where you can't get top surgery or be on testosterone or estrogen if you're diagnosed with autism. There's certain countries in the world you cannot move to, emigrate to, if you are diagnosed with autism. I think in certain places you can't adopt children if you're diagnosed with autism. There's also such a lack of resources for adults with autism. Most of the resources out there are for children or for parents who have children with autism. There's not a lot of stuff that is actually that helpful for adults who are finding out they're autistic when they're an adult. And the amount of times I hear from people being like, yeah, my doctor's, of people saying that their doctor said that they have autism but refuses to diagnose them because either there's nothing that can help you, or like, I just don't see the point, or like, it's not gonna do you any good, you know. Then you have the stupid reasons that people are turned down for diagnoses. Like people trying to get an official diagnosis and being turned down because you made eye contact with me for 30 seconds during this. You know, people being turned down for diagnosis either because they made too much, you know, they made eye contact once, or they just were too confident, or like the museum theater question. I've talked about this bullshit before. There's a question that people will ask when trying to diagnose you with autism, which is the would you rather go to a museum or a theater? And if you say museum, you're autistic, and if you say theater, you're not. Because in the doctor's mind, a theater is sensory overload because it's like loud and there's people, and a museum is like quiet and empty, which is like just not true. There's plenty of museums that are loud and full of people and echoey, and in a theater you don't talk during the performance, you're just listening to the performance. And what if your special interest is musical theater? What if you get understimulated by a museum? It depends on the exhibit, it depends on the show. Like, I'd rather go to a museum than see like Mamma Mia, but if it was like Tales du Vampire, oh, then you're gonna have to drag me away from the theatre. And then you've got some theatres, I don't know, in other places, but in the West End in the UK, some theatres here have, like, quiet rooms, essentially, that if, one, there's certain theatres have performances for people with sensory issues and for people with autism, where the cast will come on at the beginning and
invite me back for
explain the plot, explain that they're all actors playing characters, explain any special effects that is going to happen, and explain like, hey, this character might seem to die, but don't worry, they're not actually dead, and stuff like that. And some theatres also have separate rooms that you can go in if you have sensory problems, so you can sit in a room on your own, and they have a TV screen with a live feed of what is happening on stage. So, like, theatres aren't inaccessible. So I hate that question. Sorry. Let me scroll up in chat. But I talk... and I talk like I have autism even though I don't have an official diagnosis, because while the official resources won't help me, being able to talk through experiences with a self-diagnosis is helpful. Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to understand yourself better. And something that Jeremy says in that video is, if you end up thinking that you have autism when you don't, because maybe you fit like a few of the symptoms, all you've done is deconstruct your ableism so much that you don't think it's bad. You know, you've deconstructed your ableism so much that you're able to relate to people with these mental disorders, or consider that you have them without like feeling ashamed. Just to let people know about Right to Choose, which is a scheme within autism and ADHD where a GP can refer you to a private company for the diagnosis. Oh, I had heard of Right to Choose. Waiting times are normally shorter. Oh, is it? I didn't know it was free. Didn't I hear something about Right to Choose that's making it harder? I feel like I forgot. Worked in childcare for years, and the typical ASD signs are assigned to AMAB people and cis men, so it's taken me to my 30s to understand my struggles are likely due to being not diagnosed, and the waiting list is +2 years in my area. Yeah. I would like anyone who thinks museums are automatically quiet and peaceful to go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art on a holiday weekend, right? I've been to museums where, like, it's not a nice sensory experience because it's, like, not soundproofed very well. And then also with getting a diagnosis, the chances of you being abused or mistreated or misdiagnosed or not diagnosed when you should be goes up and up the more minority groups you're a part of, the more marginalized groups you're a part of, and like I said earlier, I'm scared to just go to any random therapist while I'm trans. I don't need them saying that's what's wrong with me, you know? A right to choose isn't available in Wales. I remember reading something where it was like not as good as it used to be. That's not to deter people from it. Now is not the time for me to check. Yeah, sorry, now's not the right time for me to check that out. But that, you know, might be a good option for some people. But yeah, there's so much. I'm not gonna play that. I could link the TikTok in chat. Hang on, if people are interested. I know saying I heard it in a TikTok might sound really fucking stupid. But it is a very it's well researched by someone whose whole thing is being like essentially educating about autism and oh, the Twitch app. Oh, you fucking everything different. And who is medically diagnosed with autism. No, Felix, that's really appreciated. I completely forgot Right to Choose existed. It just would be so much easier if I was not so scared, if people were less shitty about self-diagnosis, for me to be like, hey, blah blah blah, and then I wouldn't have to go into, to the upload anywhere else. Not to my knowledge, I'm sorry, Virgil. I can double check, but I don't think he does like YouTube Shorts. But you can view TikToks on PC, like in a web browser. You don't need the app unless something's broken and it's making you, but you shouldn't need to he has a website, but it doesn't look like he has any other socials. Hang on. And do public speaking stuff as well. It doesn't seem to link stuff. Okay, hang on. There is a YouTube. Maybe I'm silly. I might upload them to, maybe Instagram? Reels, maybe? But I don't want to have to go back and look for this specific TikTok on other places because it's like a year old at this point, and I don't want to scroll through a year's worth of YouTube Shorts. Just redirects me to the Apple Store instead of playing the video. On your phone, yeah, but if you could open it on a PC... If you can open it on a computer, it should just open it on the website. I mean, unless it's... I don't know if Macs do that, So it might be somewhere on his, It was uploaded around November 2023. I don't want to scroll back through all of his Reels and YouTube Shorts, but he does have Reels and YouTube Shorts. No contact, sorry, let me try and find the... Can I copy this link? Alright. A link to his social media page that's on his website, and if you want to go and scroll back through everything, you can do that. Hard to open TikTok without me logged in. On PC? I couldn't open stuff on PC. Or do you mean like on phones? Because I didn't know you could ever do that. I assumed TikTok was like how Twitter is now, and that you can't look at it at all without being logged in. At least on mobile. I've really drawn this out. The point. Sorry I've had so many rambles today. The therapy game's getting me into a lot of deep thoughts. But I know there's a lot of times where I'll talk about things. If you open a link on mobile without the app. Oh, I've never tried. I just assumed you couldn't open it at all without the app. I thought that was the point of having the app. I didn't know you could ever open it without the app. I don't use mobile a lot for anything. So I don't really. To me, I'm like, yeah, but why would I try and open it on mobile? I don't like using mobile apps on my mobile. I prefer everything on my PC. So that stuff didn't occur to me. What was I saying? Oh yeah, self-diagnosis. Because there's a lot of stuff, even like earlier, talking about like, when I was saying like, I was taking some of the examples too literally and that was making me have the wrong, come to the wrong conclusions about which distortion they were. And I wanted to say why, and instead I was just like, oh no, I take things too literally, and then I was like saying things under my breath in like a silly voice so that people could mishear me. But it would make things so less complicated if I just said the word. And stopped being scared of saying it, because I'm not ashamed of it. And the people, you know, close to me in my real life know. I just don't say it like out loud on stream or anything, just because of fear of getting shit for self-diagnosis. Or considering self-diagnosis. When it's like, it would be so much easier to just be like, hey, I probably have this. Like, I've done research into it for like 2 years. And, stuff like, again, doing like just one test or something doesn't mean anything, and I've done many and done, a lot of research for a long time, and have many friends who are diagnosed with the same, who are medically diagnosed, professionally diagnosed with the thing, who thought that I already was. That was the reaction. They were like, yeah, I thought you already knew you had that. Yeah, I thought you already were diagnosed. I'm like, no. It just will make it easier rather than being like, here's a bunch of different specific rules and here, I get sensitive at that thing, but I'm not gonna explain why. That makes things probably way more, like, complicated than they need to be. But, I had myself and, a close friend do the RADS test, the RADS-R test, and what is the score on that thing? Which, again, I'm not doing, this is not a self-diagnosis purely based off, or, you know, a self-diagnosis suspicion based purely off the RADS-R test, but, the test is like, if you get over 30, you should consider talking to a therapist about autism and looking into that. And I had people close to me take it who are neurotypical or are diagnosed with ADHD, and they all got like in their 10s and 20s. And then I did it, and I've done it twice. Once when I was just learning about stuff and I didn't understand a lot of the questions, and then once a lot later. It's something like 172. So do with that information what you will. Notice how I'm still avoiding saying the word. Most of you already suspect by now, and we talked about it once on Julia's stream anyway. But God, I can't just say it out loud. Was it like 65? I couldn't remember what it was. I just remembered it being something like, the difference was really big between like, what I got and what my friends got, which I found really, like, silly. I don't remember exactly the numbers either, Felix, but it was that kind of, ratio. Oh, I've opened the can of worms, I have to just say it now, which I'm sure most of you already suspect, and like I said, Julia's mentioned it on her stream before anyway. But the reasons for, like, tone tags, and I think I also have it in my rules now, please don't, like, suggest stuff to me unless I ask for it, which is such a silly rule to have. And I'm sure a lot of the time when you guys have tried to recommend me stuff, and then I've got all uncomfortable, I know you mean well, I don't mean to get uncomfortable. I've dug myself down the rabbit hole, I have to say it now. It's really scary though. Because I'm never gonna use, like, the streaming tags for this or anything, because I would feel wrong to do that without a medical diagnosis, and I would like one day. It depends on certain stuff. I don't want it to stop certain, like, get in the way of certain, like, life plans, and, I would not do it until after having top surgery, just in case, because I don't know the way the UK is going with trans rights right now. Hopefully I have to say it. No, Felix, this is good for me. It'll be weight off chest, and then I don't have to pussyfoot around it anymore. And this isn't me saying I 100% have it, but this is saying after like 2 years worth of research and talking a lot with my friends who are diagnosed with autism, that I fit a lot of the criteria, and if it turns out that I do not have autism, I at the very least do have a lot of autistic traits, and looking at, like, help, resources for stuff like that is, has been very helpful, because there were instances before where, like, I was accidentally making people uncomfortable because I couldn't understand that they were joking about certain things. And I'm like, and they're like, do you think I'm a horrible person? I'm like, no, I don't think you're a horrible person. I don't think you'd mean something like that, but just you said it, and I didn't know how else it could be meant. And then post doing research, it's like, oh, okay, I need to learn to not, even though I can't make my brain stop taking things so literally, it has helped to know that there is the possibility that I could be doing that, and that other people don't perceive tone in the same way that I do. Before I'd just be like, wow, I can't believe someone would, like, say that. That's, like, fucked up. And now I'm like, even if that's my gut instinct is to take it literally, I now have the voice at my back of my head being like, hey, they might be joking. I didn't have that voice before, and that was causing problems. But it is likely that I have autism. I'm not medically diagnosed. As I say, I would like to get therapy one day, but that is gonna have to wait until I'm moved out and post-top surgery, because those need to be the big spends first, and it is not safe for me to look into that stuff while I'm currently in this living situation. I'm shaking now. Yeah, I know it's not something, yeah, I know it's PDA. Not public displays of affection, pathologic demand avoidance. I'm very aware that that's what that is. Oh, Julia, shush! I know Julie's been like, you know, you can say it, and for a long time, and I've been like, no, I can't! I can't say it! What if people are mean? What if I say it out loud and then my Twitch viewership, like, drops from, like, 20 to, like, 2 people, and then someone goes on Twitter and writes a call-out post saying that I'm horrible for potentially self-diagnosing? That's, like, what my brain's been saying, which is Nosferatu thinking of me. But, I'm sure most people suspected anyway, given the way that I am. I mean, I've let myself recently, you might have noticed when I've talked about Elizabeth Das musical, I've allowed myself to call it a special interest, rather than just saying interest. That was my little way of trying to ease into about it more. I know you're my biggest cheerleader. Cause I mean it is. If people couldn't tell. Which is why, as I've said many times, you're not allowed to let me talk about it, because then I'll talk about it for hours. Yeah, that's not why I'm so big on self-diagnosis, because I have looked into it. I was a supporter of it beforehand anyway, but so it's not just in the rules just for me, but it was also in the rules for me. I was just too scared of saying anything, even though I've talked about being pro self-diagnosis on the stream before, just not that I have looked into that. But I think way more people self-diagnose than realize, because like, if you ever... Here's some examples of self-diagnosis that more people do. One, like, technically with, like, depression and anxiety, those are things that you're supposed to get diagnoses for, quote-unquote. So, like, if you ever say that you're depressed, but you haven't been diagnosed with depression, you've self-diagnosed, and technically, you know, according to, like, the government and medical boards, gender dysphoria is something that you, in their opinion, have to be diagnosed with. So... if you say that you have gender dysphoria, but you have never been diagnosed by a medical professional as having gender dysphoria, guess what? You're self-diagnosed. Which you don't even need dysphoria to be trans, to be clear. Like, hello, little guy. Hi, Cafe. You popped in a strange part of stream. But, hopefully saying that, you missed me telling chat publicly that, that I can't even say it again, I can't even say it a second time. You missed me saying out loud that I likely have autism, but I'm not medically diagnosed. I've talked in support of self-diagnosis before, but never said that it applies to me. Cafe already knows. Cafe's been new. But, that's out there now. Because of the vampire therapy game. Because we're getting in a cozy environment. I don't think, if I were to pursue a medical diagnosis, I don't think it would turn out that I don't have it, given how many, like, and again, and there's a lot of crossover between autism and other things, but, like, for example, like autism and ADHD, I don't fit any of the symptoms that are ADHD only. You know, I say that with, like, 2 years worth of research in, like, not a physical binder, but it's essentially a big old binder in my computer. Of stuff. Wasn't aiming- oh, no, Felix, I understood. Don't worry. So that's out there. Please don't be spreading rumors about me, though, and, hopefully that just helps the way I am on stream make a lot more sense. Especially if anything, like, PD related happens where someone's like, you should watch this show, and I'm like, well, now I can't. Now I don't want to. It's not, I know, it's not that you've done something wrong. It's just I don't respond well to that. Because there's been times where I've started having meltdowns on stream, and I've had to end stream, and I wish I was just able to say, I'm having a meltdown, but I've been like, I can't tell them that! You know, or certain times when I try and remind people of rules that I'm like, that probably sounds like a really weird explanation, and it would be so much easier if I could just be like, I'm autistic, please, like, be careful with tone. And that's why I struggle to understand things. I've had people get really frustrated that they felt unable to joke around with me or tease me, and it's like, I can't cope with being teased because I don't understand it, and, like, I will just take it literally, and the literal way to take that is bullying. And I get you're not trying to bully me, but that's what it registers as. Teasing is the thing I really struggle with, but I'm like, but if they're your friend, why would you say a mean thing? And it's like, oh, because it's not true. I'm like, but then why would you say it? No. And it would just be easier, but the world is too many people are too mean about self-diagnosis that it's too scary to just say that. God, I wish it was the other kind of PDA. I'd rather get a little smooch than my brain feel bad. Yeah. So that's out there now. that's not where I thought we were going today. But I hope putting that out there helps you guys understand a lot more the way I act about certain things, and also makes anyone who is self-diagnosing or is considered looking into self-diagnosis feel more comfortable, because there is no harm in doing it. Because frankly, if someone is, like, on TikTok making videos claiming, like, the only, like, most people who are saying that they have something genuinely believe that they have it. If someone is purposefully lying about having, like, autism, ADHD, DID, whatever, they're clearly still not mentally well. Like, if someone is going out of their way to lie and fake having DID, then they probably have some other kind of mental, like, not that I'm gonna diagnose them, but it's likely that instead they have some other mental disorder. You know, whether they're a narcissist, whether they have Munchausen's, whether, like, they're clearly not mentally healthy if they feel like they need to fake having DID, for example, in order to feel loved or get attention, you know? Like, there's no... And, like, something that Jeremy brings up in the video, like, of, like, why would someone go online and quote-unquote lie about having autism when the only response you would get for that is people being horribly ableist towards you. Or someone who doesn't understand the consequences of being open about being autistic online, right? And not understanding consequences of saying certain things is a symptom of what? Mental disorder, you know? I don't think anyone is ever doing it in bad faith. It's not harmful, and if anyone is, like, someone believing they have it is not someone who is lying. And if they're incorrect, but the resources are genuinely helping them, then all they're doing is trying to better their own mental health and understand themselves better and deconstruct ableism. And if they are actively lying about it, then I don't think they're mentally well anyway, because a mentally healthy person doesn't feel like they have to lie about being sick, physically or mentally, in order to get attention. You know, that's not the sign of someone who's mentally healthy either. So... that's out there. That's out there now. How do we segue back to the game from that? I don't know. Hey, Cafe, there's, like, hot vampires on screen. Do you like vampires? You only just popped in, so I don't know if you know anything about this game. Oh, ad break. Right. Ah! Well, I don't know how we segue from that. That wasn't- I didn't anticipate that was what was gonna happen today. Thank you guys for being cool. I mean, you're always cool. But, that was scary for obvious reasons. But, you know, I want to be honest and open with you guys, and as much as have my own privacy, I'm not going to tell you... Wow! Thank you for the hydrate bunnies. You know, as much as I'm not going to give you guys every fucking mental and physical health diagnosis that I have. You know, the stuff that I don't talk about on stream, and it's always going to stay that way, but, like, I've always been open about my chronic pain, diagnosis, so, which, again, I don't know why I had to specify that, the whatever is wrong with my hip thing, oh, thank you for the hip pads, let me get up for the stretchies. I think also the thing is, like, also being scared about that is, like, going through the whole chronic pain thing, and, you know what doesn't make you want to go and get more diagnosis is when you're getting one of them, and you experience ableism from some of the medical staff that are meant to be treating you. The physiotherapist I had, I've talked about him before, you guys were like, what the fuck? So, you know, when you have experiences like that as well, it doesn't make you really want to go and get more diagnosis by choice, you know? When your physiotherapist threatens you. We don't need to go over that. This is not a day where I'm gonna vent. I know, well, we've probably done a little bit of that, but we've been over that story before. I don't know what fucking past stream it was in. Some of you guys are aware of that situation. That doesn't give you a lot of faith. Which also, speaking of physical health, I'm still on the wait list for the find out whatever the fuck is wrong with my ear. There's no updates there. I will update you guys. Like, I don't mind being a bit open with health things, especially when it's like, it could end up affecting stream. If I'm, like, can't stream because of pains or whatever. Yeah, still on the wait list for that. I think I think the appointment won't come through until next year. I think... they texted me a while ago and said it was like 47 weeks. And I don't know if that was from the day they gave me the referral, or if that was from the day they texted me, because they didn't text me until like a month after I got the referral, so I'm like, cool. Okay, stretchy. Done stretchies. But that's something, yeah, as I say, I'm always gonna keep things private. That's just normal. You know, I like hanging out with you guys, but you are not in my personal life. You are not entitled to my personal life. I don't, parasocial things is gross. But that's, I've wanted to be able to say that for a long time, because it's like, how can I be a safe space for self-diagnosis and say that people who are self-diagnosing and people who are autistic and people who are mentally ill are welcome here if I am too scared to talk about mine? I feel like that's not setting a good precedent. I know, that's not how things work. Whatever, Andromaches. I can hear him in my head, but, I don't know. It's something I've wanted to be not scared about. And I know the, oh my god, what if 1 billion people tweet at you on Twitter, is Nosferatu thinking. But the likelihood of even just one person in chat being shitty, what isn't unlikely, just because the world's very ableist and there's also not accepting of self-diagnosis, and even people who are you know, even if I was medically diagnosed, there'd be a chance of people being like shit, but I guess trying to make sure that my community is full of cool people has resulted in it being full of cool people, and no one has been mean in chat, and I do appreciate that. I don't know how to segue back into playing the game. I feel really weird now. But that's also why, that's why I don't want to upload the VOD from yesterday, because I was genuinely, on the verge of having a meltdown when I ended stream, because, one of the traits I have, I don't do well when plans change, and, especially, like, last minute. You know, I need to have schedules and I need to have plans for everything, and so the plan for yesterday was to stream this game all day, and when it wouldn't work, that, I'm sure you noticed, really distressed me on stream, as much as I was trying to mask it. Which, unmasking has taken a lot. If you've noticed, like, anyone who's been watching my streams for the last couple of years, I've only really been unmasking for, like, the past... year and a couple months, slowly, much more so now than I would have been before, so like if it seems like I act different on stream, yeah. And that took a long time, because there was a long time where I like was like, of course I feel empathy, until I looked up the definition and was like, oh. So, yeah, but it's been helpful to know, because a lot of it was just me assuming, well, obviously everyone feels this way. Oh, they don't? Because, like, the thing is, like, and it's helpful, whatever kind of diagnosis you have, because even back when I was a teen and I was having panic attacks the first time, I thought the level of anxiety I was having was normal. I thought everyone must feel this anxious all the time, and I just can't cope with it. Everyone else just copes with it better than me, and there's something in me that is just weaker and is unable to cope with the general amount of anxiety everyone has. And then I found out the general anxiety that most people have is not an extremely high amount, and was like, oh wait, really? It's not that I'm stupid and can't cope with the big amount of anxiety that we all experience. It's that we don't all experience that. I have higher levels than everyone else, or like than most people. Like, that's really comforting to find out, because before knowing that there's just, because at least for me personally, thinking that everyone's brain works this way and I can't handle it, that must mean that I'm weak or stupid or whatever, finding out that no, everyone's brain doesn't work that way, actually. That's why other people can cope with all this stuff better than you. It's like, oh, fuck. Oh, well, that makes me think of myself in a less negative way. Because before I just was like, what was wrong with me? And now I'm like, oh, there's nothing wrong with me. I just have different brain that makes this stuff harder. It's not that I am, somehow worse at coping. Because somehow, like, by choice or something. It's, no, you're literally just not equipped to do those things in that way. And sadly, there's nothing you can really do to change that. But now that I understand that, it is making me mentally healthier in a way that I'm, like, not horrible to myself, and I will find things that I'm able to do instead of, like, find jobs that I'm able to do, instead of trying to push myself to do jobs that it turns out I'm not capable of doing, but I thought that I should be, because everyone else is. It's like, I'm not everyone else. The normal amount is 0, change my view on life forever. That, I get those TikToks a lot where people are talking about, like, physical chronic pain, or people are like, so, how much pain do you experience on a daily level? Oh, just the normal amount. Well, the normal amount is 0, so, what? No, because, like, you know, some people think the normal amount, like, what some people's normal amount of pain is. Yeah, on the pain scale, 0 means no pain at all. But for people who've lived with chronic pain their whole life and not gotten a diagnosis, or whether it's dizziness or fainting spells, whatever it is, can think that the normal amount is actually every so often. No, the normal amount is never. There is no normal amount of times you should be fainting. Like, I've fainted probably what is considered a normal amount, because I've only fainted once in my life. It was 0 for a long time. I fainted once when I was like 20. Because I had a panic attack so severe that I think it was or an anxiety attack or something, because I was feeling a lot of that. And then I thought I was gonna throw up, and I stood up to make my way to the bathroom. I was like, oh, I think I'm gonna puke. And then I stood up, and then I just just went over. Didn't hurt myself, luckily. Fell on top of I had like a piano keyboard set up in my room at the time, and I fell onto that. And kind of immediately came to because of the pain of it, but luckily didn't break anything other than the keyboard. But it didn't break any of me. Found out having pain, like 0 pain was normal. It blew my mind. Yeah, I've only had the pains that I've had. They only started a couple years ago. Though I'd had various aches and pains before then. But the back and the hip stuff didn't start until September 2022 was when stuff started going not so well. Yeah, the normal amount is 0 is a pretty can be pretty well content, but yeah, that for me that was mind-blowing with anxiety when I was a kid. That the normal amount most people don't go through with that much anxiety every day. I'm like, whoa, what? My anxiety's a lot better now. When I was at high school, it was bad. It was bad. Doing exams was not good for my brain. Yeah, it just didn't. I didn't know. So as much as like internet shit and Tumblr's got its problems, if I'd never got a Tumblr account, we weren't taught about mental health issues at school, and my parents never talked to us about them. My parents didn't believe in them. So it was literally getting a Tumblr account, which I only got because I had a DeviantArt account, and I was in like a low-key fan group, and one of the friends I made on there left DeviantArt to move to Tumblr, and I was like, no, don't leave! So I moved it, so I made a Tumblr account, and found out that like there was a thing called depression and there's a thing called anxiety and panic attacks, and I was like, what? So, you know, as much as internet dangerous, internet also help you learn things that school and parents might keep from you, whether intentionally or not. Oh, Jody, I hope work goes okay. Goodness. I'll be getting... When will I get dinner? Maybe in like an hour? We can still play the game. Remember when we were playing a game? Sorry, there's things in chat I wanted to read. I honestly don't think I've ever felt safe in a community. I might not be incredibly active, but it's very nice. Virgil, you don't have to be like... No one has to be super active or has to have been here for a long time. There's people in chat who've been here for almost a year now. Those of you who came from the, I mean, one, thank you, I'm bad at taking compliments. A lot of you came through the Visiting King Ask What's Your Hand, Not Your Sister's audio, which came out last September. So a chunk of you, a big chunk of you joined between September 2023 and December 2023. But there's people in chat who've only been here a few months, or a few weeks. There's someone in chat today who had their first time chat yesterday. I don't want anyone who, like, the point of that is, like, I don't want anyone who feels like they joined more recently to feel kind of left out or anything. And I'm glad I did get the Discord rules revamped to make
someone, somewhere,
statements very
is proud of you.
Clear, Felix!
I know I am.
Thank you for the Ko-fi. That's what happens when you donate to me on Ko-fi. The narrator from the Stanley Parable tells you that he's proud of you. So I hope you enjoy that. That's always an extra treat when anyone donates, as I get to hear that voice line. Teehee. Which again, to circle back one, thank you so much for the donation. I need to make no, yeah. Thank you. You did not realize that. That's okay. I hope it was a nice surprise. Thank you so much for the donation. Here's a way to segue back to the game. Thank you for giving me a segue. But thank you so much. That actually is the narrator. No, that line's not from the game. But it's also not an AI voice. Despite the fact that people made an AI voice of him and had him say really explicit things without the voice actor's consent. What that is from is somebody just reached out to the voice actor of the narrator from the Stanley Parable and asked if they could commission him, to make like a comfort audio for like self-love. The whole thing's on YouTube and Tumblr. It was a Tumblr user. I don't remember their name. I just remember the word soup is in their username. Their nickname is Soup, and they reached out to him and they commissioned him and they paid him, and he made that audio. It's like maybe like 3 or 5 minutes long of him comforting the player essentially, and it's one of my favorite things. You know, you could just try and ask the voice actors if they'll say the stuff. You don't have to clone their voices. Let me try and find the full video. It was originally posted on YouTube and then someone put it on Tumblr. I don't think it was the person that... Oh, hey! Now that I'm on YouTube. Hey, if anyone saw the audio go up on YouTube last night that was meant to go up tonight... No, you didn't. What might have happened is I scheduled those before I left for Comic-Con the other weekend. And when you schedule something on YouTube, you don't type in the date, you have to click on it from a calendar. And I guess I just might have clicked slightly, I might have misclicked slightly. So the video might have been, I got a comment on it after like 20 minutes of someone being like, I didn't think today was Saturday, and I'm like, oh fuck. And privatized it. And it'll be public again, tonight. Oopsie. I'm sorry about that. YouTube didn't, I didn't mean YouTube to get the audio a day earlier than patrons. Oopsie. Okay, I found it. It's 2 minutes long. I didn't think it was 5 minutes. But it's so in character. I don't know if, Give Soup Please is the Tumblr user. I don't know if Give Soup Please wrote the script or if they got Kevin, the voice actor, if they got Kevin Brighting to come up with the dialogue himself. Either way, it's very in character. Because it's like he's trying to comfort you, but he isn't able to say that he actually cares about you. Because, you know, for lack of a better word, the Stanley Parable narrator is pretty tsundere. But there's a link in chat if anyone wants that whole audio. So vampires, right? I'll get dinner in like... We'll see what time it is after we finished our first therapy session. Man, you know... Let me just go back to it. Playing this game really makes you reconsider what you're saying. Can't disappoint the pretty or I guess Andromachus is... No, what is it? Andromachus? I already forgot how he says it. I don't want to call him Andy. I can call him Andy. That Andromachus has, he's in the back of my head now being like, don't be mean to yourself. So I guess thank you little bat games for making me conquer my fear on stream today of talking about stuff. I didn't know that's where we were gonna end up today. Won't this be a VOD for the ages? I assume it's pronounced more like Andromachus because given 3,000 years old, I presume it's like Roman, if not Greek, like ancient Rome, ancient Greek name. And Andromachus sounds a lot more Old Roman, Old Greek, doesn't it? So, the game. Thank you guys for being chill and cool with me just going on that ramble. I hope, I don't know. I hope that makes people feel a bit like, hey, if I ever seemed weird or uncomfortable with something you said, please don't take it personally. Like, unless I straight up like banned you, you're fine. It's me struggling to understand tone and not dealing well with being told to do things or recommended things, because it feels like I'm being told I should watch something, and should statements aren't good. Hopefully that just helps you understand, like, you didn't do wrong, it doesn't, that way of talking doesn't work for me, and also makes people who are self-diagnosing themselves in my community feel less scared. I hope so. And that's also why some of the characters I've voiced end up being autism coded by accident. Orpheus was intentional. My original character Orpheus, that is an intentional one. RK900 was accidental. That just kind of came out. There's surely been other ones where I've accidentally said stuff, and accidentally autistic coded. Oh, Victor? Yeah. If there's a character that I kin, I'm gonna end up autistic coding them. So, yeah. That's definitely hanging around in my Victor audios. Stephen Grant, Moon Knight. Yeah. That's just what happens if I end up voicing a character I relate to or that I kin, then, oh, Copia? Absolutely. I don't kin Copia, but I just always think of him as autism coded. A good chunk of the fandom does. Yeah, Copia is intentional. But with characters that I kin, with like Victor and Steven, that was accidental autism coding, but, if you thought it was there, it probably was. So, like, you thought it was there with Copia? Yeah, that was very intentional, though, with Copia, but yeah, that was... Yeah. That's there. But yeah, I don't have a problem if people, like... Obviously, some of my characters have canonical neurodivergencies and some don't, but I don't have a problem with anyone headcanoning any of my characters as autistic, if that helps you. If you see something of yourself in them and you're autistic, I'm not gonna stop you from doing that, if that is a comfort for you to do. I wouldn't be surprised if Father Hawthorne ends up that way, I'll be honest.
Well, to a limited extent, I can see the future. If you are about to misinterpret a client's distortions, I will set you back on the right path.
Anyway, back to the game. Let's just try and do our therapy session now that I've had my therapy session. Thank you, Andy, for my accidental therapy session. I don't know if he's joking. I guess he means that literally, so I guess if I end up clicking the wrong thing, he's gonna pop in my head like, oops, that's the wrong one, try again. So yeah, because I read that you can't actually, like, harm your patients. You can't accidentally tell them the wrong things and fuck their brain up. The game won't let you. So I guess if I click the wrong thing, Andromachus is just gonna pop in my head and be like, hey, don't click that one.
You can see the future.
It's not that impressive, really. You start to see the patterns after 1,000 years or so.
So is it more like... That makes it sound like you're more just, like, very accurately predicting the future, not actually seeing it. Why isn't the game responding? Oh, because I have to pick a thing! He's saying a thing! It's not that impressive! He is disqualifying his positives!
Well, dang. If seeing the future ain't impressive, that's gotta be a distortion. Disqualifying the positive, it's gotta be.
I didn't realize I was being tested at every single moment.
You barely require my aid as it is.
I kinda did. If the game had let me skip that, I would have skipped that. I gotta keep on my- he's keeping me on my toes!
If you need guidance, I will provide it to you telepathically. Don't think about it too much. When you are 3,000, such things will cease to impress you.
You like his giggles, Julia? His chuckles keep
Let us look at your
getting
first
under my
client's case file.
skin. Dr. Drain, Dr. Drain, Dr. Drain, Dr. Drain, Dr. Drain, 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 Drain.
You ain't got no first name?
I want to be clear. Hi, Ninja. I had no idea what the first client was. I was just, like, manifesting. I was just, like, crossing my fingers. I really wanted it to be Drain because I'd seen all the different clients in the trailer, and I think I could potentially have a crush on Drain. I think he could possibly... I think he... I didn't know it was actually gonna be... You know, sometimes if you just, like... Sometimes if you just chant what you want... Sometimes it just comes true. Let me give you guys a little zoom in on that. There he is. I just realized it's a pun. I only just realized it's a pun because you just said that. Hi, Ninja. Welcome to therapy. Vampire therapy. We're playing Vampire Therapist today. We are playing as Sam. He's a cowboy vampire. And we're gonna give other vampires therapy to help them enjoy their unlife. Their afterlife. Welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate. You've just joined us in time to get to our first client. This is our first, I know, 5-hour stream and we're only getting to the first client. Client record, Dr. Drain, age 430, gender male, origin English. Oh fuck, he's English. Intake information. Dr. Drain is a class of 1614 graduate of the Royal College of Physicians. He has been studying the nature of blood for the last several centuries. Became a vampire after a post-mortem blood transfusion experiment. Oh fuck, okay. He made himself a vampire by transfusing the blood from a vampire into himself, I think. Now runs a global pharmaceutical research company. Is now concerned that he's developed an addiction to the drug of his own formulation. So, he looks like Angry Simon. I know Julia, right? He's kind of like a Suggestion. Detected strong irritability on the phone. Investigate Drain's drinking and sleeping habits. So again, if you're just joining us, trigger warnings for the game. It will have mentions of war, abuse, sexual oppression, suicidal ideation, religion, and addiction. Obviously this seems to be one of the ones that's going to mention addiction. All I know of Dr. Drain from the trailer is it seems like he's trying to be like a vegan vampire, I think. So maybe the drug that he's addicted to is, maybe he's made some kind of like fake blood substitute, and maybe that's what he's addicted to, because he's trying to not actually drink and feed from people. But like, as we've seen, plenty of people are consenting to being fed from, so he doesn't need to starve himself. He just needs to find some goths. There are some lady vampires in the game. We haven't met any yet, but there are at least 2. And we met one goth girl. Well, technically Crimson's kind of goth as well. We've met 2 human girls so far. Oh, I'm on the wrong mouse. Yeah, this is a very good setup, Ninja. Would you like to see it? The game doesn't actually work on my PC because it's too old. Ninja's allowed to... Julia, I don't think we can tell off Ninja for drooling when we've been staring at Andromachus and Reinhard and Sam and everyone this whole time, and very soon Dr. Drain. So the game doesn't actually work on my PC. So we have this very neat setup of my PC keyboard, my laptop, and then my PC. I'm playing this on my laptop, and I'm in a Discord call with myself. What you are watching is a video, is the Discord call screen share. Just the way the devs intended. No first
Many
name?
vampires go by one name. Families and titles seem to become more abstract after a certain age.
I guess so. I guess Drain is both his first name and surname. His name's just Drain. That's his name. but I guess I should call him Doctor. And the game so far is just so cool. How many? I think there's. I'm trying to think. There's Drain. There's the Vampire Priest. There's that girl. There's that girl, and there's that guy. I think it's 5 clients. At least I think I remember. I can remember 5 from the trailer.
Huh. So is it funny that he kept the title?
Well, he's a doctor. He's...
Indeed. You catch on quickly, despite your habit of disqualifying the positive. I will let you work now. I shall be meditating in my coffin, but I will sense when you need my help.
Okay.
But I...
Don't leave us!
Samuel, I know you can handle this. Be yourself, and all will be well.
Satan bless it all, I hate flying!
Hi. We've got a new man on screen. I didn't know he was going to be English. I just assumed American. You can have a little close up. Here he is. He's got a slight kind of Victor Simon Petrikov hairdo. He's got the glasses. He's wearing a turtleneck. Julia's already taken in. Julia likes Victor from Arcane and Simon Petrikov from Adventure Time. It's the hot nerd aesthetic, as she calls it. Of the hair that kind of... This kind of hair that kind of comes down and then swooshes back up. The turtleneck is doing things for me.
Oh, hey there.
Oh, I like this pose. I like this artwork for him. Julia, come here often, tee.
God's blood, what on earth are you?
So again, Drain is also voiced by the same voice actor as Sam and Andromachus.
My name's Sam. I'm the new therapist. Make yourself comfortable, Dr. Drain. And American as well. Good God. It's not enough for you lot to take over the world of the living. Even the halls of the dead aren't safe from you.
My goodness. Sam's a good American. Don't judge him. Julia.
Oh well. I suppose your lot are all into this touchy-feely stuff, aren't you?
It's interesting, hearing this English accent, because obviously the 2 accents I've heard so far from Sam and Andromachus are accents I've not heard the voice actor do before, whereas English we've heard him do before as Dionysus, Ares, and Theseus. So it's really, I was like, it's interesting to hear the English accent and then still sound like a completely different person.
And ignorance, even American ignorance, is bliss, I suppose. Oh, sweet ignorance, how I do wish I knew thee.
God, he's like, fucking, his voice is reminding me of so many characters. It's quite, it's not as posh, obviously, as the Hades boys, and also kind of nasally. If I can break through that facade.
Damn it, how am I gonna work with this fella? I gotta ask Annie.
Because he's coming across a little stuck up, but maybe we can make him better. I mean, not make him better. Oh my god. That's how telepathy works? He appears like a hologram robot?
You gave me this fella as my first client?
Why not? He is clearly hiding very little about his state of mind.
You can say that. Uh-oh. Game froze. Why game freeze? Don't crash. Please don't do that. There's too much hotness on the screen. Oh, I can't even move my mouse. Oh no. Laptop. Was it you that froze, or was it the game? Uh-oh, might be the laptop. Pressing the Windows key isn't doing anything. If it was the game, I should still be able to press the Windows key. Uh-oh, it's the laptop. I can't even, like... Oh! We're back. Everything froze. Like, including the, I have a button on my laptop, like a mute button, and it glows red when it's muted. There's a little LED in it. And even pressing that wasn't doing anything. But it's fine. Everything's fine now. It's back.
Use your instincts, Samuel. Think about how you have felt in your darkest hours.
Okay. We're back.
What does this poor vampire
It doesn't
want?
like R2-D2's projecting it. Hopefully a kiss. I mean... What does he really want? I think he wants to complain and leave. I think what he really wants to do is leave, to be honest.
I think he doesn't want therapy.
He is here, isn't he? That alone is a significant step.
I mean, it is.
Did you commit every drop of your blood toward a new way of thinking
I'm
when
not-
you started your own journey,
I'm
Samuel?
not saying he doesn't want therapy. I'm saying I don't think he wants an American in the room. Julia, I'll tell you what he needs.
I guess not. Just seems awful funny to come all the way out here and act as if he doesn't want any help.
He's just getting comfortable, I expect. Or at least his version of comfortable.
I guess we go... maybe we go through them all.
I think he just wants to complain.
Perceptive, Samuel. He can hardly stop himself, can he?
But that's just because he's British. We love to complain, don't we, Ninja?
So, what? I just let him complain?
Of course. Just give him a starting point to let it all out. It will make him feel better.
Well, if
People
you
say that's what
so.
we're good at.
Don't worry, Samuel. You are doing wonderfully. I will
Innit,
release
loves a
your
good
timer.
man.
Well,
Oh,
are
he
you
actually
just going
froze
to sit
time.
there?
Did he freeze time? Or did Drain just see us, like, zone out for a minute?
I was just gonna ask how your trip here was.
Yeah, give me something to complain about.
My trip was bloody wonderful. Until my familiar got a flat tire and I had to fly 30 kilometers here as a bat.
Your I'm sorry, do you call your car your familiar?
I hate being a bat and I hate flying. Do you know an owl tried to eat me?
I'm like trying to restrain myself, but maybe I'll let this one out for Julia. It won't be the only thing trying to eat you.
Me,
What?
A creature that has lived for centuries, treated like common prey.
Oh no, and now he said the word prey. Julia, ID.
I'm surprised he was even interested. You should see what an ugly little beastie I am when I transform.
Now, hey ho, that's some
All I
labeling
could do
right
was
there.
screech and squeak until he went away.
Okay, so they can't talk in bat form. We're learning about the vampire lore.
Well, I suppose I'm alive, in a manner of speaking anyway. You all right there, pal? Yes, I'm fine, Well, I'm not, of course. I wouldn't be here otherwise. But for the sake of conversational
Something's
integrity,
brow.
fine.
God,
I
he's
think
so
you should
British.
read my case file and know why I'm here.
For the sake of conversational integrity, fine. Yes, I'm fine. Jesus Christ. This man must have studied British culture to get his character. I don't actually know if Darius is British or American or what. You know I am here. His horse died.
You're here for an addiction problem. Yes. Embarrassing, isn't it?
No.
Well, what's to be embarrassed about? I remember when Ulysses S. Grant was president. Didn't seem to bother him. Oh, well, of course. How wonderful it is that I share the mental failings of people who only live a single lifetime. Hey, come on now. There's a part of us that's still mortal. Can't help that, just like we can't help being dead. So I'm discovering. Look, I just need some tips and I'll be on my way. Just give me all the tricks. Whatever one does to make addictions go away.
Oh, mate, it's not that simple. Would that it
Tips?
were.
Let me think.
I suggest a milder addiction. No, suggest something tasty. Well, like every time. I don't think this is gonna work if the thing he's addicted to is. What I'm suspecting is that he might have made some kind of artificial blood thing. If he is addicted So we can't really just say, oh, instead of taking your fake blood, eat cake, because then he's gonna still die of starvation because he hasn't had blood. I do not think he wants a hug. There are no easy solutions.
Partner, there ain't no tips that'll magically cure you, but I'm here to listen. You know,
Julia.
I never in my life thought anyone would ever call me partner. Like partner, but not with a T.
When I say it, but I won't. Julia, you kind of have by doing
And
that.
I know how you English love your tea.
Nice one, Sam.
Thank goodness we can still process tea. We cannot live on blood alone.
Oh, yeah, so yes, vampires can still eat and drink human food.
I appreciate the concern, though.
So, also saying he can't live on blood alone. Is he just saying he personally still just loves to drink tea? Or that actually vampires do also need actual food in this lore? That would be interesting.
I must admit, I rather saw myself above this whole addiction thing.
Sorry, I keep, like, talking about, ooh, is the lore like... I'm really interested in vampires. If I were to, like... actually, like, list out special interests, obviously Elizabeth Das musical. German musical theatre as a whole to a lesser extent. And maybe vampire, like... I don't know. I've always been into vampires since I was tiny. And to the point where I can't even remember where the fascination came from. So me trying to figure out how the vampires, like, lore and rules work is, like, really fascinating to me and exciting to me.
Tell you what, let's not worry about being above or below anything. You're here now, so let's see what we can do. What exactly are you addicted to? It's a form of plasma, a catalytic compound of my own design, a necessary component of my own scientific goals.
I think it is that he's trying to become vegan.
You're losing me. Well, let me try to make it simple. I have been able to replicate and even alter the molecular patterns that vampiric erythrocyte surface receptors receive.
Oh, that's not simple, mate.
Our unique physiology gives us an increased ligand affinity, which is how we are able to process blood the way that we do.
Okay.
I can extend this receptivity and thus achieve my true goal. Synthetic blood.
Yeah, okay, synthetic
Freedom
blood.
from the hunger that plagues us and hope for all humanity.
See, though, also at the same time, if humans were just cool with vampires and just willingly gave up a little bit of their blood, which some humans already are in this world, that also is freedom for humanity too. Like, freedom from hunger and hope for humanity is only feed from humans who consent and don't take so much that it'll kill them.
Well, dang, that sounds pretty impressive, Doc.
I mean, that would only be necessary if, like, all humans died out for some reason.
Well, it doesn't work without a vampiric catalyst, and that is the plasma I am addicted to.
Okay, yeah.
Pathetic, isn't it? I have spent 400 years trying to steal the secret of blood, only to be engulfed by it, like Prometheus walking into a fireplace. Pathetic? Doc, where the heck would you get a word like that? You've come up with a synthetic blood. Man, I can barely get my spurs on some mornings. Maybe you had a setback or two, but give yourself a little credit, compadre. Credit? For wasting 400 years? Practically speaking, I'm in the same place as I was back when King James was in power. Only now I have a drug problem.
Cool, but, like, you are also the only person in the entire world that's managed to make synthetic blood.
Perhaps I must face facts. My professor was right. Nothing we ever do will make a damned bit of difference.
Well, he sounds like a piece of shit.
Samuel, listen to him. Do you recognize his patterns of thought?
I does.
There's some distortions in there, ain't there?
I knew you would sense them. Invite him to talk more about this failure of his.
It just won't let me click on any of them yet.
I'll do my best.
They will grayed out.
Now hold on just a minute there, cowpoke. I've heard you talk a lot about failure. But it sure sounds to me like you ain't thinking clearly if you think you're a failure. I am a realist, that's all. Look at me. 400 years of study and still dabbling with leukocytes. I'm saying I am surely the oldest, most well-studied doctor in the world. I should have achieved more than this.
But, like, you have nothing to compare to. Like, you've still achieved more than everybody else.
Well, it's all my
Oh
fault.
shit, I could have clicked on them.
I cannot seem to motivate my scientists to reach the necessary level of dedication.
Oh, sorry.
It's always shocking to me how little urgency mortals have around death.
I meant to click. I didn't realize I could click on these now. I didn't realize they weren't grayed out since the last Andromachus interruption. They've only just become not grayed out, and I would have clicked on labeling for the last one. Alright. It's not all his fault. I think that's control fallacy. Yay!
So it's all your fault that you haven't come up with the perfect synthetic blood.
Okay, I missed one though.
It can't be anyone else's fault. Only I have the skill, the knowledge, and the experience.
I mean, that's... Someone else might have this.
Pardon me for saying so, Doc, but it sounds like what you're doing is pretty dang complicated. It sounds to me like you're some kind of god if you expect control over life itself. Please, I'm a scientist, not a spiritualist. It is not control I seek, but understanding. And are you ever gonna have perfect understanding? No, of course not. I'm not a wizard. So how about not putting saving the world on one person, Doc? That is a simplification, but I take your point. As I was saying, now that I'm addicted to my own drug, I have joined the ranks of mortal celebrities in my utter irrelevance.
I mean, it could be labeling because he's called himself irrelevant. But it could be Nosferatu thinking, because it's kind of like, if I'm an addict, then I must be terrible. Which, no, addicts are not terrible. I don't know. Oh, it is. Okay.
Things. You know, lots of folks get over their addictions. Yes, but not me.
His fangs are out! Julia, look! I mean, also, yeah, this is so sad. Sorry, I was just like, Julia, look, he's got teeth. He's got teethies. He's got tooths. Ah!
I'm trying to tell you that even if you are addicted, that ain't the end, hermano. You got a lot of life and opportunity left in you. If you can call this life.
Teeths and pretty eyes.
Now hold on there. That's what I call Nosferatu thinking, straight from the coffin. Life ain't all black and white. It's got its shades of gray too, you know. Come on, Sam. There's some distortions in that whole speech you missed, you dang fool.
I know. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying enough attention. I knew there was distortions there. I just thought the things were still grayed out and I couldn't click them yet.
Tornation. Now I'm labeling. Hey, Cowpoke, you mind repeating all that stuff you just said?
Oh, I have to do it again, like
I most certainly do mind, but very well. Look at me. 400 years of study and still dabbling with leukocytes.
I mean, he is insulting himself. I guess let's go find the positive.
I don't know many people who would call working with leukocytes.
The only reason why I missed them is because I didn't realize they were grayed out. That they weren't grayed out anymore. I thought they still looked like this because I just wasn't paying attention.
I mean, I gotta admit, I have no earthly clue what you're talking about. So unless you made up all them science terms, I think you might be doing more than playing with a chemistry set. Perhaps, but if we consider all there is to know about blood, I know precious little. But you know something. Yes, I concede I might know something about blood. I would hope so after 400 years. You still got more knowledge about blood than most, whether it's been 4 years or 400 years, amigo. Let's get back to what you were saying, though. I'm saying I am surely the oldest, most well-studied doctor in the world. I should have achieved more than this. Well, who said you should have achieved more? Isn't it obvious?
It's a dang should statement, because he said the word should.
400 years of work. And what happens if you don't? Absolutely nothing at all.
Yeah, also.
Well, that's my point. That is not as encouraging as you think it is. Ain't meant to be encouraging, just showing you a little reality. Well played, Cowpoke. Perhaps I am being a little dramatic. Yes, I'm aware that in reality progress has been made, enough to get to this point. But I didn't come here to ask for a pat on the back and to be told I'm a good boy.
Don't look at me. You don't know what I was thinking. Chat. Don't look at me. Don't. You don't know that I was like, you know. But like, if you wanted to be called a good boy, like,
Ain't my department. But I hear they do some of that stuff downstairs.
Never mind, Sam thought the same thing. Sam's like, well, you know, there's a kink room downstairs.
Yes, yes, we all know very well that the Continentals are more sexually liberated than we are.
Gosh, even Sam was thinking the same thing. How much he's grown.
But as I say, I don't want all this therapy stuff. I just want to stop using this damn drug. Well, so what's so good about this stuff anyway? Why do you like it? I'm not certain. I don't remember what happens after I take it.
You
but I
were
wake
really
up
old
feeling,
thinking it.
how do I put this? Alive.
You might feel like that if you also just... I know this is a metaphor for other stuff, but to take it in the literal vampire context, you might also feel alive if you actually just drank blood.
Well, that don't sound so bad. A good nap can make me feel like a new man. I'm not talking about feeling refreshed. I mean I feel alive. As if I'm someone else. Someone who lives. And I wake up and find, oh gracious me, I am not depressed.
Ah. Well, you shouldn't need to take that.
You mean to tell me that you're going to sleep depressed every night? Oh, nothing of the sort. Oh well, I'm glad to hear that.
It's just most.
You are assuming that I can simply go to sleep and my global scientific enterprise will run itself.
Oh, okay. He doesn't sleep.
Wait just a gosh darn minute. You're telling me you don't sleep?
He really is like Victor.
Yes, it's not as though we can get much deader already, and I have work to do.
Ah. Well, you know, I'm thinking the depression might there might be something to do with...
So you're not sleeping, and you're always depressed. I think we're starting to get somewhere. Oh, don't be such a bumpkin. If you are a sapient individual, aware of the world around you, depression is the only sensible reaction. It has nothing to do with sleep.
Don't you call my boy Sam a bumpkin! Is there something in here? I don't know what's in here. He's insulting us, he's labeling us, he's not labeling himself. Depression is the only sensible reaction, it has nothing to do with sleep. That's just called being wrong. That's not an option I can click on. Black or white? I don't know. Okay,
Come on
yeah.
now, it's a big world out there. And
I got 10
different things are
distortions
depressing
correct
to
in a
different
row.
people.
Nice shooting.
Everyone reacts to things differently. Ain't it true that a sensible person, as you call them, might even be a different degree of depressed? Very well, I suppose I might have been using a bit of mild hyperbole. Mild is putting it mildly, Buckaroo. Buckaroo? Now I'm even more depressed. Regardless, I didn't come here to be a whiner. Oh, boo-hoo, on life is hard. Yes, we all know it's hard. Now why'd you say coming and talking to me makes you a whiner?
I'm getting the hang of this
I
dang
currently
game.
am?
This is easier than when Andromachus was testing me. I guess because they're not using weird examples, they're just being honest.
Sounds to me like you're expressing yourself. Whiner is the word you used. Yeah, if you want to call it whining, that's up to you. But that's entirely your label. Oh, very well, call it moaning or whinging if you prefer. Moaning, whinging, bellyaching, still all just labels. I don't believe I shall be using the term bellyaching in any case. But as I was saying...
Sorry,
in the
Julia.
moments I wake up, I feel free. I suppose it must be what being an ignoramus feels like.
Sorry, you saying I'm losing it made me think of, God, there was a power hour where Aaron was like, I think, was it the giant bucket of ramen he was tilting, and Dan's like, we're losing it, Aaron, losing it, we're losing it, oh, it was, the paint was falling off the canvas, and Aaron just, like, was not listening. Was like, oh, I didn't know what losing it meant. I mean, is that labeling? I mean, he's, like, calling himself, like, stupid. I don't know. I guess?
You honestly think feeling good makes you an ignoramus?
Oh,
The phrase
Hop,
ignorance
hop,
is
hop,
bliss
hop.
is most apt, don't you think? But by calling yourself an ignoramus, you're making bliss something to be avoided. Yes, unfortunate how that works, isn't it? The only way to be happy is by being a fool. Partner, those are your labels. Try using something more positive and see how you feel.
Did you point? Did you point? What do you mean, did you point? Did you point? Did you get points?
What? Shall I say that by being ignorant, I am a noble genius?
You don't have to... You don't have... You don't just... But you're normal.
Still just labels. Oh, very well. I suppose I might be discounting my experience. I don't know how to say this, amigo. You really don't like letting yourself be happy. Honestly, I'm failing to see the problem with taking this stuff. Seems like it's making you get the rest you need and it makes you feel good. What's the problem?
Oh, is this actually not a problem? I mean, I guess if it's not causing him any harm, that obviously the problem with real addiction is often the stuff you're taking is causing you harm. I mean, it would be better if he just slept instead. It seems like Dr. Dream doesn't think he deserves to be happy is, that I've started feeling called
First
out.
of all, I do not need to rest. And partaking of this plasma does have downsides.
Okay, there it is.
What kind of downsides?
Sam just doesn't know.
I do not know what happens when I partake of the substance. However, when I wake up, I feel refreshed. But I also smell of blood and sex.
Okay, that's not what I expected. He takes it, blacks out, but like what? Jekyll and Hyde's his way into... Oh no.
Once I even woke up wearing a football jersey. It was most distasteful.
Yeah, I mean... Or it's essentially the equivalent of him getting blackout drunk. Essentially, he takes it and he gets like blackout drunk and does stuff that he doesn't remember and maybe regrets. Yeah, I would call that a problem.
I guess you must be having some kind of good time.
Kissing Lily Evans on the lips, thank you for the posture check. Hello, welcome in, what a username.
That is not my idea of a good time.
Which, actually, I needed that posture check, I wasn't sitting in the best way. That's a posture check for everyone else as well. No shrimping. Welcome, welcome in. We be playing Vampire Therapist at the moment. We're partway through our first ever therapy session. We're the cowboy. We're giving therapy to the Englishman.
I'm Dr. Drain. I am intelligent and worldly, not some ill-bred monster. I don't go gallivanting into godforsaken places to engage in depraved coitus and the consumption of dirty blood.
Which, trigger warnings for the game are pinned at the top of chat. So if you do want to sit the game out, do feel free, please take care of yourself. The game does contain mentions of war, abuse, sexual oppression, suicidal ideation, religion, and addiction. This particular client is dealing with addiction. And obviously also the game is not a replacement for real therapy, though, you know, as well as if it also like helps anyone out or makes them realize anything, like it might have done for some of us today, I suppose that's just a little bonus.
It sounds to me like you're real good at denying yourself things. Well, I should be better at it.
I'm feeling quite called out by this man who like doesn't think he deserves to be happy and feels like he needs to be working all the time because he just thinks that like, well, but why should I get to just relax and just be happy and not do loads of work all the time when other people are doing it? It's like, oh, don't call me out like that.
You know, Doc, a wise old vampire recently told me something I'm about to tell you.
And the thing is, I know those thoughts that I have are silly and not true.
You keep talking about the things you should be doing. You, compadre, are shooting all over yourself.
Oh, down towards the ground. Whoa, Julia.
Oh, well, that is vivid, isn't it? I can now add incontinence to my already considerable list of faults. I'm being serious. I'm listening to you tell me I should be doing this, and I shouldn't be doing that. But who gave you all them shoulds and shouldn'ts?
My own brain. I mean, his own brain.
I don't know. It shouldn't matter, should it? I've been dead for over 400 years.
Feeling called out today.
It's the oldest stuff that sticks with us, amigo. We all got traumas. Heck, we're dead men. That's traumatic no matter what. What we gotta start with is you. You've been through a lot. Don't rope yourself up so tight. Listen, we're doing good work already, I know it. Now, let's not push too hard. I would really like you to think about where all them shoulds are coming from before we meet again. And be good to yourself, all right, partner? Don't feel like you gotta go cold turkey on that plasma stuff.
No, the cold turkey's is not the smartest idea. You wean yourself off that slowly. You don't want to make yourself sick.
Yes, well, all the same, I'd rather not do it at all. Is that actually gonna happen, though? It might. You're dipping into it tonight, aren't you? I was thinking about it.
Oh.
All right, partner. Just give yourself a little compassion. That's all I'm asking. I'll admit, you've given me some things to think about. Not pleasant ones, mind.
No, but I imagine it can't be very pleasant waking up after taking that, not knowing where you are, or like if you've had sex with anyone. Or if you've hurt anyone, potentially. So maybe you could drink a little blood instead.
You can handle it, partner. You're way smarter than I am. Yes, well, that is certainly true. Very well. I shall do some reflecting, inasmuch as our kind can reflect.
Ha! Mirror joke.
I shall see you in precisely 4 weeks, then. Farewell, Sam.
See, once a month is much more affordable than having to doing it once a week. I know sometimes like, I need to see you once a week.
Masterfully done, Samuel. I knew you would do well, but that doesn't make me any less
my
pleased.
first client session.
Well, that was a hell of a rush. That fella's holding on tighter than a holster
And
to a
flawless victory.
gunslinger's
Had a
hip.
flawless client session. I didn't get a single thing. I didn't get any wrong. I missed some at first, but missing them doesn't count as getting them wrong. You get the chance to go back to them. I didn't get any of them wrong. Wah! I'm learning.
It felt real good to help him look at himself a little more kindly.
It's about southern accents makes one of them kids British people.
Good, Samuel. Treasure this feeling. But also rest. Go downstairs, get something to drink, relax in your coffee.
Will the TV work this time?
Next week you shall see a new client. I think they will be an interesting challenge for you. I bid you good evening, Samuel. Rest in peace.
You too, Andy. Well, I guess it's time I got me some grub.
Yeah, every scene transition kind of bugs out a bit. Oh, that was the quickest one yet. Oh, we still chatting.
Well, that's it, I guess. My first client. Can't believe I'm doing this therapy stuff already. Sure could use a drink. I'll check in with Crimson.
Well, if it isn't Yosemite Sam, how you doing tonight, partner?
Well, better already, hearing from someone from the States who knows the lingo.
I'm not from any states, cowpoke. District of Columbia girl here.
I figured you must have been coastal. You sound a little more, polished than I do.
You should hear my German.
Maybe some other time. My brain's full tonight. I had my first therapy session with a real client.
Oh, yeah? How do you think it went?
That's all. Say it was great, say it was awful. But we're not supposed to Nosferatu thing. Is the playlist available? I don't know. I saw the soundtrack isn't available for purchase. I saw someone ask about that and they said they'd look into it. Like the devs said that they would consider it. I don't think it is available anywhere, sadly. You could have a little check, but I don't think so. Say it was awful? Well, it wasn't awful. Say it was great. I mean, it was fine. I guess it was...
I reckon it was a bullseye on my end. You should have seen me. Labeling, blam, disqualifying the positive, kapow.
I'm glad to hear it.
But
Someone
I did
has
get
got to sort
100%.
these vamps out. They know how to hold on to their problems.
You ain't kidding. Living or dead, once people hit 70, they get pretty dang set in their ways.
You know Andy still uses a typewriter? I can't get that gorgeous man to see the light. Keep it up, cowboy. You're a breath of fresh air for these ancient ones.
Anyone ever tell you you're wise beyond your years, Crimson? You must have had some life.
Afraid I'm exactly as wise as my years. How old do you think I am, cowboy?
Don't answer that. Don't fall for the trap.
I'm gonna do the gentlemanly thing and not hazard a guess.
You would have gotten it wrong anyway. I'm 50 years young.
Good for her. That actually makes me like, oh no. That makes me like,
50? I died around that age and I looked like shit. But you ain't a vampire.
Like I told you, I'm Andy's blood partner. He shares his blood with me too, just not enough to turn me into one of you.
Okay, I really need to know how this vampire blood partner thing works. So blood partner means it's a vampire, it's a person who the vampire chooses to share their own blood with. So it's not just that he feeds on her, he also gives some of his blood to her. And I guess that extends her life a little bit. It doesn't turn her into a vampire, but it does extend her life a bit. I think. I'm gathering, maybe, or I'm assuming wrong. So I get blood partner. I'm gonna assume can be platonic, romantic, and/or sexual, but it is someone that you are, you choose to be incredibly close to, or maybe live with, and share your blood, like vice versa, and it like keeps them. It slows down their aging, I guess.
I've been 30 for a good while now.
Can it keep them immortal forever?
But you ain't joining our team? Sounds like a story.
Because then wouldn't most people just choose to be that?
Not for tonight, buckaroo. I bet you're thirsty after a big night. Andy told me to give this to you.
Oh yeah? What is it?
We had a group of Americans come in last week who donated their blood. Andy can't stand the stuff. He says the blood glucose levels are too high, but he thought you'd appreciate it.
Oh, is American blood too sweet?
Oh, it ain't so bad. I gotta ask though, what does Andy's blood taste like?
Why have you gotta ask, Sam? You curious?
To me, it tastes like life itself, cowboy.
I ain't sure I understand.
Never you mind. Look, Tex, I've got some customers to serve, so go enjoy
He's
your
from
juice,
Missouri!
Okay? Oh, of course. I'm keen to get some rest anyway. You have yourself a fine night, Crimson.
I do like this music in the background of the club better than the last one. I think it is a different song. It's given, vaguely like New Order, Joy Division, and that kind of. Give it a sec. It's always kind of freezing between transitions. We're not having coffin time? Checkpoint saved. I thought we could have coffin time.
There he is, my incredible protege.
Are we not getting coffin time? Or is my game glitching out and not taking me to the coffin time?
Oh, come on now, I have no idea what I'm doing.
Because the writing in the book implies that he's had a sleep. Okay, we got a new diary entry. April 19th, 2024. Met my first client tonight, and oh boy, he did not like me much. Sounds as though he doesn't like anybody much, though, so I can't be too disappointed. Oh, okay, bunnies. I just thought maybe it happened more often, since some people were saying that they liked leaving their chat on it while they BRB'd. I'm like, I thought maybe it happened more often. Though, I can't be too disappointed. Poor fella. I ain't ever seen anyone this so... There. I ain't even seen anyone so high-strung. Well, maybe... What? I don't want to say that word. Maybe Pussifer Jones. 80 years later, when the memory of him still makes me laugh. That kid even hated John. And I think all animals loved him. She would hiss even when eating her food. It was the darndest thing. I keep struggling with some of this writing. I picked up that this Dr. Drain is a real should statement kind of fella. But I think I can help him out. If I can get him to take a nap, I think he'll be a lot less grumpy. Pussifer Jones is crazy. Yeah, I didn't want to say that first, but that's the only one.
Evidence stands against that reasoning, my friend.
Well, that was a
We
checkpoint.
need to talk about disqualifying the positive again.
Well, we reached a checkpoint, so I'm thinking that is a good place to end stream for today. I know, I want to keep playing too, but I think we can make Friday streams a weekly occurrence again, at least until this game is done. So we'll do Ezioda's on Monday, Hades on Wednesday, Vampire Therapist on Friday. Or do we want to do Saturdays instead? I I started doing Fridays instead of Saturdays because it was nice to have the weekend to myself. The only annoying thing is Friday is I have to end stream at a certain time because that's the one day of the week that I eat dinner with my parents. So maybe I should have it be Saturday. Let me check my calendar. I think maybe Saturday would be better, because it always annoys me when I'm like, oh fuck, when am I gonna have to stop stream because food. Obviously in this game at least, it looks like I can save whenever, and it's not really gonna be a problem, but it could. I prefer ending a game when I want to end it, so that I remember where I left off, you know? But it looks like I can save whenever I want. Oh! I guess I thought it, okay, it doesn't have autosaves. I'm glad I checked that. I thought maybe it autosaved and also I could save whenever. Okay. So I think we will leave it there. I gotta eat food. Oh god, the new Discord app. Oh no, no, don't show me live streams as soon as I open the app. Because also that means now when I open the app, I'm gonna have to make sure my volume's all the way off. I'm checking who else is online. It's not helpful that it's not showing it in the regular order, you know, with whoever has the most viewers at the top and the least at the bottom. That's helpful for me, because a lot of my friends and the people I raid are more towards the bottom of that list. I don't see anyone online that I know well enough to want to raid. So, let's see what happens if I- oops, that's not the menu. I don't know why I suddenly thought it was. I'm gonna duplicate saves just because I'm that kind of person. We're gonna see what happens when we try to exit the game. I don't know why I stopped doing Saturday. Maybe I just liked the idea of... I don't know. Something about Saturdays used to bother me, but now I'm like, nah, it's easier actually. Let's see if it'll crash. But hopefully, regardless of the crash, hopefully it will have saved. Maybe I should have just left the game open. I can't... Here's what I worry about. Is, obviously, every time I stream I have to get Discord to open on my laptop, and I'm really scared that it won't ever open up again, because it took so much to get it to open just this one time, that I'm kind of like, am I gonna have to leave my laptop on all week? Like, on sleep mode for a week? I don't want to have to do that, but it took like a whole day to get it to turn on and work, and it'll do that every single time. Every time I want to stream, I'll have to turn it. If I'm going to do this on Saturdays, I'll have to turn it on Fridays instead to get it awake enough to stream on Saturday. Yeah, I think it crashed. Yeah, it crashed. Okay, I am going to leave a Discord call. Yeah, Unity Engine's not responding. Close program. I'm going to see if... I'm going to try and relaunch the game. We're going to figure this out right now. And we're going to see... if the game saved. we're gonna see that now. We're not gonna wait till next week. Oh my god, I just realized it's 11 minutes past 7. Guys, art fight's over. It's done. That's it. Well done to everyone who decided who took part this year. Please don't feel discouraged if your team doesn't win. It's really not about what team wins. It's just about whether or not you had fun. I know that sounds really cheesy, but like, you literally don't get a prize for winning art fight. It really is just about the taking part. There is no prize. They'll announce the winners normally like a week later. Sometimes they have like little events on the Discord in between, little mini events. I've never taken part in them. I don't know how they work. The Discord scares me. It's full of hyperactive children. And so I will be awaiting until Art Fight 2025. Yay, my save files are there. Okay. So what we can do is I can always pop Art Fight open. Let's go have a peek. Let me sort my Discord out first. Get back on the right account. I have to have 2 accounts, obviously, to make this work. Because I can't video call myself in one account. So let me do that, and then let me close that. Let's go have a little peek on Art Fight. Alright, my keyboard's down here. But I hope any of you, for you guys, that this was your first time participating. I hope you had fun. And hopefully maybe you might want to participate next year as well. Yep, timer is gone, and that's alright. Moderators will be going through attacks and adjusting the ratings, because they'll be checking through. The reason why adjusting the ratings is because some people might have lied, whether purposefully or accidentally, about what their drawing is. And also just making sure that anything is censored that needs censoring. Oh, never mind. The winner post is not going to come out until the 2nd or 3rd week of August. So maybe more like 2 weeks away. Art Fight is done. There is no more recent attacks. Everyone who participated will keep the color of their team name, so the purple or the green, depending on whether you're on Stardust or Seafoam, until next year opens, and then when it opens, everyone's team names will go, grey. Everyone's usernames will go grey until they decide whether or not they want to, choose a team for next year, and then it'll be whatever color next year's teams are. This year's teams were actually, the team names were picked as a result of, voting, from the public, and, if you want to be up to date of when they're voting for team names for next year, they did it back in December. So if they do that again, you might want to get yourself in the Discord, because that's the only place that they posted. Maybe they did a news post about it as well, but you're probably not going to be checking Art Fight every day when the event's not running, so you might want to get yourself in the Discord for Art Fight, to be aware of when the public voting for the team names for next year are going to go up. It was like a multiple choice vote thing. You couldn't nominate your own options. It was just, there was like 20 different things, and you could take as many as you wanted. So final count for this year from me, I did one attack this morning, and that's all. Is there any attacks I haven't shown on stream? I don't remember. I think, yeah, we showed Sorrow. I think just these 2 are the only 2 I hadn't shown that I'd received on stream in this last week. So this is the one I got done this morning. It's one of Green's characters. I just wanted to get one last one done, because, I didn't want to leave off on an odd number. So, 2 attacks that I got, the last 2 attacks I got this year. This one's from Virgil. It's gorgeous. because my V2 model is up on Artfight, and it's like this stained glass. It's so cool. And then we got this one, another one from Apple of Barnaby. So thank you guys. Thank you everyone who drew stuff. That's definitely the most attacks I've received. I have my final stats up on my profile. So, my goal for this year was to do 10 attacks. I've participated the last 2 years, 2022 and 2023, and each of those years I only got 9 attacks done. Not that that's too little, just I would like to, I just really wanted to do more than 9. It would felt nice. I just wanted to do at least 10, so I felt like I'd done more this year than last year. Let me get some music on in the background. Yeah. Once I hit the goal for attacks, then I just wanted to get more points than I had done previously, and yeah. So 2022 I did 9 attacks, I received 9 attacks, and all my attacks came to 462.5 points. 2023 I did 9 attacks, I received 21 attacks, and got 1,315 points. And then 2024, my goal was 10 attacks. I didn't have goals the previous years. I did 32 attacks. I received 52, because you guys are crazy. And all my attacks came to 3,129.25 points. Thank you so much, anyone who flung a little attack my way this year. Now I have to wait a whole year, I guess 11 months, before we can art fight once more. But I hope by that point some of you guys are still sticking around and watching my streams, and will want to participate with me again next year. Because I have full plans on continuing to do this every year until I guess they shut down. Not that I think they're gonna shut down, but I'm just saying, like, I'd love to take part in every year, in art fight every year that they're gonna be doing it. And hey, without Artfight, I wouldn't have redesigned Solus, and I wouldn't have made Barnaby and Oscar. So, yeah. I think Ambrose is still the reigning champion of who's been drawn the most amount of times. I can go check. Actually, no, Ambrose and Satin were tied. I know Barnaby and Oscar have been drawn a few times this year, but I don't think enough that they will have overtaken people who've been available every year. Oscar's actually up there. Oh, well that one's one of mine, so that doesn't count. Yes, they are tied. Satin and Ambrose have both been drawn 10 times. That's over all 3 years that I've participated in Art Fight. Arden has been drawn 8, I think. Or 7, something like that. So, Ambrose and Satin are the reigning champions of who's been drawn the most. Satin wasn't even available to be drawn in 2022. I hadn't made him back in 2022. So he's done very well to catch up with Ambrose with 1 year's less worth of time. But people just think he's a pretty boy, and I can't deny them that. Satin loves people playing dress up with him. So much. I wonder what more characters will be up there by then. I wonder how many more OCs I'll have had. I do want to make physical designs for the Visiting King and the villain. We'll see when that happens. I hope it doesn't upset anyone's headcanons. You're still free to headcanon them looking like whatever you want. But I think I might like to do art of them. Considering Guilty Priest, aka Father Hawthorne, has a physical design. yeah, that about wraps me up for today. Tomorrow, for those of you in my Discord, or if you're a Patreon member who hasn't joined my Discord yet, you're able to. You just have to connect your Patreon account to Discord. First watch party of the month tomorrow. We'll be watching Three Musketeers, which is a Dutch musical. We'll be watching it with English subtitles. And then we'll be watch partying every Sunday this month. And then after that, then a watch party after that will be October, Halloween already, in which we'll be doing vampire-themed stuff. We're gonna do, for October we're gonna do, Castlevania Season 1, the Frank Malton Dracula musical, Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, and Tansy Vampire. So, excited. But yeah, thank you guys for Art Fight. Thank you guys for the stream. I know it went places. I didn't expect it. Vampire Therapist made me pretty introspective, and I think maybe now if I ever say anything mean about myself, other than Julia's voice in my head, I think Andromachus is gonna be there. Andromachus, sorry, my god, Andromachus is gonna be there, like, disqualifying the positive labeling in the back of me brain. We'll see if this is gonna impact my daily life. But yeah, not gonna raid anyone. I'm gonna go make myself some food. Oh goodness, it's almost 7:30. Yeah, I'm gonna make myself some dinner. I will see some of you guys tomorrow for the first watch party of the month. And for anyone else, I'll be streaming For anyone else, I'll be streaming again on Monday. Etsy orders, as per usual, cutting out stickers, making badges, while we listen to Welcome to Night Vale. And then Hades will come back on Wednesday. I know it's been a little while. I had to take some time off to prep for Comic-Con, and then I was away at Comic-Con. Yeah, and if you wanna check out Vampire Therapist yourself, please do. It's this developer's first game. It is a solo dev project. Please go show the game some love. I will see some of you tomorrow. If not, I will see the rest of you for stream on Monday. Bye, guys.